Chapter 1501. A bright light flickered in Enchanting's eyes as he said excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 figures disappeared into the sky, leaving a shadow in Xiao Chen's heart. In the distance, some extremely terrifying battle seemed to be taking place. Just then, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva took advantage of the moment the two were talking to turn into a beam of light and flee. Xiao Chen recalled that when he broke through to Martial Monarch, the energy he grasped was also known as quintessence. From then on, Xiao Chen no longer saw Emperor Forsaken as a goal, no matter how he looked at it. Sooner or later, Xiao Chen would surpass his opponent. It was just a matter of time. One had unlimited potential, while the other had exhausted his potential. Emperor Forsaken was straightforward and didn't hide anything. In fact, he was not wrong. Just as he had guessed, the Blue Dragon Palace did contain the secret to breaking through to the supremacy stage. However, it was not prepared for him, but for Xiao Chen. The 5 phantoms were the top experts of the various clans that guarded Kunlun Mountain. Apart from guarding Kunlun Mountain, they did not interfere in any worldly battles. In order to become a god, one had to first become a human. He knew that from now on, he could only look up to Xiao Chen, and there was no possibility of surpassing him. Letting him go was a sign of Xiao Chen's confidence in his own strength. It was also a form of wisdom. He didn't want to push him too hard. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign stood up and bowed with a cup-fist salute. That day, after Xiao Chen transcended the heavenly tribulation, he showed up once. When Xiao Chen broke free from Emperor Wu's restraints and became a perfected being, he grasped the power of true essence. The power of veritable essence energy was already comparable to the power grasped by many primes. Xiao Chen scattered the blue dragon divine wings and sheathed his saber. He said sullenly, "Why did you not summon the deity race old ancestor? If you summoned the deity race old ancestor, it would be sufficient to defeat me." In an instant, he had defeated 3 supreme beings and forced Emperor Forsaken to lower his head and apologize. Emperor Forsaken was a little absent-minded. "From me as a target." "That's right. I was originally a failure who did not even dare to walk the Kunlun road." Xiao Chen immediately withdrew the heavenly snow divine flame and removed Enchanting from his frozen state. There were 3 primes overseeing the heavenly starry ocean. Could there be any major trouble? Go take a look for yourself and you'll know. There's no need to say anything else. Life was unpredictable. No one knew what would happen in the future. What's going on? What happened in the heavenly starry ocean? Even a battle between primes should not have such a terrifying aura. A simple comparison could easily be made. Xiao Chen nodded. "You can say that. This time, it's really been hard on the 2 seniors." "Yes." In the Battle of the Blue Dragon Palace, the deity Dao Union suffered heavy casualties, losing a prime. Emperor Forsaken completely gave up and did not want to say anything more. After releasing the Fox King's restraints, he left with the heaven-punishing corpse god. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's great Dao energy and state of cycle were just superficial. However, in the blink of an eye, Emperor Forsaken felt speechless bitterness and a strange heartache. "Ha ha ha ha. Good. 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 Back then, for the sake of protecting him, I gave up on accumulations and broke through to Prime. The facts prove that my choice was not wrong. There really is a peak above Prime." Surpassing the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign was something that happened naturally. It was not hard to understand. Enchanting could not help feeling excited. He was right. He had waited 10 years for this day. The 2 could not be mentioned in the same breath. Although Xiao Chen kept thinking about the matter of the heavenly starry ocean, he still had to treat Big Brother Ying's injuries first. His tone was cold. Clearly, he hated the Dongyue Ghost Emperor to the bone. If he did not kill him, he would not be able to vent this hatred. Xiao Chen's heart immediately sank. Either these 5 did not show themselves, or when they did, something major had happened. Haotian, don't be agitated. You just recovered, the Fox King advised. That was the direction of the heavenly starry ocean. The Fox King smiled and said, he is not dead. He is still alive and well. After Xiaoqin left the palace, he defeated the heaven-punishing corpse god, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, and Emperor Forsaken by himself. Whoosh! 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 Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes, wanting to give chase. He could let go of Emperor Forsaken, but he absolutely could not let go of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. He wondered what the situation of the martial epic and the great thousand realms outside was like. Many thanks. There is no need to give chase, Blue Dragon King. You should return to the heavenly starry ocean first. After a fortuitous encounter in the Blue Dragon Palace, I finally made a breakthrough. What about the Dongyue Ghost Emperor? Zongtian asked with a somewhat cold expression when he suddenly thought of this person. It is not that I do not want to, but that I cannot. The price of summoning the deity race ancestor is much higher than you think. Even if I summon him out, I might not be able to kill you. However, I will definitely not be far from death. In less than 2 months, Xiaoqin would have to turn around. He still needed the other party to show mercy before he could leave. Then, he would circulate his veritable essence energy and infuse it into the other party's body. After all, Xiaoqin could still summon the deity race ancestor and still have some combat prowess. If he pushed too hard, he would end up in a life and death struggle. The Fox King smiled and said, it's fine. You being able to break through to Prime is what the Haotian and I hope to see the most. Let's not talk about this for now. Quickly treat the Haotian's injuries. Seniors, what's going on with the heavenly starry ocean? There's no need. You should be thanking yourself. My big brother Ing and the Fox King are not dead. Otherwise, even if I have to fight to the end, I will take your life. Furthermore, with the support of Great Tao energy, he might even be stronger than the other party. You may go. From today on, our grudges are written off. Xiaoqin looked indifferently at Emperor Forsaken. Then, he said something that shocked Emperor Forsaken. This thought flashed by quickly. When Zongtian slowly opened his eyes, Xiaoqin's thoughts immediately returned to reality. When Zongtian heard that, he laughed loudly, saying, good, 3 times in a row. His bold laughter contained unconcealable joy and excitement. Zongtian waved his hand and smiled. Brother Spirit Fox, you don't understand. It has been 10 years. I have waited for this day for too long. To be able to live and see you surpass Prime is my greatest hope in this life. The Spirit Fox King thought about how, as a Prime, he could still send Xiaoqin flying with 3 palm strikes 2 months ago. I've already killed him. As the Spirit Fox King looked at Xiaoqin, who held his saber and pressed the tip of the saber against his forehead, he listened to what the Spirit Fox King said. That was why the difference in strength was so huge. On Heavenly Star Island, Zongtian had already told Xiaoqin that the gap between him and Emperor Forsaken was not large. These cold words stunned Emperor Forsaken. He believed that since Xiaoqin said that, he would definitely do it. An aura that inspired fear appeared in the 3's hearts. The expressions of Xiaoqin and the other 2 immediately changed. I'm not dead. The deity race ancestor grasped a strength that surpassed Prime. He was even stronger than the current Xiaoqin. At the crucial moment, the deity race ancestor nearly died, unable to see Xiaoqin, who surpassed Prime. Zongtian felt an incredible headache. His memories turned blurry for a moment, and he could not clearly remember what happened. Zongtian entered deep thought. Xiaoqin, you should go back quickly. There is probably a huge change in the heavenly starry ocean. I also need to reorganize the forces of the Bushan Palace. Even the heavenly Tao would not allow such an existence to appear. Furthermore, Xiaochen had only barely touched the bottom line of the heavenly Tao. The Fox King muttered to himself, frowning heavily. When Zongtian heard that, he was stunned. Then, he nodded and said, "Good kill. Such a vile person is not worthy of being a prime." The cyclic astral lord, the bright moon empress, the myriad law fiend master, could it be? Thinking of a certain existence, Xiaochen did not dare to think further. However, just at this moment, 5 figures suddenly appeared in the air, blocking Xiaochen's path. You broke through. Xiaochen also had 1,000 strands of primordial energy. However, the other party's power of faith and state of holy light had already reached great heights, already cultivated to the peak. Suddenly, scarlet spiritual light appeared in the distant western sky. The scarlet color was so dense that it was even more brilliant than the setting sun. Xiaochen, you really broke through to prime. The Fox King watched from start to finish in disbelief, feeling like he was dreaming. Chapter 1502. Due to the changes in the heavenly starry ocean, Xiaochen had to make a trip back. However, before that, he still had some things to do. Big brother, you go to Bushan Palace first. I still have to return to the Blue Dragon Palace. Xiaochen had come out of the Blue Dragon Palace in too much of a rush. There were many things that he had not dealt with yet. Since Xiaochen was fine now, he had to make a trip back. Zongtian nodded and immediately left. Although he was injured, as long as he appeared in Bushan Palace alive, he would be able to use the fame of a prime to suppress the 3 holy masters. Then, he would be able to gather all the power of the Bushan Palace and use the prestige of a prime to suppress the 3 holy masters. The Fox King performed a cupped fist salute and left as well. The heavenly starry ocean was undergoing a huge change. The entire Kunlun realm would probably descend into chaos. The fiend domain also needed him to hold down the fort. When Xiaochen entered the Blue Dragon Palace, the old dragon horse and the other item spirits had been waiting for a long time. Sorry, don't blame us for hiding it from you. If we did not, you would not have been able to clear the road of trials, the old dragon horse said. Everyone had their own standpoint. From different positions, they saw things differently. Xiaochen could understand that the other party was doing this for his own good. What he said was true. The more important thing was that Zongtian and the Fox King were both fortunate and fine. Naturally, Xiaochen would not blame these people. I understand. I want to retrieve the heavenly flame's origin flame. Furthermore, I would like to move the Blue Dragon Palace to Heavenly Star Island. I wonder if the seniors can do that. The Blue Dragon Palace itself was a supreme treasure. With the Blue Dragon Palace guarding Heavenly Star Island, the Dragon's Gate should not have to worry. The old dragon horse hesitated for a while before saying, "Everything in the Blue Dragon Palace is yours now. Naturally, you can get the Heavenly Flame's origin flame. However, moving the Blue Dragon Palace to Heavenly Star Island is rather difficult. With your current strength, you are not able to refine the Blue Dragon Palace yet. Do your best to help me think of a way. Please," Xiaochen said with a cupped fist salute. Why don't we carry it back with our bare hands? Since we can't refine it, we can only use this stupid method. It's just that it will be a bit tiring, the azure-clothed man suddenly said with a smile. The old dragon horse was stunned for a while before saying, "That is also a solution. The 5 elements absolute sealing formation can be moved away." Of course, the core of the 5-element absolute sealing formation has always been the Blue Dragon Hall. Furthermore, the Blue Dragon Hall wasn't here in the past. The matter of the Blue Dragon Palace moving back to the Dragon's Gate was settled. The black-clad old man took out the purple crystal containing the heavenly flame's origin and handed it to Xiaochen. After Xiaochen put it away, he discovered that the old dragon horse was looking at him with a grave expression. It seemed like it had something to say but was hesitant. "Old senior, do you have any instructions? Forget it, I don't need it for now. You go do what you need to do. After you have calmed down for a while, I will tell you some things, as well as some duties that the master of the Blue Dragon Palace needs to fulfill. Xiaochen nodded thoughtfully to show that he understood. It was impossible for there to be only benefits and no duties in the world. Xiaochen obtained the inheritance and broke the restrictions. These were all benefits. However, the duties that he needed to fulfill were not clear. However, Xiaochen could not rush it. Since the old dragon horse did not say, he was too embarrassed to ask. Furthermore, this was not the time to be conflicted about this. After leaving the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiaochen walked around the walls. After he found a suitable angle, he grabbed it with both hands and pulled hard. Rumble. The Blue Dragon Palace was uprooted like a huge tree. Xiaochen felt incredibly tired, like he was hugging a mountain. However, no matter how tired he was, he had to do it. This was a treasure even more valuable than a mountain of gold. Holding the bottom of the Blue Dragon Palace with one hand, Xiaochen clenched his teeth. Vital qi surged in his body, gushing endlessly like a great river. 1,000 dragons danced wildly behind him, and streams of dragon-shaped energy flew everywhere. With 1,000 dragon force, Xiaochen roared and finally lifted the entire Blue Dragon Palace. Then, he soared into the air and quickly flew in the direction of the heavenly starry ocean. Along the way, the people who saw this scene were all stunned. This was simply a spectacle. Xiaochen actually moved the entire Blue Dragon Palace away. It looked simple, like one could move the entire Blue Dragon Palace with just a little bit of strength. However, in this world, only Xiaochen had the ability to do so. If it were anyone else, as long as the old dragon horse was unwilling, they would not be able to do so. Even the heaven-punishing corpse god, who cultivated his physical body to the Tao, could not get close to the Blue Dragon Palace, much less lift it up. Xiaochen worried about the situation of the heavenly starry ocean and the safety of the Dragon's Gate's people. Although it was tiring, Xiaochen did not dare to relax for even a moment. He directly unfurled the Blue Dragon divine wings and continuously flapped them, exhausting his veritable essence energy. Everywhere he passed, strong winds blew, like a 5,000-kilometer-long sword tearing a long passageway through the clouds. Relying on the Blue Dragon divine wings and his veritable essence energy, Xiaochen finally arrived at the edge of the sea after half a day. When he got closer, he could see the scarlet spiritual clouds in the heavenly starry ocean even more clearly. Those scarlet spiritual clouds were not formed of baleful qi. Blood symbolized inauspiciousness and massacre. However, apart from killing intent, the blood-colored spiritual clouds also contained pure spiritual energy. This was exceptionally eye-catching in the dense scarlet clouds. This also confused Xiaochen. What exactly is going on? I left a messaging talisman with Mo-chin. Once something happens, she will contact me. There has been no news from the messaging talisman. Could something have happened to Mo-chin? With this thought, Xiaochen became even more anxious. The Blue Dragon divine wings on his back flapped even more ferociously. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, many figures leaped out of the sea in a fluster. Xiaochen, who was holding up the Blue Dragon Palace, could clearly see that these were the merfolk race of the chaotic demonic sea. Quick, look! That is the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen. Quickly informed the Empress. The merfolk race immediately discovered Xiaochen's village chief. Soon, they saw the merfolk race's Empress Yao Yan rushing over, escorted by a group of merfolk race upper echelon. Then, she gave instructions to the others to lead the merfolk race ashore and continue their journey. Sorry, I am holding up the Blue Dragon Palace and cannot greet you. Tell me what happened in the heavenly starry ocean and what is going on with you all. Seeing Yao Yan walking over alone, Xiaochen asked anxiously with a helpless expression while holding up the Blue Dragon Palace. Yao Yan looked at the strenuous Xiaochen and said, "This is the Blue Dragon Palace. It looks like you already went in. Perhaps the heavenly starry ocean can still be saved." Xiaochen's expression changed. He demanded sullenly, "Tell me what happened." Yao Yan let out a long sigh and said, "Everything is over. Now, aside from Zodiac Hall, Bright Moon City, and Myriad Fiend Island, all the other factions and sects of the heavenly starry ocean have been destroyed. This is simply the end of the world." "What exactly happened?" "You know about the sea market controlled by the Treasure Master, right? Originally, everyone thought that those huge immortal statues were just decorations. However, now, they actually all came to life. 18 immortal statues swept through the place. No one could stop them. The Heavenly Province Academy, the 5 Poison Sect, and the Yin-Yang Paradise were the first to be destroyed. The 5 Poison Sect's Church Master did not even have time to flee before the immortal statues crushed him into a meat patty." Yao Yan's expression remained calm, not showing any crazed expression. However, her words sounded like a fantasy story, too shocking. Xiaochen forced out a smile and said, "You must be lying to me. How could the dead immortals come back to life?" "I'm not lying to you. Soon, this calamity will sweep through the entire oceanic world. At that time, not a single place will be safe." Xiaochen remembered that the Myriad Law Fiend Master once told him that there was a hidden danger in the heavenly starry ocean. Once it happened, it would be the end of the world. No one would be able to stop it. At that time, Xiaochen did not believe it. Unexpectedly, it became a reality in less than 2 months. Xiaochen remembered that the Myriad Law Fiend Master told him to cherish the peaceful days he had now. Unexpectedly, the Myriad Law Fiend Master's words hit the mark. The 2 months of peace really became the calm before the storm. "How's the Dragon's Gate? What's the situation at Heavenly Star Island?" Xiaochen reacted, his expression changing wildly. He did not even have time to send a message. Could the Dragon's Gate have been surrounded by the immortal statues and instantly destroyed? Immediately, Xiaochen felt somewhat startled. He really did not want the blood-clad sect to hold the Dragon's Gate hostage to happen again. "I'm not sure. After I received the news, I started preparing for the migration of the merfolk race. The chaotic demonic sea will not be peaceful for long. I need to get my people to leave the oceanic world as soon as possible." Yao Yan revealed an apologetic expression, showing fatigue and helplessness. Some despair also appeared in the depths of her eyes. Chapter 1503. Take care. "I'll be leaving first," Yao Yan said softly with a fatigued expression. Xiaochen asked, "Where are you going?" "Kunlun Mountain is the safest place in the entire Kunlun realm." That place was indeed the safest place in the entire Kunlun realm. Several of the demonic calamities had taken refuge in Kunlun Mountain. However, this time, there might not be a safe place in the entire Kunlun realm. "Take care." Xiaochen sent off Yao Yan with his eyes, feeling somewhat heavy. He had only been gone for a few days, and such a huge change happened in the heavenly starry ocean. Could this have something to do with his trip to the Blue Dragon Palace? The more Xiaochen thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The trip to the Blue Dragon Palace had delayed half the Kunlun realm's primes, resulting in injuries and deaths. If not for Xiaochen specifically instructing the Cyclic Astral Lord and the other primes not to go, the entire heavenly starry ocean would have fallen already. "Never mind, I'll go to Heavenly Star Island first. Right now, the most important thing is to ensure the Dragon's Gate's safety." After verifying the direction, Xiaochen ferociously flapped the blue dragon divine wings. Then, he leaped 50 kilometers, moving like a strong wind and lightning, like the legendary Great Rock. Whoosh! The moment Xiaochen entered the oceanic world, something strange happened. The pressure on Xiao Qin, who was holding up the Blue Dragon Palace, suddenly increased explosively. That aura, which initially only made him feel some fear, seemed to be everywhere. Now that he entered the oceanic world, this aura seemed to be everywhere, spreading and encasing the entire oceanic world. Boom! Xiao Chen's entire body fell to the surface of the sea. Whoosh! Immediately, 10 odd waves soared into the sky. After Xiao Chen landed, it became much more difficult to fly again. If he put down the Blue Dragon Palace, he could continue flying. However, that would be pointless. Xiao Chen had put in so much effort to move the Blue Dragon Palace to the Dragon's Gate. So be it. With my speed, even if I run at full speed, I might not be much slower. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen raised the Blue Dragon Palace and continued running on the sea. As he ventured deeper into the ocean world, the pressure on his body increased bit by bit. Everywhere he passed, he saw even more oceanic powers that were migrating and fleeing. Most of them were extremely panicked, and they'd given up on sects that had existed for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Even an immortal sacred ground like the Heavenly Province Academy was annihilated. How could these factions dare to remain in the oceanic world? If they did, they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Occasionally, Xiao Chen asked some people about the Heavenly Starry Ocean and the Dragon's Gate. These people had a rough understanding of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. However, they did not know anything about the Dragon's Gate. When several people heard that Xiao Chen was going to the Heavenly Starry Ocean, their expressions changed slightly. The Heavenly Starry Ocean has already turned into hell on earth. The immortal statues are killing machines. Wherever he goes, blood flows like a river. With a single stomp, he can easily slaughter the people of an entire city. Yes, my friend escaped from there. The entire sky was blood red. I don't see any life force. Furthermore, the Treasure Master's residence's people are still capturing people everywhere. It's a tragic sight. Even the Holy Land with the 3 primes will not be able to last for long. The news that Xiao Chen obtained was depressing. Some martial emperors were even frightened out of their wits. However, Xiao Chen had to go to the Heavenly Starry Ocean. Xiao Chen increased his speed and continued forward. After half a day, he finally arrived at the edge of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. Whoosh! 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 Seabirds blotted out the sky and sun above, forming a flock as they left. All sorts of ferocious beasts rode the wind and broke the waves on the surface of the sea. These sea beasts were all leaving the Heavenly Starry Ocean. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The hearts of the people were separated, and the birds and beasts were startled. What exactly was the situation in the Heavenly Starry Ocean? Along the way, many cultivators lost all will to resist. They only cared about fleeing, losing all courage. Are the enemies really that strong? Heavenly Starry Ocean, let me see what exactly is going on. With a trace of stubbornness, Xiao Chen held up the Blue Dragon Palace and faced the boundless tide as he swam against the current. The Blue Dragon Palace that Xiao Chen held up exuded a strong dragon might. The ferocious sea beasts did not dare to seek trouble for him at all. He was like a sharp sword swinging over, and countless ferocious beasts took the initiative to separate. The moment Xiao Chen stepped into the Heavenly Starry Ocean, an unpleasant stench of blood mixed with the smell of seawater assaulted his nose. When Xiao Chen looked around, the islands at the periphery were empty. Everyone had already fled long ago. Rumble. The sounds of intense fighting could be heard in the sky. In the distant sky. Light burst out, and the sky seemed to tear apart, sending down countless beams of starlight. Xiao Chen could vaguely see a huge silhouette. Even from tens of thousands of kilometers away, he felt a strong might and pressure. That was in the direction of the Zodiac Hall. The ones fighting should be the cyclic astral lord and some immortal statues. Xiao withdrew his gaze and did not say anything. He showed a sullen expression as the blue dragon divine wings on his back unfurled once more. Enduring the huge pressure, the wings flapped ferociously, and Xiao soared into the air again. At this point, Xiao already felt exceptionally anxious. Even if he had to exhaust his veritable essence energy, he had to rush to Heavenly Star Island. A strong wind blew for 500,000 kilometers, and Xiao moved like a meteor tearing through the sky. The wind blew past his ears, and his hair and clothes fluttered wildly. Xiao casually swept his gaze around. Many of the islands below had fiery lights soaring into the sky. Many of the treasure master's residence's cultivators were in the rubble, capturing people everywhere. Their methods were cruel and crude, placing people into cages as if they were livestock. There were too many of them. Even if Xiao wanted to save them, he could not. The treasure master's people did not kill these people on the spot. Instead, they captured them. This made Xiao think of a phrase, blood sacrifice. When making sacrifices to the demonic god, it required a large amount of fresh blood and souls of living people. Could the treasure master's residence really have something to do with the deep abyss demonic world? There was no time to think. As Xiao quickly advanced, Heavenly Star Island finally appeared at the limits of his vision. Unexpectedly, this sea region was completely silent. There was no smell of blood in the air either. Whoosh! Xiao landed on the surface of the sea and looked around suspiciously. The intense battle that he expected did not happen. There was no bloody scene either. The Dragon's Gate. When Xiao looked up, he executed his heavenly eye. Whoosh! The heavenly eye turned into a diamond-shaped beam of light that shot out. After traveling 500 kilometers, it hovered in the sky. The diamond-shaped beam of light was like a divine eye. It clearly saw everything below, down to the finest detail. Xiao narrowed his gaze and looked in the direction of Heavenly Star Island, squinting. Mo Chen and the Dragon's Gate's people on the city walls showed anxious expressions. However, they were all there. It's fine. The Dragon's Gate's people are fine. Xiao withdrew his heavenly eye. Wild joy appeared in his heart as he rushed towards Heavenly Star Island. Bang! 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 Xiao gently pushed off with his feet. With every step he took, he moved with great force, kicking up boundless waves that soared into the sky. Even from a distance, he could see them. After about 7 minutes, Mo Chen and the others on the city gates discovered a palace hall flying over from the sea. That is, the Blue Dragon Palace. Mo Chen's eyes were very sharp. She had read a lot of books. She could recognize the palace hall's origins from its rough outline. Miss Mo, there seems to be someone under the palace hall. Soon, someone on the city gates saw this strange scene. Mo Chen showed a startled expression as she said, "It's Big Brother Xiao. Quickly, get him to stop. Don't continue." The others all cried out like they were startled awake from a dream. They did not show any excitement or joy when they saw Xiao. Instead, their eyes filled with worry. As they were too far away, Xiao could not hear them clearly. When he heard them clearly, he discovered another person in front. It was the young treasure master. Yiling crossed his arms and revealed a smile on his face. He said indifferently, "Blue Dragon King, long time no see." Xiao looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he immediately felt wary. "There's no need to look. It's just me. Not bad. You even moved the Blue Dragon Palace back. You must be thinking of putting it on Heavenly Star Island, right?" Yiling said with a fake smile, showing a mocking expression. "Unfortunately, there is no such chance." Behind him, the statue of an immortal slowly poked its head out of the sea, rising higher and higher. Soon, it surpassed the height of the Blue Dragon Palace and cast a huge shadow over Xiao Qin, encasing him completely. Xiao Qian's spiritual sense was sharp. He sensed another immortal statue slowly emerging behind him. Chapter 1504. Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat. This was a trap. The treasure master already predicted that Xiao Qian would appear. There were only a total of 18 immortal statues, and he set up an ambush for Xiao Qin. No wonder no one from the Dragon's Gate dared to appear or use the messaging token to contact Xiao Qin. The treasure master feared that Xiao Qin would rush over after hearing the news and end up falling into an ambush. However, the treasure master predicted that Xiao Qin would definitely come. Furthermore, he was right. Xiao Qin, have a taste of the great gift that I prepared for you. Ha 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 ha. Yi Ling laughed loudly, and his body slowly immaterialized. This was just one of his clones. Clearly, Yi Ling was not bold enough to show his true body before Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin could instantly suppress him within 1 kilometer. The huge immortal statue was 10 kilometers tall. At this moment, it was only halfway out, but it already surpassed the height of Xiao Qin and the Blue Dragon Palace. Rise! Xiao Qin shouted and soared into the air while holding up the Blue Dragon Palace. Then, he ferociously tossed the entire Blue Dragon Palace towards Heavenly Star Island. As long as the Blue Dragon Palace reached Heavenly Star Island and laid down the 5-element absolute ceiling formation, the Dragon's Gate's safety would be assured. Xiao Qin would no longer have to worry. At the same time, Xiao Qin executed the fish dragon art. Then, he moved in an arc and escaped the encirclement of the 2 immortal statues, retreating 10 kilometers. Xiao Qin looked up. The 2 immortal statues were like 2 tall mountains. When he raised his head, he could only see the necks of the statues. One of them was rather special, carrying a sword on its back. Xiao Qin did not know if it would use it or not. Xiao Qin also felt suspicious. How could such a huge statue move nimbly? How could it strike him, who was like an ant in the statue's eyes? The destructive power of the immortal statues that could destroy cities, islands, and sects went without saying. They were so huge that they could destroy a city with one stomp. However, in a one-on-one fight, Xiao Qin could not help doubting the combat prowess of these immortal statues. With this thought in mind, a palm clenched into a fist and slammed toward Xiao Qin. Above his head, the sunlight was immediately blocked. The entire fist aura was like a mountain, shrouding Xiao Qin in its shadow. Whoosh! With a flash, Xiao Qin dodged the attack with relative ease. Just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, he realized that he was once again shrouded by a shadow. It was the statue of the Immortal who had clenched his fist and opened it into a palm. All of a sudden, the range of coverage increased by 1,000 meters, making it impossible for Xiao Qin to dodge. His body had no choice but to quickly dive into the sea and sink. With a loud bang, the seawater on the surface of the sea split open like a piece of tofu and then splashed all over the sky. The enormous palm force passed through the water's surface and hit Xiao Qin. Like a cannonball, he was sent flying into the mud at the bottom of the sea. The 2 immortal statues sank into the water at the same time and stomped their feet. In an instant, heaven and earth shook, and many islands split apart. The boundless seawater could not withstand this huge force, so it was squeezed out, forming a vacuum. A huge hole appeared on the surface of the sea. At the same time, towering waves surged out in all directions like a tsunami. A strong wind and torrential rain poured down from the sky. The various might of the immortal statues caused mysterious phenomena to appear. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and storms and tsunamis surged. The entire scene looked like the end of the world. The 2 immortal statues trampled on Xiao Qin, who had fallen to the bottom of the sea, and forced him out of the water. Mud covered Xiao Qian's clothes. As the heavy rain poured down, he was drenched. In just a simple exchange, Xiao Chen was reduced to a sorry state. He no longer dared to underestimate the individual combat prowess of these immortal statues. Whoosh! The two immortal statues moved their hands, forming hand seals at the same time. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. Could it be that they know magic skills? In the next moment, Xiao Chen's guess came true. Electricity flickered between the fingers of the immortal statue's right hand as it stretched out its hand. Crackle! Thousands upon thousands of 100-meter-long spears appeared in the sky, each surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. Together with the torrential rain, these spears densely encased Xiao Chen. With a thought, 7 divine weapons appeared around Xiao Chen. Amid the rain, 7 figures materialized, holding the 7 deadly sins. A 7-person yin-yang saber formation revolved around Xiao Chen's treasures, helping him block the lightning spears one after another. At this moment, the other immortal statue finished preparing its magic skill. It opened its mouth and spat out a flame. This flame was the true flame that immortals use to refine medicinal pills. It was no weaker than a primal chaos-level flame like the heavenly snow divine flame. Furthermore, there were many of them. The moment the flame appeared, it spread for 500 kilometers. There was no way to escape. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chen waved his hands, and a resplendent Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram appeared in front of him, blocking the dense true flame. Just as the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram was about to shatter, Xiao Chen soared into the air and escaped the sea of fire with a few flashes. Although Xiao Chen escaped the sea of fire, he could not avoid getting injured by the lightning spears falling from the sky, leaving behind flickering sparks. Starry Heaven Storm. The moment Xiao Chen stabilized himself, he executed his counterattack. It was the minor magic skill, Starry Heaven Storm. Right now, Xiao Chen was much stronger than before. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness was as vast as the sea. He was able to use this little divine ability with ease. Night descended in the sky above. The stars in the universe flickered endlessly. The vast starry heavens were forged by fate. The stars in the sky were the chess pieces crisscrossing each other. The sky was the board, and the stars were the chess pieces. How could the child of fate move rashly? With a thought, Xiao Chen's simulated starry heavens pushed 9 stars, bringing out the might of this starry heaven storm to its peak. Whoosh! The 9 starry heaven storms merged into one, turning into a black curtain of night that surged out. The lightning spears filling the sky were immediately blown away, and the flames were blown back. After using the starry heaven storm to resolve the other party's 2 magic skills, Xiao Chen stood in the air, staring at the 2 immortal statues in the distance, not daring to relax at all. Let's see how long you can last. In the darkness, Yi Ling said with a sinister expression when he saw Xiao Chen dodge several dangerous moves and still have the strength to fight. A treasure pearl appeared in Yi Ling's hand. Then, he sent out a thought, and the eyes of the 2 immortal statues suddenly turned scarlet. Their attacks became even sharper and more ferocious. Xiao Chen kept one thing on his mind. As he faced the 2 immortal statues' ferocious advance and ferocious attacks, he kept dodging. He did his best not to come into direct contact with them. For now, his priority was to figure out the true strength of the immortal statues. The vast sea split apart, and a strong wind and heavy rain fell in the air. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. The dark clouds looked like the entire sky was about to fall and could be touched by stretching out one's hand. As Yi Ling looked at Xiao Chen, who was in an increasingly sorry state and could die at any moment, his lips finally curled up in a cold smile. Xiao Chen, you did not expect this day to come, right? Back then, you broke my arms. Today, I will return it tenfold. I will trample you into meat paste and make you wish you were dead. When Xiao Chen heard that, he revealed a disdainful smile and said, Young treasure master, why the need to hide? Do you dare to reveal your true body? Don't worry. When you are about to die, I will definitely trample heavily on you and fulfill your wish. Yi Ling was not a fool. Naturally, he would not be provoked by Xiao Chen's words and stupidly jump out. Amid the intense battle, Xiao Chen looked calmly at the two immortal statues as he quickly analyzed them. The immortal statues possessed the strength of a prime just by relying on their physical bodies. Furthermore, their speed, reaction, and nimbleness were not slow. The more horrifying thing was that they knew magic skills and could use immortal arts. Furthermore, they had bodies that were nearly immortal and did not feel pain. Right now, the only uncertain thing was whether these immortal statues could use magic treasures or not. Only after confirming the true limits of the immortal statues could Xiao Chen go all out. It was fine if he did not make a move. Once he made a move, he needed to gain something. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the huge sword on the back of the immortal statue on the left. Needless to say, the sword was definitely a magic treasure. I'll use you to test it out. After dodging the attacks of the two immortal statues, Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he executed the divine dragon tail whip. Then, he moved in a huge arc and instantly appeared in front of the immortal statue on the left. The myriad heaven divine fist, a distant legend, gave off a divine light that filled the sky. The world chanted Xiao Chen's epic poem, continuously supporting this punch. The light of the fist seemed to contain a 1,000-year-old legend, boundlessly resplendent. Paw! Before the fist light arrived, the other immortal statue punched Xiao Chen. Pu ci. Pu ci. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, paying the price for this reckless attack. Good. Yi Ling, who was in the dark, could not help calling out softly when he saw this scene. Xiao Chen's body landed on a wave. The wave carried a huge force, tossing Xiao Chen high into the air. Strong winds blew and heavy rain fell without end. Xiao Chen's complexion paled slightly, but he revealed a faint smile. Xiao Chen finally came to the conclusion that the immortal statues were not ridiculously strong. They could not use magic treasures, the sword was just a decoration. Otherwise, Xiao Chen would not have needed his companion to finish off that earlier punch. His own sword strike would have been more powerful, faster, and more direct. Kill him. Yi Ling, who felt that Xiao Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight, jumped out and ordered coldly. The immortal statue with the sword on its back leaped forward and punched at Xiao Chen, who was tossed into the air by the wave. 10,000 bolts of lightning flickered behind the immortal statue. The force of this punch triggered a boundless mysterious phenomenon, illuminating the huge immortal statue, looking incredibly horrifying. The legend still exists, and the glory will not fade. Xiao Chen suddenly shouted in the air. The scattered light from the earlier distant legend quickly gathered in his body. In the dark space, amid the strong wind and heavy rain, Xiao Chen's body glowed faintly, looking like the only light in the dark night. The distant legend, the glory of the epic, played out in this world. Xiao Chen punched, clashing with that huge immortal statue's fist with his insignificant body. Bang! The two fists clashed, and the world shook. Xiao Chen merged his veritable essence energy, magic energy, and vital qi into one, gathering them all on his fist. Amid a loud sound, Xiao Chen forcefully blocked that punch, not taking a single step back. In the dark night, Xiao Chen was as insignificant as an ant, and the immortal statue was as huge as a mountain. However, the other party's fist could not move Xiao Chen at all. Lightning, thunder, and heavy rain materialized. Yi Ling watched this scene in disbelief, not daring to believe what he saw. Myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending, tenfold combat prowess. Again. Xiao Chen laughed maniacally. Instead of advancing, he retreated, using deities descending to increase his combat prowess tenfold. Ka xie. Cassier. The huge statue's arm cracked as it stumbled, continuously moving back. Major magic skill, Dermic World. Scram. The other immortal statue wanted to reinforce Xiao Qin, who was about to launch a counterattack, but he did not fear it at all. Xiao Qian's figure wavered, and his Dermic World appeared. It was 3 kilometers tall. Then, it kicked the immortal statue that came to reinforce Xiao Qin and sent it flying. Chapter 1505. It was not over yet. Xiao Qian's major magic skill, Dermic World, now lasted 7 seconds longer than the original 3. 7 seconds was sufficient for Xiao Qin to do many things. Xiao Qin kicked away the immortal statue that came to help. Then, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the one-armed immortal statue. While you are down, I will take your life. After executing so many killing moves, if he still could not kill an immortal statue, Xiao Qin would suffer a great loss. The 7 divine weapons merged into one, and Xiao Qin materialized the Flawless Saber Technique. Flawless Saber Technique, Void-Breaking Stance. When Xiao Qin executed the void-breaking stance with his Dermic Incarnation, its might multiplied. With his Dermic Incarnation, Xiao Qian's Taiji Saber domain expanded from 1 kilometer to 10 kilometers. The amount of energy that Zhang Xian could absorb was 10 times greater than before. When Zhang Xian executed the Void Piercer, when he executed the void-breaking stance, resplendent light illuminated this pitch-black space for tens of thousands of kilometers, making it look like day. The saber light flickered on the saber's edge, extending for 10 kilometers, reaching the sky and the ground. Dang! A crack appeared in the immortal statue's body. Countless rocks fell off, looking like small mountains. Dragon Subduing Stance, the Flawless Saber Technique's second move. Using the might of a true dragon, one stands on thousands of true dragon images. When the saber descended, it was like 1,000 dragons gathered together and formed a dragon pillar. The immortal statue took another step back, and another wound appeared on its chest. Xiao Qian's swift and ruthless killing move did not give the one-armed immortal statue any chance to catch its breath. Xiao Qian's figure flashed, and he leaped into the clouds using his Dermic Incarnation. A figure soared into the air, flying and setting the moon. This was the Flawless Saber Technique's third move. Xiao Qian chopped off the immortal statue's other arm, which looked like the moon. When the 7 seconds were up, Xiao Qian recovered his true form, and the other immortal statue charged over again. How noisy! The 2 immortal statues harassed him, annoying him to no end. Xiao Qian turned his head around and executed the Flawless Saber Technique's strongest move, the Heartbreaking Stance. He immediately felt an intense pain in his chest. Heartbreaking. First shattering oneself, then shattering the enemy. Amidst the pain, the potential of the entire body was stimulated, harming the enemy while harming 800. When Xiao Qian swung his saber, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the chest of the immortal statue that he blocked with his hand. Xiao Qian's heart stirred. This immortal statue was incomparably huge, but its physical body should still be that of a human. It was just that he had used some sort of secret technique to become like this. Retreat. A statue of an immortal had both its arms cut off and was riddled with saber scars. A large hole appeared in the other treasure master's chest. The young treasure master Yi Ling's expression changed drastically. Then, he sent a thought into the pearl and quickly retreated. The 2 immortal statues leaped into the air and tried their best to retreat. Can you come and go as you please? Xiao Qian snorted coldly and drew his lunar shadow saber, tossing it into the air. The lunar shadow saber gave off a resplendent light, looking like the sun as it flew down. The great Tao energy behind Xiao Qian condensed into a point and then rose rapidly. When the Tao might reached its peak, it infused into the lunar shadow saber, making it even more resplendent. When the lunar shadow saber landed, it happened to stab into the immortal statue that had lost both arms, knocking it into the air. Then, it plunged into the sea and stabbed firmly into the seabed. Seeing one of the undefeatable immortal statues get destroyed, Yi Ling felt his heart bleed. At the same time, he felt even more horrified. Fortunately, the mission that the treasure master gave him was not to kill Xiao Qin. It was just to probe Xiao Qian's strength. However, Yi Ling, who originally did not think much of it, thought that he could easily suppress Xiao Qin with the two immortal statues. Now, it looked like that was just wishful thinking. He finally believed the treasure master's words. After succeeding in one strike, Xiao Qin stopped chasing. His figure flashed, and then he smashed the sea with his palm. Bang! The seawater parted, revealing a huge immortal statue at the bottom. A saber was stabbed into the back of the statue. Xiao Qin descended and drew the lunar shadow saber. Ka-xie! The great Tao energy exploded within the statue, shattering it in front of Xiao Qin. This did not surprise Xiao Qin. The immortal statue was already severely injured by the flawless saber technique in the first place. In the end, the transcendent divine weapon containing great Tao energy dealt a fatal blow. It would be hard for the immortal statue not to shatter. Whoosh! 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 Sonic booms rang out from behind. When Mo Chen, Lan Tianji, Yu, and the others saw that the danger was over, they flew over. Big Brother Xiao. Mo Chen said, wanting to explain something. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to say anything. I understand. Are the people of the Dragon's Gate fine?" Mo Chen nodded and said, "They're fine. After I received the news, I gathered the people of the nearby islands in Heaven Dragon City. I originally thought that the two statues would attack Heaven Dragon City. Who knew, they did not do anything. At that time, I had my suspicions." Xiao Chen said, "They are testing my strength. The treasure master will probably make a move on the Dragon's Gate at the last moment." Mo Chen quickly suggested, "How about we leave now?" During this period of time, Heaven Dragon City has already been completely established. It is connected to the entire Heavenly Star Island and can fly the entire island to the continent. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "It has not reached that stage yet. I still have to go and rescue the three immortal holy lands. I can't just watch as they get destroyed. Furthermore, will it be safe to flee to Kunlun Mountain?" "What do you mean?" Big Brother Xiao Qin. The others did not understand what Xiao Qin meant, revealing doubtful expressions. As Xiao Qin studied the statue fragments, he said, "If I guessed right, the treasure master has a deep connection to the Dark Church. This is just the beginning. Soon, the world-destroying demonic calamity will descend. At that time, there will be no place in the entire Kunlun realm that is absolutely safe." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Lan Tianji and the others changed slightly. Clearly, they had not expected that the matter of the heavenly starry ocean was just the beginning. "Hey!" Xiao Chen pushed aside the statue fragments and found a heart-shaped stone. When he held it in his hand, he could actually hear the sound of a heartbeat. Long ago, the immortal statues must have been living immortals. However, they used secret techniques and magic skills to become like this. Logically speaking, their bodies should not have any life force. However, this heart still had some life force. Immediately, Xiao Chen understood a little. The treasure master controlled these immortal statues and supported them with this heart in his hand. The treasure master should have used the puppet pearl to activate these hearts and then gain control of them. In other words, as long as the treasure master shattered the immortal statue's heart, this huge killing machine would be nothing more than a pile of rocks. No wonder Yi Ling quickly retreated after Xiao Qin shattered the immortal statue's heart with heartbreaking. If Yi Ling had not retreated, that immortal statue would have slowly died from the shattering of its heart. How unfortunate. If Yi Ling left now, there would definitely be a way to repair it. If only Shao Qin had hardened his heart and chased for a while longer, he would have left the two immortal statues behind. Big brother Shao, what are you thinking about? Imochen asked when she saw that Shao Qin remained silent for a long time. Shao Qin revealed a smile and said, I think I roughly know some of the weaknesses of these immortal statues. Come back with me. I have to go to the Blue Dragon Palace to confirm it first. At the secret island where the treasure master's residence was, many warships and war chariots dragged countless cultivators over like they were livestock. All the cultivators had their cultivations crippled and were tied up with ropes. Then, they were piled up in a huge cave in the treasure master's residence. The treasure master watched all this expressionlessly, entering deep thought. This is not enough. The quality of these cultivators is too low. It is not enough to summon the demonic god back. I need to break through the 3 immortal holy lands. There are countless high-level Emperor Wu there. Lord Treasure Master, the young Treasure Master is back. A subordinate came to report. The Treasure Master nodded slightly and said, let him come over. The young Treasure Master, Yi Ling, walked over while trembling with fear. He lowered his head and said, Father, you are right. 2 immortal statues indeed cannot kill him. The Treasure Master did not show any surprise. He said indifferently, explain the process in detail. Tell me everything that you saw in detail. After Yi Ling finished, the Treasure Master sighed and said, nurturing a tiger is a calamity. I guessed long ago that he would grow into a great problem for me. Unfortunately, I could not steel myself to eliminate him like how I eliminated the Thunder King. However, that's fine. This time, even if the Qing Emperor were alive, no one would be able to stop me. Chapter 1506. In the Blue Dragon Palace, Shao Qin held the immortal statue's heart as he consulted the old dragon horse and the other seniors. Seniors, this is the heart of the immortal statue. It still has a strong life force. Do any of you know of any puppet techniques in the outside world that can control an ancient era's immortal body? The moment the question was posed, the old dragon horse and the others laughed. This confused Shao Qin. The young woman said, let me explain. The development of puppetry in the outside world is far beyond what you can imagine. Not to mention the immortal bodies of the immortal epic, even bodies from dozens of epochs ago can be controlled. In my opinion, this immortal statue's strength is far greater than this. However, due to the laws of the Kunlun realm, they are limited to a limit, unable to advance further. As for the methods, there are simply too many. There are thousands of clans and sects that are famous for their puppetry techniques. When Shao Qin heard this, he blushed with shame. No wonder these seniors would laugh. In the end, it was still a problem of their horizons. If a 3-year-old child were to ask him whether it was amazing to lift a mountain rock, he would also laugh involuntarily. The azure-clad man said sullenly, you can't say that. After all, this is the Kunlun realm, an abandoned land. Even if experts from the outside world came in, their strength would not surpass that of a supreme being. To be able to control so many immortal statues is also an extremely impressive feat, thought occurred to Shao Qin. He asked, Seniors, do you know if there is a faction called the Dark Church in the outside world? Even if you didn't tell us, we would have told you. Back then, when the Qing Emperor was fighting with this group of people, the Qing Emperor didn't kill them. Based on our speculation, the Nether sect is not a simple sect. The green-clad man said as he looked at Shao Qin. What's not simple about it? How should I put it? In the outside world, there are very few sects and powers that call themselves sections. That's because being a sect is a taboo. Without a certain level of strength and foundation, if you dare to call yourself a sect, you will be suppressed by those big sects and be labeled as an evil sect. It will be very difficult for you to survive. You should know that a single sect in the outside world can spawn countless other sects, spanning 10 or even 100 greater thousand worlds. For example, Buddhism and Confucianism. There are tens of thousands of temples, big and small. Their incense sticks are flourishing and never waning. Therefore, any force that uses the name of a sect is either a small force that no one pays attention to, or a force that is terrifyingly strong. Xiao Qin hastily asked, "Is the Nether sect the former or the latter?" The green-clothed man entered deep thought. After a while, he said, "The outside world does not have a sect called the Dark Church. At the very least, the large sects do not have this name. However, when the Qing Emperor fought with this group of people back then, the Dark Church did not have this name. We guessed that this Dark Church should be a large sect in the outside world. However, they changed their name in the Kunlun realm. To be able to spend so much money to operate in the banished lands, it's not something that a small cult can do." Xiao Qin was shocked. He did not expect the Nether sect to have such a powerful background. Then what is their purpose? Purpose. Their goal was, of course, the origin heart. After every epic ended, they would form an abandoned land with an origin heart. As long as they obtained the origin heart, they would have a chance to comprehend the mysteries of the epic's rise and fall. Aside from all this, the origin heart itself is a divine item. It can increase one's cultivation and comprehension of the Tao. Many major characters of the outside world would fight for it. The green-clothed man continued, "However, very few people in the outside world have such intentions. Firstly, it is too difficult and time-consuming. Secondly, it goes against the heavenly Tao and affects one's luck. Even if I don't obtain the heart of origin, there will still be other benefits. For example, I can occupy this land of exile and develop it into the territory of my own sect, providing an endless stream of believers and strengthening the sect's incense. Hence, every abandoned land is similar to the Kunlun realm. There are existences like the Dark Church with all sorts of intentions." Xiao Qin finally understood. In the past, he always wondered why the Dark Church appeared out of nowhere. It turned out that even without the Dark Church, there would be other factions with the same intentions. As for the origin heart, Xiao Qin knew that it was in Kunlun Mountain. No wonder there were experts guarding Kunlun Mountain all year round, never leaving it. The experts of the various races would put aside their past enmity and defend the Kunlun realm together. Now, everything made sense. If the origin heart was snatched away, the Kunlun realm would become a wasteland. No matter which race it was, they would all perish, becoming slaves of others. If they did not work together to face the demonic calamity together, they would just be seeking their own destruction. What are you worried about? Don't overthink. As long as you are strong enough, you can salvage everything. Back then, the Qing Emperor did so. He fought against the entire Dark Church alone. If he can do it, so can you, the green-clothed man consoled. Xiao Qin looked at the immortal statue heart in his hand with a somewhat grave expression. He kept feeling that this demonic calamity was extraordinary. It would be different from the past demonic calamities. This would be a battle of true destruction. Never mind, I'm not thinking too much. After putting away the immortal statue heart, Xiao Qin stopped thinking about anything else. He said, "I feel that my strength is still somewhat unstable. How should I put it? It's like I have a treasure trove, but I don't know how to use it." The old dragon horse said softly, "You just advanced to veritable personage and have yet to stabilize your veritable essence stage. Under normal circumstances, you would need at least 10 days to familiarize yourself with the power of veritable essence energy. At the same time, you would use the Blue Dragon Palace to stabilize your cultivation." Xiao Qin smiled bitterly and said, "This is not what I wanted. I'll rest for a while and go out again later. I cannot just watch as the 3 holy lands get destroyed. That way, the following demonic calamity will be even more difficult." The demonic calamity would descend soon. No matter how strong Xiao Qin was, he would not be able to do anything alone. Furthermore, these holy lands had more or less helped him. Be it out of righteousness or of favor, Xiaochen had to help. Suddenly, Xiaochen shifted his gaze and looked at the black-clad old man. Senior, let me ask you something. Back then, why did the Qing Emperor get attacked by everyone after he returned to the Kunlun realm? Back then, the Qing Emperor had a decisive battle with the Tianwu Emperor. After he defeated the Tianwu Emperor, the 18 demon monarchs of the demonic world surrounded him and attacked him. Even the Dark Church's church master made a move. All this was recorded in the documents. Xiaochen knew about it long ago. The true mystery was that after the Qing Emperor dragged his severely injured body back to the Kunlun realm, he got attacked by everyone. Given the might of the Qing Emperor, even if he was severely injured, no one should have dared to touch him. Who was it? Who was the leader? The leader had to be extremely prestigious. Otherwise, there would not be so many people responding to his call. Later generations did not record this part of history. Clearly, they were wary of this person's identity. Although the Qing Emperor walked the demonic Tao, no matter what, Xiaochen was still a descendant of the Qing Emperor. In Xiaochen's previous life, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord successfully reincarnated. Perhaps the Qing Emperor had something to do with it. Logically speaking, Xiaochen was qualified to know about this part of the past. Big Brother Dragon, the black-clad old man raised his head and looked at the old dragon horse. The old dragon horse nodded heavily before the black-clad old man said, "Back then, when the Qing Emperor returned to the Kunlun realm, the one who dealt the fatal blow was none other than the Thunder King." When Xiaochen heard this, he was startled. It was like a clap of thunder rang out in his mind. This was really, something that he couldn't have imagined no matter what. Before the Thunder King disappeared, the Thunder King had been protecting Xiaochen, even going up against 3 primes for Xiaochen's king conferral ceremony. Although Xiaochen had not seen the Thunder King's true body, he had always respected this senior in his heart. Actually, you should be able to guess who was second only to the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago. Who dared to make a move against the Qing Emperor? Furthermore, who was capable of dealing a fatal blow to the severely injured Qing Emperor? The black-robed old man said softly. Xiaochen remained silent, not daring to believe it. However, he simply could not think of any rebuttal. Disregarding emotional factors, the Thunder King was indeed the most likely candidate, if not for the fact that he had always existed. Why did the later generations hide that part of history? This had always been a mystery. It was because of the Thunder King's interference that this part of history was not passed down. The Thunder King had the ability and prestige to do so. The various holy lands did not dare to not give him face. Chapter 1507. After a while, Xiaochen recovered his wits from this news. He looked at the black-clad old man and asked, "The Thunder King should have his reasons for doing this, right?" The black-clad old man nodded and said, "The Qing Emperor entered the Tao as a demonic cultivator. How could ordinary people understand what he did? He provoked some irrelevant people who pointed fingers at him in secret and held a deep grudge against him. In the Martial God Palace, there are some clowns jumping around behind the Martial God Palace. I do not know how those people persuaded the Thunder King." Then, the Thunder King dealt the Qing Emperor a fatal blow the moment he returned to the Kunlun realm. When Xiaochen heard the black-clad old man's words, he felt like laughing. However, he could not. Everything had 2 sides. One could not just listen to one side of the story. If one listened to the black-clad old man's words, the Qing Emperor was definitely a wise, decisive, tyrannical person, and a man of his word. Even though he entered the Tao as a demonic cultivator, in the eyes of the old man, there was just a Tao that ordinary people could not understand. However, in the eyes of outsiders, the Qing Emperor was no different from a demon, affecting the interests of many people. His arbitrary actions also dissatisfied many people and attracted a lot of hatred. One side was the artifact spirit of the Qing Emperor, and the other was a group whose interests were affected by the Qing Emperor. However, each side took half, which was more or less the truth. From a purely objective point of view, Xiaochen looked at it from an outsider's point of view. Neither side did anything wrong. Children understood the reason, and adults understood the pros and cons. Everyone just had their own desires. The Qing Emperor entered the Tao as a demonic cultivator. He walked the path of supremacy, killing decisively, and treating human lives like ants. The other party's interests were damaged, and for a long time, they did not dare to voice their anger. Naturally, they would beat the dog when it was down, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. This seemed very normal, with nothing out of the ordinary. However, Xiaochen still had a question. Why did the Thunder King make a move? Could it be that the Thunder King thinks that the Qing Emperor is a great devil because he wants to get rid of demons? However, this was not normal. If there were no benefits involved, why would the Thunder King take such a risk? What benefits did the Thunder King seek? Although he was the palace master of Bushan Palace was actually in the hands of the three holy masters. The Thunder and Lightning Palace under Xiaochen's banner had always been on par with the Supreme Sky Sect. Don't listen to him, the man in blue said. We can't bear to see what the Qing Emperor did in the past. Although it is said that the fittest survive, there are always some basic principles in this world. But the Qing Emperor. The old dragon horse interrupted, forget it. Don't say any more. You can keep asking about the Qing Emperor's matters. The past is already gone with the wind. You just have to remember not to walk down the same path as the Qing Emperor. Right. The Qing Emperor is a sinful person with a startling evil air. Even in the outside world, very few people are as sinful as him. Back then, he did not obtain the inheritance because of his sins, unable to walk out of the Kunlun realm, the girl in her prime said slowly, advising Xiaochen not to think about this matter. Inheritance. At the mention of inheritance, Xiaochen recalled that there did not seem to be any benefits from the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance. The man in blue smiled and said, no benefits? If it were another Dragon Emperor's inheritance, how could it help you break the restrictions and advance to veritable personage? You are a classic example of a well-fed man who does not know the suffering of the hungry. To become a god, one must first become a human. The veritable personage realm is an important dividing line on the path of the martial Tao. Who knows how many people have been stuck there? It is rare to see someone break through as easily as you did. Xiaochen smiled and did not argue. The man in blue said that he was a well-fed man who did not know the suffering of the hungry. However, the man in blue did not know that the cultivators of the Kunlun realm suffered much more than the cultivators of the outside world. Along the way, Xiaochen's life had hung by a thread many times. He had suffered in pain many times and risked his life many times. Furthermore, there was the Scarlet Emperor's Road, the 10,000 steps of the Emperor's Road. Each step was a calamity, and each step hurt his heart. However, Xiaochen had never been willing to argue too much. The other party was also a senior. The old dragon horse said, you still cannot come into contact with the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance yet. However, he left some things in the Blue Dragon Palace. Do you want to go and take a look now? Not for now. I want to go to the Bright Moon Palace to take a look first and do my best to bring out the 3 holy lands. The old dragon horse said sullenly, right. That's good too. However, after this matter is over, you need to go to the Blue Dragon Palace's medicinal pool and soak in it to stabilize your cultivation. Otherwise, it will be problematic if your foundation is damaged. Many thanks, Senior. I will definitely return safely. After walking out of the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiaochen looked at the sky above. The heavy rain and strong winds had already scattered the dark clouds for 50 kilometers around. The clear sky was occupied by hazy, blood-colored spiritual clouds. No light could be seen, and no sun could be seen. After learning about the Dark Church's origins and how the Thunder King injured the Qing Emperor, Xiaochen felt very depressed. The old dragon horse said that the past was gone with the wind. The past was already the past. However, Xiaochen wanted to say that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation and had an inextricable connection to the Qing Emperor. The cause of the past resulted in today's results. Everything was not over yet. The past was gone with the wind. However, what was blown away was the autumn wind. What came in was an even colder east wind. Chen walked over from afar. Xiaochen collected his thoughts and asked, "Is there any news of Yu Bingyun?" Coincidentally, Yu Bingyun happened to be in Bright Moon City. After the Dragon's Gate was re-established, her relationship with the Lunar Palace improved significantly, so they frequently visited each other. That is what I wanted to say. Bingyun just used a messaging token to contact me, telling me to bring the people of the Dragon's Gate and leave as soon as possible. The Lunar Palace seems to be unable to hold on. There is a total of 8 immortal statues surrounding Bright Moon City. Chen said somewhat anxiously. Before I could say anything about Big Brother Xiao returning, her messaging token shattered. I believe that she guessed that she was in the middle of the battle at that time. Big Brother Xiao, are you going over immediately? You know what I mean. After saying that, Xiaochen brushed past Chen. When Chen turned her head back, she could only see Xiaochen's departing figure. There's no need to worry. I will be back. If there are other people fleeing to the Dragon's Gate, just open the city gates. Heavenly Star Island will be fine. Heavenly Starry Ocean, Bright Moon City, this grandest city of the Heavenly Starry Ocean was currently suffering from a calamity. The Treasure Master seemed to know that the Lunar Palace was hard to deal with. The Treasure Master purposely sent 8 immortal statues. There were only 18 immortal statues in total, nearly half of them. The gargantuan immortal statues surrounded Bright Moon City. The island shattered, and Bright Moon City looked like a bright moon on the vast island. It bobbed up and down in the sea. A ring of gentle golden light encircled the entire city. From a distance, it looked like a golden full moon. The 4 immortal statues continuously executed all sorts of magic skills at the ring of golden light, trying to break this barrier. Lightning, ice, and fire formed all sorts of mysterious phenomena. Sometimes they were huge hands holding up the sky, sometimes they were ancient ferocious beasts. The Lunar Palace disciples in Bright Moon City and the cultivators fleeing here all panicked. Heaven-shaking noises resounded by his ears, reverberating endlessly. The city was flipped upside down, swaying left and right. The Lunar Palace disciples all performed their duties, doing their best to maintain the protective formation, not letting the magic skills of the immortal statues break the barrier. In the sky, the Bright Moon Empress, Yu Bingyun, and a group of Lunar Palace elders resisted the attacks of the 4 immortal statues. If not for them blocking the combined attacks of the 8 immortal statues, the barrier at the city gates would have broken long ago. Once the barrier broke, the 1 million cultivators in the city and the tens of thousands of Lunar Palace disciples would all die. Even further away, the black-clad people of the Treasure Master's residence rode many war chariots. They watched all this like tigers watching their prey. Once the city was broken, they would immediately charge in. The Holy Lands were all elite cultivators. Their chi and blood were flourishing, which would be useful for the blood sacrifice. Palace Master, we can't hold on much longer. These immortal statues do not know fatigue. They fought with us for a long time, but they do not show any signs of fatigue. A female Lunar Palace elder said with great difficulty, her complexion pale. The Bright Moon Empress frowned slightly. Although she still had some combat prowess, these elders could not hold on any longer. Without the help of these elders, the Bright Moon Empress was simply too much to handle the 4 immortal statues alone. Up in the sky, the colossal bodies of the immortal statues advanced boldly, forcing the Bright Moon Palace's people into a continuous retreat. Retreat to Bright Moon City. Seeing that defeat was imminent, the Bright Moon Empress shouted and sent out a vast bright moon, barely pushing back the 4 immortal statues, buying everyone a chance to retreat. Just at this moment, Mooncake Cloud's eyes lit up in excitement. She pointed into the distance and said, "Master, look." The Bright Moon Empress looked in the direction Mooncake Cloud pointed and saw a white-clad silhouette at the limits of her vision. This person moved 50 kilometers with each step, appearing slow but actually urgent. Wherever he passed, the raging winds and roaring waves became tranquil beneath his feet. Chapter 1508. It's Xiao Qin. The Bright Moon Empress's eyes lit up. However, they soon dimmed. Even she found these immortal statues difficult to deal with. So what if Xiao Qin came? With 8 immortal statues, the Lunar Palace would not be able to escape this calamity. Xiao Qin is coming. Quick, stop him. At this moment, the Treasure Master's people also discovered the white-clad Xiao Qin slowly approaching from the sea. The cultivators controlling the immortal statues all sent their thoughts into the pearls in their hands. The 4 immortal statues chasing the Bright Moon Empress's group turned around and launched themselves at Xiao Qin. The 4 immortal statues turned around and charged over, standing side by side. They covered the entire sky, projecting a large shadow. The sky in Xiao Qin's world turned dark. Oh no! The expressions of the Bright Moon Empress, Yu Bingyun, and the others instantly changed drastically. 4 immortal statues attacked Xiao Qin at the same time. How could he resist? Bang! 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 However, the situation in the next moment exceeded everyone's expectations. For loud sounds rang out in an extremely short amount of time. They sounded like they rang out at the same time, ear-splitting and deafening. The 4 immortal statues that turned around and charged over each took a few steps back. With each step, huge waves surged up on the sea. A white figure appeared in front of the immortal statues. After Xiao Qin knocked back these 4 immortal statues, he flashed a few times and met up with the Bright Moon Empress's group. Xiao Qin, you. The Bright Moon Empress was incredibly shocked. She could knock back 4 immortal statues at the same time as well. However, she would need to use a killing move. She could not do it as casually as Xiao Qin. As she looked at the current Xiao Qin, she felt that he had gained an unfathomable air. Senior, let's return to the city and make preparations. Once you retreat to Heavenly Star Island, everything will be fine. Xiao Qin took a quick look. The moonlight-like golden barrier around Bright Moon City had already dimmed significantly. For the Lunar Palace disciples in the city to last until now, they were probably exhausted. Xiao Qin could not hold on for too long. He did not have the confidence to defeat all 8 immortal statues. They could only help delay all the immortal statues and then help the Lunar Palace create an opportunity to retreat, doing their best to avoid casualties. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, he smiled and nodded to Yu Bingyun in greeting. Then, he slowly moved back. With a flip of his body, he faced the 4 statues once more. This time, he took the initiative. Heartbreak. Without much hesitation, Xiao Qin used his trump card against the immortal statues, the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. This move specialized in breaking the enemy's new heart. It had a miraculous effect on the celestial statues whose weakness was their heart. The 7 deadly sins combined into one, Xiao Qin's heart split open, and intense pain spread throughout his body. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qin sent out a saber light that many could not see. Kacha! The chest of the celestial statue that was struck instantly shattered, and a huge hole appeared in it. He staggered and fell from the sky into the sea, creating a huge splash. What's going on? The hidden cultivator controlling the immortal statues in the Treasure Master's residence was greatly startled. In his fluster, the Treasure Master no longer dared to let this injured immortal statue fight. He only used the other 3 immortal statues to surround and attack Xiaoqin. When the Bright Moon Empress, as well as the cultivators and Lunar Palace disciples on the city walls, saw this scene, they all felt excited. It's the Blue Dragon King, Xiaoqin. He is here. We are saved. Seeing Xiaoqin defeat the originally invincible immortal statues with one saber strike, hope appeared in these people's hearts. The Bright Moon Empress said decisively, "Let's go. Quickly return to the city and prepare to retreat to Heavenly Star Island." Originally, the Bright Moon Empress had her doubts about Xiaoqin's strength. After seeing this scene, the Bright Moon Empress trusted Xiaoqin unconditionally. Among the crowd, only Yu Bingyun saw the painful expression in Xiaoqin's eyes when he used this move. "Bingyun, let's go." Seeing that Yu Bingyun did not move, the Bright Moon Empress quickly said. Yu Bingyun recovered her wits and gave Xiaoqin a deep look before following her master into Bright Moon City. Whoosh! 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 Using his advantage in movement techniques, Xiaoqin moved quickly in the air and on the sea, dodging the attacks of the 3 immortal statues. He moved about freely amid the dense attacks of the immortal statues, appearing somewhat relaxed. Xiaoqin split off a portion of his consciousness to watch the 4 immortal statues continuously use all sorts of magic skills to attack Bright Moon City. He entered deep thought. Only Bright Moon City, with its deep accumulations, could withstand such attacks. If it were another holy land, they would only last for a while before breaking the city. However, no matter how deep their accumulations were, they would eventually run out. Xiaoqin had to think of a way to lure these 4 immortal statues over. Only then could he give Bright Moon City a chance to retreat. Otherwise, if the immortal statues kept attacking, there would be no way to retreat. When the heavenly snow divine flame appeared, it was like a small world with a cold wind blowing and snowflakes flying. Go! Xiaoqin waved his hand, and everywhere the heavenly snow divine flame passed, the sea froze. The cold qi spread out. Qi! Qi! The 4 statues in the distance instantly froze, unable to move. Damn it! The Treasure Master's residence's cultivator controlling the immortal statues discovered that this flame was extremely strange and extremely hard to eliminate. He could not help cursing. Without the attacks of the magic skills, Bright Moon City instantly turned quiet. Deafening rumbles echoed in everyone's ears. Let's go! The Bright Moon Empress looked gratefully at the white figure in the distance. Then, she used this opportunity to scatter the golden barrier protecting the entire city. She infused the energy of all the disciples into another formation. Boom! Bright Moon City soared into the air, flying through the clouds. What should we do? Bright Moon City flew away. The Treasure Master's residence's people panicked. The Treasure Master had designated the 3 holy lands as existences that had to be broken. Even after sending in 8 immortal statues, the Lunar Palace still managed to fly away. There was no way they could account for this. Capture Xiaoqin. He alone is enough. The leader looked at Xiaoqin with extreme hatred in his eyes. Crack! The 4 immortal statues sealed in ice finally expelled the heavenly snow divine flame from their bodies and regained their ability to move. When Xiaoqin saw this scene, he felt that it was unfortunate. If these immortal statues were alive, the effects of the rank 3 heavenly snow divine flame would be far more than that. However, this was fine as well. Xiaoqin had achieved his goal. Bright Moon City took this opportunity to leave, avoiding a calamity of destruction. Dong! 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 Loud sounds came from the surface of the sea. 7 huge immortal statues rushed towards Xiaoqin. The strong pressure turned into an overwhelming tsunami that pushed Xiaoqin into the air. Xiaoqin stood firmly on the tsunami, bobbing up and down along with it. Bright Moon City, which was quickly moving away in the clouds, looked like a bright moon, flickering in and out of existence. The lunar palace's people and countless cultivators stood on the city walls. As they looked at the white-robed bladesmen moving up and down on the top of the waves, they felt the back of the Blue Dragon King. Compared to the 7 immortal statues, the Blue Dragon King appeared faint and lonely. As Bright Moon City went further away, Xiao Chen's figure also vanished from these people's sight. However, that proud and aloof white figure at the top of the waves would forever remain in everyone's heart. Dao! Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and shouted. Then, he spread out all the great Dao energy behind him. A vast Dao might radiated from Xiao Chen's body, and the 7 immortal statues all paused in their steps. Dao! Xiao Chen shouted again, and his great Dao energy condensed into a point and soared up from behind him. A boundless light spread out from Xiao Chen's body, making him look like a powerful treasure saber. The Dao might soared again, becoming sharper and filled with sharpness. The 7 immortal statues trembled and took half a step back. The 7 deadly sins in Xiao Chen's hand turned into 7 beams of light and shot out. The great Dao energy behind him supported the 7 divine swords, making them boundlessly resplendent, illuminating the sea region for 5,000 kilometers around. The people in Bright Moon City, who had already retreated far away, were startled by this saber light and looked over. Chapter 1509. The 7 divine weapons containing great Dao energy all struck the chests of the immortal statues. Kassier. Cracks spread out from the chests of the immortal statues, and all the immortal statues were knocked back 100 meters. The 7 divine weapons were like toothpicks before such a huge statue. However, it was these 7 insignificant divine weapons that knocked the 7 immortal statues into the air. The 7 divine weapons inconceivably knocked the 7 immortal statues into the air, causing them to shatter into pieces. As Xiao Chen looked at the immortal statue's condition, he entered deep thought. Even after infusing great Dao energy into it, the immortal statue would not be able to withstand it. Even when he infused great Dao energy into them, he still struck the immortal statue's weakness. However, the effect was not as good as the heartbreaking stance. Clearly, the other party knew that the chest was the weakness of the immortal statues. Hence, the defense was much stronger. Only a martial technique like the heartbreaking stance, which attacked from the inside, would be effective. Attacking from the outside would be extremely difficult. However, this was only what Xiao Chen thought. If others saw Xiao Chen knocking back the 7 immortal statues with one strike, they would definitely be shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. At the top of the waves, Xiao Chen soared into the air, and the 7 divine weapons quickly returned. Xiao Chen glanced at the treasure master's residence's war chariots in the distance. Then, he wondered whether he should charge over or not. He glanced into the distance at the treasure master's residence's war chariots, wondering if he should charge over. Xiao Chen glanced at the treasure master's residence's war chariots in the distance. Then, he wondered if he should charge over. It would be difficult to find the person controlling the statues in the war chariots. Instead, he would end up in the trembling of the 7 immortal statues. That would not be good. There were also the 2 holy lands, Zodiac Hall and Myriad Fiend Island, that he needed to save. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he left without hesitation, quickly flying towards the nearby Zodiac Hall. The treasure master's residence's cultivators watched as Xiao Chen left. However, they did not dare to give chase. In Zodiac Hall, a piece of news quickly reached the Holy Sun Chu Yang's hands. Master, good news! Good news! Chu Yang shouted excitedly as he barged into the cyclic astral palace's important place in Joy. This was the seabed of the Star Palace that Xiao Chen had come to once before. There was the yin-yang flame pool, and the Star Lord and a group of Star Palace elders were all gathered here. The Star Lord and the many elders all poured their primordial chaos power into the 2 flame pools. The origin power of the Star Palace's grand protective formation came from these two yin-yang flame pools. Right now, the four immortal statues were outside the Star Palace, using all sorts of great abilities to bombard the barrier protecting the sect. The upper echelons of the Star Palace didn't stop for even a moment. They continued to pour in their primordial mist power. This was to ensure that the sect protecting formation could continue to operate. But looking at the situation, the immortal statue's magic power was abundant, far surpassing that of these people. If they were to compete in terms of endurance, they probably wouldn't be able to compete at all. It was only a matter of time before the formation broke. The destruction of the Star Palace was inevitable. The higher-ups like them could still rely on their own strength to escape, but the weaker elders and disciples would not be able to escape. Most of them could not escape death and became sacrifices to the demonic god. Suddenly, he saw Chu Yang barging in and shouting. The group of elders immediately revealed displeased expressions. Chu Yang, didn't we say that this is an important place and not to casually enter? Can't you see that this is a life and death situation? How can we be distracted? The Star Lord, who was seated cross-legged in the air, opened his eyes, feeling somewhat fatigued. He said softly, "Elders, please calm down. Chu Yang, tell us what happened for you to be so agitated." Chu Yang calmed himself down and nodded. "Master, we just received news that the Blue Dragon King Shao Qin delayed 8 immortal statues alone, successfully helping the Lunar Palace out of danger. Now, Bright Moon City has soared into the sky and is rushing towards Heavenly Star Island. I heard that Shao Qin moved back to the Blue Dragon Palace. That place is currently the safest place in the Heavenly Starry Ocean. How can that be?" The group of elders was incredibly shocked. When they heard this news, they nearly stopped what they were doing. That's impossible. Just one immortal statue has the strength of a prime. Furthermore, this immortal statue has a huge fleshly body, and its movements are swift. It is not stiff at all, and it even possesses immortal arts and divine abilities. Yes, it must be a rumor. We must not believe in rumors at this time. No matter how powerful the Blue Dragon King is, it's impossible for him to hold up 8 immortal statues at once. Many of the elders had witnessed the strength of the immortal statues, so they remained cautious and refused to believe the news. Only a strange light flashed in the cyclic astral lord's eyes. It was sharp, but it disappeared in a flash. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked toward the entrance of the forbidden area. Of course we don't have to believe in rumors, but if it's not a rumor, then we have to believe it. Xiao. At the entrance of the forbidden ground, Shao Qin, dressed in white, suddenly barged in and looked straight at the Star Lord. Shao Qin. The man in white who barged in was naturally Shao Qin. Strangely enough, as soon as he arrived at the waters near the Zodiac Hall, the 4 immortal statues discovered him. The people of the Treasure Master's residence immediately retreated without fighting, quickly leaving. It was like they feared that they would lose more immortal statues if they fought with Shao Qin. Before the people of the Cyclic Astral Palace could react to what was going on, Shao Qin's arrival resolved the danger. Shao Qin did not even make a move. With just one exchange, he scared away all these people. The people of the Treasure Master's residence should have already obtained Shao Qin. The 8 immortal statues could not trap Shao Qin. The 4 immortal statues could no longer trap Shao Qin, so they might as well leave. That way, they would not have to fight with Shao Qin and lose an immortal statue. That would be too much of a heartache. After hearing Shao Qin's explanation, the Cyclic Astral Palace elders all felt incredulous. However, as more and more news came, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Cyclic Astral Lord, those 4 immortal statues really fled in fear. The various palace masters are all confused and are asking for instructions on what to do next. The elders looked at the Cyclic Astral Lord, waiting for his decision. The Cyclic Astral Lord said indifferently, lift the highest state of alert and let the 36 cyclic astral palaces take turns to rest. After a pause, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Interesting. You already surpassed Prime, right?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "You can say that." The cyclic astral lord revealed an excited smile. "It looks like my judgment is really accurate. The decision I made back then was completely correct." However, Xiao Chen did not have a good impression of the cyclic astral lord, so he was not willing to speak too much with him. The danger is not over yet. If the cyclic astral lord is trustworthy, you can get the sect cultivators to retreat to Heavenly Star Island. That place is absolutely safe for now. After saying that, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, disappearing from where he was. He had already left. The group of cyclic astral palace elders stared at each other in confusion. Chu Yang was completely distracted, feeling very complicated. No words could describe the bitterness in his heart. Naturally, the one in the best mood was the cyclic astral lord. Xiao Chen had surpassed Prime. His chances of leaving the land of exile had increased significantly. With the Oath Stone, the other party had to bring him out within 100 years. Pass down my orders. All sect disciples are to rush to Heavenly Star Island at full speed in half a day. The Star Lord really believes in him. A few elders were still somewhat doubtful. The cyclic astral lord glared at this person and said sullenly, "Don't overthink it. This age is already his stage, just like the Qing Emperor from 10,000 years ago. If you don't believe him, there's no other way." When Xiao Chen arrived at the Demon Island, the same thing happened. Seeing that the Demon Island's enchantment was not broken before Xiao Chen arrived, the same thing happened. Under the control of the Treasure Master's residence, the 4 immortal statues quickly withdrew, no longer tangling with Xiao Chen. 2 days later, the news of the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen successfully rescuing the 3 Holy Lands spread throughout the entire Heavenly Starry Ocean. Many sects were destroyed, and the cultivators fleeing in all directions went to Heavenly Star Island to seek refuge. As for the Treasure Master, for some reason, the immortal statues no longer made a move. The immortal statues stopped attacking, giving the many Holy Lands disciples a rare chance to catch their breath. The various remnant factions headed for Heavenly Star Island, one after another. Heavenly Star Island immediately became the center of the oceanic world. Chapter 15:10. Since Xiao Chen saved the 3 Holy Lands, the remnant factions of the various Holy Lands and countless cultivators fleeing for Heavenly Star Island. The originally bloody Heavenly Star Island welcomed a temporary peace, gaining some time to catch a breather. However, everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. An even bigger storm was still slowly building up. The Treasure Master would not leave things at that. After all, the Treasure Master had taken the initiative to retreat from the Zodiac Hall and the 8 immortal statues on Myriad Fiend Island. No one knew what the Treasure Master's true intentions were or what ulterior motives he had. On the secret island where the Treasure Master's residence was, religious buildings with dark colors and a dark style were erected all over the island. The walls of the black temples had strange pictures that had never appeared in the Kunlun realm before. Countless strange statues stood in a huge plaza in the center of the island. A mysterious black cave in the plaza had an endless stream of cultivators being used as sacrifices. Horrified screams came from the depths of the cave before coming to a sudden stop. This made everyone's hair stand on end, making them tremble in fear. The cave was actually an altar that no one had seen before. The Treasure Master silently watched the cultivators being pushed into the cave. Aside from the saber scar on his face, no one could see his true appearance. It was like he was shrouded in fog, just like his mysterious identity. From the start to the end, the Treasure Master's true appearance had always been a mystery. Many black-clad old men stood at the edge of the altar, mending the complicated patterns. As cultivators poured in endlessly, a huge black figure appeared in the sky above the altar. Whoosh! 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 Many figures descended from the sky and landed behind the treasure master. The young treasure master, Ling, was among them. These were the treasure master's sons. However, they were adopted sons and not the real ones. Father, the strengthening of the immortal statues is complete. We can all use our magic treasures now. The young treasure master, Ling, took a step forward, excitement flashing in his eyes. We can use our magic treasures now. The treasure master turned around. His tone revealed some interest as he said softly, "This group of people moves really fast. Let's go over and take a look." After he finished speaking, he opened his hands and a huge black screen enveloped everyone. Then, a black light flashed. The next time the treasure master appeared, he brought his adopted sons to the Penglai Sea. Yes, the maintenance and repair of the deity statues were all done by the cultivators of the Penglai Sea. Using the puppet pearl to imitate and refine the pearl was also the work of this group of immortal cultivators. 17 immortal statues hovered above the vast sea. One by one, cultivators wearing magic robes and stepping on all kinds of magic treasures flew around the immortal venerable. From time to time, a ray of spiritual light would shoot out and enter the statue. After experiencing the great battle, the immortal statue was completely renewed, becoming even more powerful. "Martial Granduncle, the treasure lord is here." A disciple quickly flew to an old man and bowed respectfully. This old man was the only remaining immortal venerate Yun Chen of the Penglai Sea. He was famous for his alchemy, and his alchemy fire had reached the pinnacle. His attainments in artifact forging were also quite deep. Naturally, the task of repairing the immortal statues was left to him. Hearing that the treasure lord had arrived, helplessness flashed on immortal venerate Yun Chen's face. Then, he waved his hand and dismissed the disciple. Then, he turned into a beam of flowing light and arrived at the transportation formation of the Penglai Sea. "Fellow Daoist Yun Chen, I heard that the immortal statues can already use magic treasures. I have to credit you for this." The treasure lord smiled as he flew out of the transportation formation and greeted immortal venerate Yun Chen. Immortal venerate Yun Chen did not say much. "Come with me." The group followed immortal venerate Yun Chen and arrived at the place where the 17 immortal statues were. Immortal venerate Yun Chen waved his hand, and the immortal cultivators around the immortal statues immediately scattered. Only the 17 immortal statues remained standing in the sea, looking at the group with cold gazes. The statues gave off heavy immortal might. Even though they had been dead for millions of years, the might of these statues still made one's heart palpitate. It was hard to imagine how strong they were when they were alive. It was even harder to imagine what kind of enemy could make such strong immortals unable to escape death in the end. As an immortal cultivator, immortal venerate Yun Chen felt very complicated as he stood before these immortal statues. Only when the treasure lord revealed a displeased expression did immortal venerate Yun Chen recover his wits. Then, he took out the puppet pearl, and a beam of spiritual light shot out. Boom! An intense light burst out of the statues. The treasure lord's adopted sons were all knocked back. Only the treasure lord and immortal venerate Yun Chen managed to remain safe. The treasure lord's face, which others could not see clearly, revealed a satisfied smile. An ancient magic treasure flew out of every immortal statue. There were flying swords, war banners, bells, ancient mirrors. Not bad. With these magic treasures, the combat prowess of the immortal statues increased by more than 50%. Oh, by the way, have you thought of a way to make up for the weakness in the heart? Immortal venerate Yun Chen shook his head and said, "There is no way around that. That move of the Blue Dragon King is an attack that comes from the inside. No matter how the exterior is strengthened, there is no way to avoid that move." The treasure lord frowned and said, "How troublesome." Fortunately, he does not dare to use that move casually. Let's leave it at that, then. Father, when are we going to make our move and capture that group of people from Heavenly Star Island in one fell swoop? the young treasure master Eling asked as he stepped forward. The treasure lord looked at the immortal statues and replied casually, "There's no rush. Use the treasure pearls first and familiarize yourselves with how to control the immortal statues and use the magic treasures." After the treasure lord left, Immortal Venerate Yun Qin went to the waste of a spirit mountain in the Penglai Sea. A cultivator lived there. In a place where everyone in the Penglai Sea was immortal cultivators, this cultivator who was not from the treasure lord's residence was very different. This person looked very old and haggard. He looked very dispirited. However, he had a resounding name, Xie Changtian. That was right. This person was the good friend of the Thunder King back then. After the Thunder King died, he founded the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, Xie Changtian. This was the person that Xiao Qin once searched for. As Xiao Qin guessed, he was indeed in the Penglai Sea. He left. Xie Changtian did not say who he was. However, Immortal Venerate Yun Qin knew that Xie Changtian was referring to the treasure lord. He left. Just like before, he is still unfathomable, unfathomable. He did not notice that you did something to him, right? It is not easy to hide from him. Xie Changtian sipped on his wine, as though he was talking about something insignificant and trivial. Immortal Venerate Yun Qin said, "He won't. I am the only immortal venerate left in the world. No one can detect what I want to hide. No matter how strong he is, he will not discover it." Ha ha ha. You are crazy. For the sake of saving the Penglai Sea, two immortal venerates did not hesitate to die, seeking the ghost immortal Tao. However, you are personally sending the entire Penglai Sea to its grave. Xie Changtian took a large gulp of wine and guffawed somewhat crazily. He seemed drunk and sober at the same time. Immortal Venerate Yun Qin looked at this pitiful person and said sullenly, "Actually, I always wanted to know why he did not kill you. Instead, he wasted so many resources to help you extend your life." Xie Changtian smiled and said, "It's fine. There is no harm in telling you. In any case, the situation is already set. He no longer cares about anything else. This is because in this world, only I have seen his true appearance. Only I know who he is. If he kills me, this news will spread to the entire world. However, it does not matter. Even if his identity is exposed now, it will not change anything. The situation is already set. The destruction of the Kunlun realm cannot be changed. What you are doing is pointless." Immortal Venerate Yun Qin took a sip of wine and remained silent, not objecting. Those who had not seen the treasure master's true strength would never know how strong he was. Sky Dome Realm, Ancient Desolate Land, Hidden Dragon Lake, Chu Chaoyun, who wore the uniform of the Tianwu dynasty's royal clan, looked at the empty grave of the Tianwu emperor without saying anything. After helping Xiao Qin in the Kunlun realm, Chu Chaoyun brought the Sky Dome Heart to this place, where he had stayed until now. Chu Chaoyun was not here to reminisce. He did not have a good impression of the first-generation Tianwu emperor at all. That first-generation Tianwu emperor was a sinner in Chu Chaoyun's heart, an enemy that he wanted to get rid of even if he did his best. The first-generation Tianwu emperor clearly possessed overwhelming strength. However, after establishing the Tianwu dynasty, he left, not caring about anything. To Xiao Qin, the Tianwu dynasty was just like a toy in a game. Even if he knew that the dynasty was destroyed, he would not be able to do so. Even if he knew that the dynasty was destroyed, all the members of the royal clan would die a miserable death without exception. What was the point? Since he did not put in the effort, why bother creating a dynasty? Did he not know the disaster that the destruction of the dynasty would bring to the royal clan? That kind of pain and torture, the sorrow of hiding in the dark like a mouse, the other party would never understand. Chu Chaoyun would never know that there was a person. Since he was young, people told him that he was the last bloodline of the Tianwu emperor in the Sky Dome realm. As such, he received all sorts of inhumane training. Hatred burned in Chu Chaoyun's heart like fire. Two beams of light, one black and one white, quickly flickered around his body. Black lines appeared on Chu Chaoyun's face, looking like demonic lines. These were the negative effects of the clash between light and darkness. The pain that came from cultivating the state of primal chaos far surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. Darkness and light were the two most opposing attributes in the world. Every time they clashed, the pain they brought could make one wish for death. Chu Chaoyun closed his eyes. After a while, the black lines on his face slowly receded. When he opened his eyes again, he revealed a calm and carefree smile. Actually, most of the time, Chu Chaoyun did not care about anything. He was a forgetful person in the first place. Whoosh! Many figures descended from the lake above. All the influential people of the Tianwu dynasty's remnant races appeared. If cultivators of the other Sky Dome realm were here, they would be greatly astonished. These people were all major characters of the Sky Dome realm. Young Master, Senior Lang Yu sent news. The 18 demon monarchs received orders from the Dark Church's Church Master and are all on standby. They will enter the Kunlun realm with just one command. Chu Chaoyun nodded to indicate his understanding. Very good. Continue to wait for orders. When they make their move, we will make our move as well. After a pause, Chu Chaoyun suddenly added, don't touch the Shao clan's people. Kill all the other factions who block you. Once we make our move, we need to occupy the Sky Dome realm in the shortest time possible. Chapter 15:11. Everyone was making their final preparations. After returning to Heavenly Star Island, Shaochen did not show himself again. As more and more cultivators poured into Heavenly Star Island, things became extremely complicated. Many cultivators of different factions lived together in one city. It was hard to avoid conflicts. Clearly, it would be hard to manage this place with just the Dragon's Gate disciples. Fortunately, there were the three primes holding down the fort. There would not be any major disturbances, but small disturbances would come one after another. Over the past few days, Mo Chen and Lan Tianji had struggled to maintain order, managing all this mess. That was right, it was a mess. Some of the remnant factions were Holy Lands, some were ancient noble clans, and some were people of the evil sections. There were also many loose cultivator powerhouses, from sovereign martial emperors to ordinary martial saints. There were countless of them. Anyone who saw this chaotic flow of people, the refugees that poured in every day, would think of one word, chaos. This was not just an ordinary kind of chaos. The order that the heavenly starry ocean had maintained for 10,000 years had been broken. It would be hard not to fall into chaos. However, no matter how chaotic it was, they had to reorganize it. They could not allow it to fall into chaos. No one knew when the treasure master would charge over. These remnant factions and scattered cultivators needed to be reorganized. The upper echelon of the various factions argued non-stop. Some wanted to regroup and attack the root of the problem, eliminating the treasure master. Some suggested that with the Blue Dragon King escorting them, everyone could safely retreat to Kunlun Mountain. Everyone expressed their opinions, finding it hard to balance things out. Some wanted to live, and some could not bear to part with what they had built. Even though Mo Chen and Lan Tianji were smooth and slick people, they could not stop working, not daring to waste any time. After all, no one knew when the treasure master would charge over. The sooner they sorted things out, the better. To make use of these cultivators to defend Heaven Dragon City was the right path. Originally, Shaochen thought that with the Blue Dragon Palace's 5-element absolute ceiling formation, Heaven Dragon City should be safe. Later on, he found out that the 5-element absolute ceiling formation could not cover the entire Heaven Dragon City. At best, it could cover the area around the city lord's residence. He had no choice but to change his mind and use another array formation in the Blue Dragon Palace, the worldly Absolute Dragon Array, to defend Heaven Dragon City. The worldly Extinction Dragon formation was a pure defensive formation. Its weakness was that it did not initiate an attack. The advantage was that the defensive barrier was strong. If there were cultivators guarding the nodes, the defense would be even stronger. If it were at its peak, the Dragon's Gate disciples would have been able to block the attacks of these immortal statues. Now, it was much weaker. However, Xiaochen had passed down the yin-yang saber formation, making up for the difference in offensive power. Therefore, no one in the dragon sect was idle. Everyone started to move. As for Xiaochen, he naturally obeyed the old dragon horse's wishes. After returning, he immediately entered the Blue Dragon Palace. At this moment, the old dragon horse led Xiaochen to a medicinal pool in the Blue Dragon Palace. The medicinal pool was bubbling with steam, and mist pervaded the air. Just by standing at the side, Xiaochen could feel the ferocious medicinal energy surging in the medicinal pool without even soaking in it. The bubbling sounds were like ferocious beasts roaring and roaring. Xiaochen could even vaguely see all sorts of desolate illusions in the mist. That was a vast illusion with all sorts of mutated beasts roaring proudly in the mountains and rivers, fighting with the world. There was a ferocious white tiger with wings on its back that could shatter mountains with one stomp. There was a white wolf with snow-white fur and proud eyes that stood on a glacier for 5,000 kilometers. There was a golden lion with 9 heads and scarlet eyes. There was also a huge snake with a dim light radiating from its entire body. That was an extremely terrifying scene. All sorts of mutated beasts fought with the world, and even with the gods. With just one look, Xiaochen found it somewhat unbearable. However, the blue dragon divine blood in his physical body stirred strangely. It felt like Xiaochen's blood was burning, his entire body surging with essence blood. The scarlet dragon seal representing the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance above the veritable essence energy lake in his dantian trembled slightly. Xiaochen showed a grave expression, sensing that this medicinal pool was extremely extraordinary. The old dragon horse revealed a proud expression as it said, "This is a medicinal pool made from the essence blood of 100 kinds of ancient ferocious beasts and 3,000 kinds of spirit herbs." During the Great Desolate Aeon, the pure-blooded dragon race ate raw meat and drank blood. The moment they were born, they would be baptized in this. Now, the pure-blooded dragon race is already extinct. The physical bodies of mixed-blood dragon race cultivators can endure the surging medicinal energy only when they reach the veritable personage realm. Now, only my blue dragon bloodline can possess this ancient medicinal pool in the entire dragon race. The medicinal pools in the other divine dragon inheritance palaces cannot compare to this. Xiaochen asked out of curiosity, why? Because of the blood-soaked dragon emperor. Every time this medicinal pool is used up, he has to add a new ancient ferocious beast's essence blood. The dragon race has declined, and there are very few opportunities to hunt ancient ferocious beasts on a large scale. In the martial epoch, only the blood-soaked dragon emperor managed this. The blood-soaked dragon emperor. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. Unexpectedly, the blood-soaked dragon emperor still had such horrifying means. In the future, you will know of the blood-soaked dragon emperor's fame in the Great Thousand Realms. He is the true legend of my dragon race. You can say that you obtained his inheritance. You are very fortunate and honored. A light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as he asked, however, when can I truly receive the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance? Can I use it now? If he could use it, then the immortal statues outside and the treasure master would not be a match for him. The old dragon horse looked at Xiaochen gravely. Not to mention the fact that you are not strong enough to obtain the inheritance, even if you could, don't use it. There is a limit in this abandoned land. Once you exceed a certain limit, you will suffer the attack of the heavenly Tao. If you do not want to die, don't ever use it carelessly. Also, don't use that martial technique that increases your combat prowess by 10 times. Such martial techniques are forbidden in the outside world. If you injure the enemy by 1,000, you will injure yourself by 10,000. It will leave hidden injuries in the physical body that are hard to recover from. Seeing that Xiaochen did not seem to mind, the old dragon horse said sullenly, "Why is it called a forbidden art?" "It is because if you use it too much, you will forever lose the chance to become a deity." When Xiaochen heard that, he felt stunned. Unexpectedly, there were such severe consequences. Then, he thought of something and asked, "Is there really a deity?" "Of course. Every dragon emperor of my dragon race has to be a true god before they can assume the position. If you cannot become a deity, you will lose the chance to become a dragon emperor. Then, everything will be meaningless." "I understand. However, where is the limit?" The old dragon horse answered, "Right now, you have just entered the veritable essence stage, not even at small perfection. As long as you do not break through the veritable essence stage and enter the Yin essence stage, you will be fine." Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. This meant that he still had a lot of room for improvement. As for the physical body, you have already cultivated the blue dragon body nourishing art to the 3rd layer. You have to do your best to cultivate it to consummation. Xiaochen smiled bitterly and said, "I would like to. However, I do not have a secret treasure with a dragon soul. My cultivation speed is very slow." Before the seniors of the dragon race died, they would nourish this medicinal pool with the dragon soul. This is to protect the descendants of the dragon race from being possessed or injured by the remnant souls of ancient ferocious beasts. Xiaochen felt slightly shocked. This small medicinal pool was much more complicated than he imagined. "Let's not talk anymore. Enter the medicinal pool first and stabilize your cultivation. Do your best to stay here for a while longer." The old dragon horse gestured for Xiaochen to enter. Then, it slowly left, leaving Xiaochen alone. After glancing at the misty medicinal pool, Xiaochen took off his clothes, revealing his well-proportioned muscles. Her fair skin looked somewhat delicate. However, the explosive power contained within her was even more ferocious than a clap of thunder. Plop! Xiaochen gently landed in the medicinal pool. At first, he did not feel anything. After a while, he felt his entire body heat up, and his mouth dry. As the medicinal energy permeated his body, the blood in his body started circulating rapidly like a gushing river. Bestial roars came from his body, sounding horrifying and scary. Xiaochen was greatly startled. Such speed made it impossible for him to calm down. Not to mention entering a state where he forgot about everything else, cultivating his cultivation technique, and stabilizing his cultivation. The ferociousness and tyranny of the medicinal energy far surpassed his expectations. Xiaochen could not help roaring softly. Either he refined this medicinal energy or he vented out this energy. Otherwise, there would be only one result, exploding and dying. Boom! 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 Suddenly, Xiaochen felt many ferocious beasts in the medicinal pool charging and biting at his physical body. When it rains, it pours. Bad news came one after another. Xiaochen's face immediately darkened. This is just the baptism of an infant dragon. This is simply too strong. Xiaochen felt somewhat suspicious. A medicinal pool of this level. If something goes wrong, he will die. Calm down. Calm down. Xiaochen did his best to suppress the heat in his body and the anxiety in his heart. At this moment, there was no way out. Unless he jumped out now. However, that would not only be difficult, but it would also be a form of admitting defeat. He remembered that the old dragon horse told him to stay a while longer before it left. If the other party knew that he would come out after jumping in, who knew what expression it would make? However, what Xiao Chen did not know was that the old dragon horse and the other item spirits in the Blue Dragon Palace were all observing through a water screen in a meditation room at the side. Big Brother Dragon, isn't this too ruthless and risky? That is not the baptism of an infant dragon. It is the coming-of-age ceremony for an infant dragon. The girl in her prime could not help saying when she saw Xiao Chen's appearance, feeling some heartache. Risky? If I don't take risks, do I still have a chance? Back then, the Qing Emperor failed even though he was stronger than he was now. The situation now was even more complicated than 10,000 years ago. Xiao Chen's strength was not even comparable to the Qing Emperor's. There was only one result, failure. Not only will he die, but his friends and family will all die as well. The old dragon horse felt complicated in its heart. However, it still maintained an expressionless face as it spoke coldly. The black-clad old man said, "Don't worry. Even if Xiao Chen finds out, he will not blame us, because he will not be able to bear the consequences of failure." That was right. Xiao Chen was not afraid of death. However, if his friends and family were all going to die, he would definitely choose to risk it all. However, could the current Xiao Chen really endure this medicinal pool, which was originally used for the baptism of an infant dragon after it matured? Chapter 15:12. In the medicinal pool, Xiao Chen's life hung on the line. The ferocious medicinal energy caused his blood to surge. His blood was like a river, but it was not a clear and cool river. Instead, it was a river of magma that was burning with heat waves. Behind them, the ferocious beasts in the pool tore at their bodies. Every time they struck, they felt like vomiting blood. First, he had to solve the first problem. His qi and blood were surging too quickly, and the medicinal effects were too overbearing. There were two ways. The first was to vent it out, and the second was to refine it. It was obviously impossible to vent it out. That would be a waste. It was better not to enter the medicinal pool. There was only one way left, and that was to refine it. No matter how difficult it was, he had to refine it. Amid the pain and suffering, Xiao Chen did his best to remain calm. He had to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. However, it really was difficult. The medicinal pool contained the blood of over 100 types of archaic vicious beasts. After the medicinal strength was released, it would be tyrannical and ferocious. His entire body felt like it was about to burst open. Just withstanding this pain was incomparably difficult. The mysterious ferocious beasts in the pool would be interrupted when they tried to mobilize their quintessence with great difficulty. The greatest taboo for true essence was to be interrupted. If true essence flowed backward, it would burn one's meridians, and one's tendons would feel as if they were being pricked by needles. Once, twice, thrice. After more than 10 experiments, all of them ended in failure, and with every failure, the pain would intensify. Inside the cultivation room, the old dragon horse and the other item spirits could not bear to see this scene. Their hearts clenched. They had no choice but to be ruthless. Right now, Xiao Chen was still too weak. There was no chance of success if they wanted to deal with the crisis outside. 0. Little fellow, don't blame me for being ruthless. You are one of the lucky ones of the dragon race to obtain the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance. Unfortunately for you, you are weaker than many of your fellow geniuses in this banished land. At such a young age, he had to shoulder the entire Kunlun. This was an even greater misfortune. The old dragon horse sighed in its heart. If it knew what Xiao Chen had experienced along the way, it would have been shocked. This sigh would probably make them look at Xiao Chen in a new light. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Along the way, Xiao Chen had laughed, felt tired, cried, felt pain, and felt sad. He had already opened his eyes. At the very least, he lived in this world without being humble or pushy. He didn't bend his back or lower his head. He lived proudly until now. That was enough. Success. The azure-clad man staring at the water screen revealed an expression of joy and excitement. The old dragon horse quickly looked over. After failing 100 times, Xiaochen finally succeeded in circulating the purple thunder divine incantation. All right. The normally calm and steady old dragon horse could not help but say, "Good," loudly. Everything was difficult at the beginning, but there was no need to fear the rugged and thorny road ahead. Only by taking the first step would there be a chance of success. If he didn't take that step, there was no chance of success. When the purple thunder divine incantation circulated in the medicinal pool, it became like a huge whirlpool. The medicinal energy contained in the blood fell into the small lake of veritable essence like a storm. The pressure that Xiaochen faced immediately lessened, and the ferocious beating of his blood slowed down slightly. When the medicinal energy entered the originally calm veritable essence lake, it instantly surged. However, this kind of surging was different from before. It made Xiaochen feel incredibly comfortable. This was the veritable essence energy slowly solidifying and condensing as the medicinal energy infused into it. As the medicinal energy continuously refined, Xiaochen's condition improved. The redness on his face also became more natural. It no longer looked as scary as before, like blood would flow out at any moment. Now, he looked much better. Whoosh! When the purple thunder divine incantation completed a great cycle, Xiaochen spat out a long mouthful of turbid qi. He immediately felt refreshed, like his body had been purified. Suddenly, Xiaochen narrowed his eyes, and his right hand moved ferociously. Boom! Xiaochen saw a ferocious beast being pulled out of the water. It was something formless. After it was pulled out, it struggled endlessly. It wanted to escape from Xiaochen's hands. How can it be that easy? Now that he could divert some attention to deal with this ferocious beast, Xiaochen naturally would not let it off. Xiaochen clenched his fist, and the formless thing revealed itself. It turned out to be a huge snake giving off a dim light. However, it did not seem to be a true ferocious beast, just a strand of a ferocious remnant soul. It is already dead, yet it is still causing trouble. Xiaochen's gaze turned cold, and he smashed it with a palm strike, scattering its body and soul. Plop! Plop! When the ancient ferocious beast remnant souls below saw the situation, they all leaped out of the water and launched themselves at Xiaochen. These ancient ferocious beast remnant souls seemed to come to life in the hazy mist as they launched themselves at Xiaochen. The entire scene was incredibly horrifying. The ancient ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts born during the Great Desolate Aeon. They were the descendants of the gods and demons, running amok in the Great Desolate Continent. Xiaochen frowned slightly as he felt a huge pressure bearing down on him. His entire body trembled. Roar! Just at this moment, a loud dragon roar came from below the medicinal pool. Dragon might surged out, forcing back all these ferocious beast remnant souls. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally quieter. The old dragon horse was right. There were indeed countless dragon souls guarding the bottom of the water. After Xiaochen stabilized his cultivation, he could absorb these dragon souls to cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art. After the purple thunder divine incantation circulated 100 great cycles, the veritable essence energy lake in Xiaochen's body turned from the original white to a pure purple. After the baptism of the purple thunder divine incantation, the veritable essence energy became even purer and denser. Xiaochen's cultivation finally stabilized at small perfection veritable essence energy. What surprised Xiaochen even more was that the remnant medicinal energy entered his sea of consciousness. The sea formed by magic energy expanded several-fold once again. It felt like he was about to reach a bottleneck. There was also his physical body. His vital qi continued to grow. His initial 1,000 dragon force had increased several-fold, reaching 3,000 dragon force. The 10,000 dragon force of the heaven-punishing corpse god, who used his physical body to substantiate his Tao, was no longer an unreachable existence to Xiaoqin. The many miraculous effects made Xiaoqin wonder if this medicinal pool was as simple as the old dragon horse made it out to be. However, this doubt passed in a flash. After the ordeal, Xiaoqin finally got used to the environment of this medicinal pool. I have to make good use of it. Xiaoqin relaxed his body and slowly sank down. After a long while, his feet touched the bottom of the medicinal pool, and he stood at the bottom. Xiaoqin did not dare to open his eyes. The essence blood of the ancient ferocious beasts in this medicinal pool was too tyrannical. Furthermore, the eyes were the weakest part of the body. If he got careless and burned his eyes, it would be problematic. Xiaoqian's six senses were very sharp. He could sense many dragon souls in the surroundings, some strong and some weak. These dragon souls all showed their goodwill to Xiaoqian's arrival. Several of them even took the initiative to come over, waiting for him to absorb them. Xiaoqian entered deep thought. It looked like many people would sink to the bottom of the medicinal pool. They would either use the dragon souls to strengthen their souls or cultivate some kind of cultivation technique like Xiaoqin. The dragon souls at the bottom of the medicinal pool were already used to it. This was a kind of feedback. If one day, after Xiaoqin died, he would leave behind his dragon soul here to benefit his descendants. Xiaoqin no longer hesitated. He sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art at the bottom, where the medicinal energy was the most ferocious. The blue dragon body nourishing art had a total of 5 layers. Xiaoqin already cultivated it to the 3rd layer. As long as he made 2 breakthroughs at the bottom, he would reach peak consummation. According to the introduction of the blue dragon body nourishing art, after reaching peak consummation, the physical body would become the bona fide blue dragon war body. Xiaoqin could materialize the blue dragon war armor as he pleased. When he grabbed, it would be like the claw of an ancient blue dragon. He could easily tear apart the physical bodies of ferocious beasts as if they were dry weeds. At the same time, on the island of the Treasure Master's residence, the Treasure Master's adopted son finally returned from the Penglai Sea with 17 immortal statues. After the immortal cultivators refined these immortal statues, not only did their defenses increase significantly, but their movements also became more nimble. Even more horrifying was that they could now use magic treasures. Naturally, the magic treasures of the immortal statues were peak immortal equipment of the immortal epoch. Now, the combat prowess of an immortal statue was more than twice as strong as before. However, the many cultivators and the 3 primes on Heavenly Star Island did not know about all this. This time, the Treasure Master did not hesitate. He directly ordered his 10-odd adopted sons to charge to Heavenly Star Island with the experts of the Treasure Master's residence. Chapter 15:13. In the City Lord's residence of Heaven Dragon City, Mo Qin and Lan Xiaobai counted the number of experts on Heavenly Star Island. Lan Xiaobai took out a stack of vellum and looked at Mo Qin. The numbers are out. Martial sages and below are ignored. The blue-robed emperor has a total of 2,000 people, 300 minor Heavenly Emperor Wu, 80 greater Heavenly Emperor Wu, 20 sovereign martial emperors, and 10 Holy Lord-level existences, including primes. So few. Mo Qin said with a frown. Indeed, very few. Before the Golden Age arrived, the entire Heavenly Starry Ocean's accumulations totaled about this many people. After the Golden Age arrived, people continuously broke through to Emperor Wu's level. Many of the older generation cultivators also advanced further. However, now, after the calamity, the blue-robed emperor only had 2,000 people dead. Minor Heavenly Emperor Wu and Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu did not even have 400 people in total. As for sovereign martial emperors, there were only 20. Most of these people were from the 3 immortal Holy Lands. Excluding the 3 immortal Holy Lands, there would be even fewer. The sudden appearance of 18 immortal statues was equivalent to 18 primes. Their destructive power was so great that it was no exaggeration to call it the end of the world. Lan Xiaobai nodded and said, "This is indeed too few." The entire heavenly starry ocean probably lost more than 50% of its peak combat power. Actually, if they had organized things properly, they would not have suffered such great losses. Unfortunately, the heavenly starry ocean is leaderless. I also do not know what happened to the Kunlun continent. To think that the deity Dao Union and Bushan Palace did not send reinforcements. The treasure master's timing is too accurate. Mo Chen corrected, he did not choose this timing. He created it himself. Mo Chen believed that the treasure master had been planning for this day for a long time. If the deity Dao Union and Bushan Palace had sent reinforcements, the heavenly starry ocean would not have suffered such great losses. The treasure master could not have been unaware of this. He definitely had a hand in the matter of the Blue Dragon Palace. Lan Xiaobai smiled, "Don't worry about that now. There's good news. The Heaven and Earth Absolute Dragon Formation has been tested several times. It's enough to withstand the attacks of the immortal statues." However, Mo Chen was not very optimistic. There is another condition. If the strength of the immortal statue does not change, then, dong dong dong. Just at this moment, footsteps came from outside the residence. Several Dragon's Gate disciples rushed in and reported, "Oh no. The treasure master's residence's people are charging over." Mo Chen and Lan Xiaobai suddenly stood up and instantly flew out of the hall, looking into the distance. At the end of their line of sight, they could see the upper body of the celestial statue. The immortal statue's eyes were cold and lifeless, as if it was already within reach. In reality, there was still a long way to go. It was just that these immortal statues were too tall. Like a towering mountain, it could be seen clearly from 100 li away. "Prepare for battle." Mo Chen's expression remained calm. She had long expected that the city lord's residence would not let this matter rest. The calm from before was just the prelude to the storm. It was the brewing of an even bigger storm. However, there was a shadow in her heart. The treasure master's residence's people were somewhat slow. Under normal circumstances, after the immortal statues were tidied up, the treasure master's residence would have charged over in one day. However, 8 days had already passed before the treasure master's residence made their move to the city gates. Mo Chen did not have much time to think. After calling out to Lan Xiaobai, she flew towards the city walls. Many experts had already arrived at the eastern city gates. As they looked at the huge immortal statue in the distance, they all felt very worried. Before the great calamity arrived, these people were either the sect masters or the clan heads of ancient noble clans. They were all tyrants of their regions. They could be said to be major characters of the heavenly starry ocean. They definitely would not have any problems taking charge. However, now that these major characters were gathered together and looked at the immortal statue, they did not have much confidence. "City lords, can the worldly absolute dragon formation block the attacks of these immortal statues?" The one who spoke was the clan head of an ancient noble clan. He still felt some lingering fear from the attacks of the immortal statues. The clan head of an ancient noble clan had a physical body that rivaled that of a prime, nimble and agile, strong magic skills, and a huge body. A mere statue of an immortal was enough to destroy his entire clan, causing the entire clan to be wiped out in an instant. "If we cannot block it, let's retreat." The Heavenly Province Academy's vice-sect master clearly lacked confidence. Back then, the 3 holy lands, the Yin-Yang Paradise, the Heavenly Province Academy, and the 5 Poison Sect, worked together to resist the immortal statues. In the end, they missed the best time to retreat and suffered heavy casualties. Even now, they still felt lingering fear. What's there to fear? With the Blue Dragon King and the 3 primes around, I don't believe that we cannot take down these 17 immortal statues. Rather than passively defending, we might as well take the initiative to fight. There were also people who did not give up on their ambitions and were very confident in Xiaoqin. However, they were in the minority. Most people tended to be conservative. If they could defend, they would defend. If they could not, they would retreat. After all, these people had feelings for the heavenly starry ocean and were tied to their interests. They could not just leave at a whim. Imogen felt somewhat helpless. She did not know how to answer these people's questions. When one's strength reached a certain level, all intelligence and schemes would seem very useless. Whoosh! 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 3 figures appeared. They were the Bright Moon Empress, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, and the Cyclic Astral Lord. The appearance of the primes immediately boosted the confidence of the people on the city walls. One had to know that these supremes had taken on quite a few immortal statues on their own back then. The Myriad Law Fiend Master looked at the immortal statues and said in confusion, "They are still playing this game. With the 3 of us working together, we can block 17 immortal statues. The Treasure Master is overthinking if he wants to use this to break through." The immortal statues were as strong as primes. However, they were inanimate objects in the end. In terms of intelligence, they were not as agile as primes. If the 3 primes worked together, they would be able to block 17 immortal statues. At the very least, they would not lose. The Bright Moon Empress frowned slightly. It is definitely not that simple. Given the Treasure Master's character, he will either not make a move or be confident of victory the moment he makes a move. The immortal statue this time will definitely be different in many ways. The Cyclic Astral Lord nodded and said, "That's right. The Treasure Master is sinister and crafty. He definitely came prepared." The Cyclic Astral Lord could be said to have suffered a great loss against the Treasure Master. Originally, he felt that even if the Treasure Master had some scheme, the 3 primes working together would be sufficient to suppress him. Before absolute strength, the Treasure Master would not be able to cause any trouble. Unexpectedly, when the other party turned hostile, he used absolute strength to suppress them, preventing them from causing any trouble. If not for Xiaoqin appearing out of nowhere and surpassing Prime, the consequences would have been dire. When the others heard the words of the primes, they all felt some disbelief. That can't be. If he is really that incredible, why did he not use it earlier? The person who threatened to charge out and fight with these immortal statues earlier said in disbelief. Right after that person spoke, someone suddenly exclaimed, "What is that?" Everyone looked over and saw a straight beam of light tearing through the clouds in the distance, quickly flying towards Heavenly Star Island. The 3 primes focused their eyes on it. When they saw it clearly, their expressions changed drastically. "It's a sword." That was a 1-kilometer-long treasure sword. It had an exquisite design and flickered with a faint light. Even though it was 1 kilometer long, the cold light of the blade was still clearly visible, down to the finest detail. Imogen reacted very quickly. She crossed her hands and held the formation plate between them. Then, she closed her eyes and quickly formed hand seals. A bright light shot out from between her hands. Immediately, the Dragon's Gate disciples at the formation nodes in the city and the other cultivators all sensed it. The Dragon's Gate disciples quickly sat down cross-legged and activated the node they were at. Thousands of azure-colored pillars of light immediately soared up from the vast Heaven Dragon City. The pillars of light gathered in the sky. Imogen stretched out her hand, and a screen of light descended, encasing the entire Heavenly Star Island. Dang! The 1-kilometer-long sword also instantly descended at this moment. A loud sound spread throughout the entire city. All of Heavenly Star Island shook intensely. Fear and panic spread in everyone's heart. Chi! Chi! The sword tore through the screen of light, revealing half of its blade. Then, it hovered above the city gates, above everyone's heads. The worldly absolute dragon formation that could block primes actually blocked the might of this sword. This was simply horrifying. It looked like the entire sword was about to pierce through. The cyclic astral lord soared into the air, and a bright starlight descended around him. Then, it gathered in his palm. He struck out with all his might at the critical moment, smashing out this half of the sword. Everyone, be careful. These are the magic treasures of the immortal statues. They are all peak immortal equipment. The cyclic astral lord shouted after blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Imogen did not dare to be careless. Her hands moved increasingly faster, and the azure light barrier slowly darkened. Finally, dragon motifs appeared on the light barrier, giving off a loud dragon roar. The power of the sound wave knocked back the 1-kilometer-long sword. The 17 immortal statues soared into the air. At this moment, they finally arrived. They looked down at the people below, aloof and aloof. Their cold, lightless eyes were like they were looking at a group of ants. A magic treasure hovered above the head of every immortal statue, emitting a misty immortal aura. There was a flying sword, a treasure mirror, a jade fan, a bell, or an ancient lamp. Every one of them was very shocking, deterring anyone from looking at them directly. Despair appeared in the depths of everyone's heart on Heavenly Star Island. No one had expected that the immortal statues, which were already strong enough, could actually use magic treasures. The result of this battle was decided the moment it started. Prepare to retreat. There is no more fighting, the cyclic astral lord whispered to Imogen. If there were only one immortal statue with a magic treasure, it would be fine. However, all 17 immortal statues had magic treasures, so there was no need for that. My 3 old friends, how have you been? Laughter resounded, and a black figure flew out from behind the 17 immortal statues. That person's appearance was blurry. One could only vaguely make out a terrifying saber wound on his face. Treasure Master. The Bright Moon Empress and the other 2 were startled, recognizing this person. Since the immortal statues appeared, the Treasure Master had not appeared. This was the first time he appeared before everyone. The Treasure Master stood on the head of an immortal statue and looked down at everyone. He said, Cyclic Astral Lord, Fiend King, and Palace Master, the 3 of you are the strongest. You should know the pros and cons. I'll cut to the chase. Leave behind half of the cultivators in the city. The rest can leave. Don't wait until the very end before you know what's good for you. The Treasure Master's tone was calm, but his casual words determined the life and death of half the people in the city. This simply made the cultivators in the city unable to calm down. After a long period of silence, no one answered. This question was too heavy. Ha! It looks like not everyone is willing to give me face. I still have to knock them down a peg or 2. The Treasure Master smiled coldly, and the magic treasures of the 17 immortal statues flew out at the same time, heading for Heavenly Star Island, eliciting startled cries. Chapter 15-14. The magic treasures of the 18 immortal statues attacked the Heaven Dragon City at the same time, displaying their might. Immediately, all sorts of mysterious phenomena covered the sky. All the magic treasures were peak immortal equipment, reproducing the vast immortal might of the immortal epic. Multicolored light filled the sky. 9 lights in 10 colors dyed the world like a painting. The painting unfurled, and the first to descend was a feather fan. That jade fan had a total of 18 divine bird feathers, refined from them. Just as it was about to descend, it suddenly turned into a divine bird and scattered. Each of the 18 tail feathers was slender and long, burning with a blazing flame. They were like needles, easily piercing through the defensive light barrier of the worldly absolute dragon formation. Then, they merged back together. Then, they turned back into a feather fan. With a flap, a boundless strong wind and surging flames blew. A rain of fire spread out, descending into the city. Countless buildings immediately ignited. The many sovereign martial emperors on the city walls executed their various means to block the rain of fire. However, the strong wind was too strong, and the flames were too dense. They could not block all of them. Rumble. The 1-kilometer-long sword attacked again, continuously striking the light barrier and giving off loud, deafening sounds like thunder. The light barrier of the worldly absolute dragon formation looked like it could shatter at any moment, shattering on the spot. Imogen held the formation plate in her hand and quickly retreated. After she sent out a hand seal, the formation plate disappeared. After sending out a hand seal, the cultivators guarding the various nodes immediately reacted and sent out more power. An overwhelming tsunami surged up on the surface of the sea. The entire Heavenly Star Island soared into the air. It was like a primordial beast, incredibly vast. Even the immortal statues did not seem that huge before the entire island. Heavenly Star Island quickly went far away, wanting to fly away. You think you can escape? The treasure master smiled coldly. With a thought, he grasped the puppet pearl. The 17 immortal statues attacked at the same time. Whoosh! 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 They surrounded the flying Heavenly Star Island and punched. The immortal statues clenched their fists, and the fist lights of the immortal statues became like a mountain. Just one immortal statue could erupt with the strength of a prime. How incredible would it be if 17 immortal statues attacked at the same time? Amid loud sounds, the soaring Heavenly Star Island was forcefully smashed down and returned to the sea. Immortal equipment and magic treasures flew everywhere in the city. Even if the three Supremes attacked at the same time, they would not be able to stop all the immortal artifacts and magical treasures. The entire city was in chaos. Countless martial artists fled in all directions. Every time one of the mirrors shot out a beam of immortal light, even Emperor Wu would be pierced on the spot. There was also a celestial bell, which sounded incredibly pleasing to the ear. However, the power of the sound waves caused the ground to tremble, as if the entire world were spinning. 17 immortal statues and 17 immortal magic treasures were simply undefeatable. The Heaven Dragon City was on the verge of collapse. No one knew how long it could last. The Treasure Lord suddenly waved his hand. The many magic treasures returned to their positions, and the immortal statues stopped attacking. In just a short moment, the entire Heaven Dragon City had fallen into a sea of flames, the ground had collapsed, and the casualties were extremely heavy. The many sovereign martial emperors and the three primes all showed signs of fatigue. As he looked at the celestial statue, he revealed an expression of extreme indignation and helplessness. Xiao Chen was truly dissatisfied. He had not even managed to touch the treasure master's clothes, and he was already reduced to such a sorry state. The treasure master hovered in the air, feeling confident of victory. He asked casually, "How is it? Do you still need to consider?" Imogen bit her lip, her complexion pale. She showed some helplessness and bitterness. The other party was simply too strong. Before the Treasure Lord's true body made a move, the immortal statues already swept through the place. Based on the other party's expression, he had far more tricks up his sleeves. Was the Kunlun Realm's end really here? Although the treasure master did not speak loudly, the cultivators in the city still felt a mountain-like pressure. They felt despair and helplessness. Did they really have to agree to the other party's request and leave half the people behind before they could leave? If you are not saying anything, then let's do it again. The treasure master snorted coldly. The immortal statues all formed hand seals, and the 17 magic treasures flickered with light, preparing to launch a new attack. Stop! Just at this moment, the myriad law fiend master stepped forward and shouted coldly, "Treasure master, there's no need to bully others. I'll go with you. Let these people in the city go." Old ancestor. The moment the Myriad Law Fiend Master said that, the people of the Myriad Fiend Island all cried out in alarm. The Myriad Law Fiend Master waved his hand to stop these people. Then, he looked at the Treasure Master and said, "I know what you want to do. I alone am sufficient." The Treasure Master remained silent. A light flickered in his eyes as he revealed a complicated expression. However, after a while, all the strange light in his eyes vanished. He said, "If you are willing, naturally, you can. Of course, using a prime as a sacrifice would be the best." This was something the Treasure Master did not even dare to think about. After all, with the strength of a prime, even if the entire Kunlun realm was occupied and everyone died, it would be very difficult for a prime to kill. After all, it would be too easy for them to leave if they wanted to. The Cyclic Astral Lord and the Bright Moon Empress exchanged glances, both shocked by the Myriad Law Fiend Master's decision. "Why are you doing this?" the two asked in unison. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said calmly, "I have already seen through life and death. If not for this demonic calamity that suddenly arrived, I would not have died. If not for this demonic calamity, I would have already walked the Kunlun realm's path. There is no need to grieve for me. Being a prime is a kind of grief in itself." As a supreme being, he was lonely and helpless in this land of exile. The higher he stood, the more he felt that this world was just a cage. He could feel invisible restraints binding him increasingly tighter. He lived a free and unfettered life. Only when he reached the peak did he realize that he was not free. This was the sorrow of smart people. Perhaps death was just a release. "Old ancestor, don't go." The Myriad Fiend Island's cultivators cried out in pain, their eyes turning moist when they saw that their old ancestor was really going to go out and surrender. Di Shinhan's eyes turned bloodshot as he clenched his fists, suffering intense torment in his heart. As the Myriad Fiend Island's holy son, he was helpless in such a situation. He simply could not accept watching his old ancestor send himself to death. "There's no need to say any more. I've already made up my mind." "Very good. I promise you. As long as you are willing to come out, I will let everyone in this city go." The Treasure Master did not show much joy after obtaining a prime as a blood sacrifice. "However, I do not agree." Suddenly, a clear voice came from the City Lord's residence's Blue Dragon Palace. Following that, an azure light shot out and blocked the Myriad Fiend Master. The Myriad Fiend Master stretched out his hand and placed it on the Myriad Fiend Master's shoulder. His hand was heavy and strong, stopping the Myriad Fiend Master. "Blue Dragon King!" Startled cries filled the city. The one who arrived was Xiao Qin, who had just come out of closed-door cultivation. "Treasure Master, I finally see your true self. You are indeed mysterious. Even though you are right before me, I still cannot see your true appearance." Xiao Qin said indifferently as he looked at the Treasure Master in the air. "Ha! Blue Dragon King, you really appeared at the right time. I thought that you went to Kunlun Mountain to seek reinforcements. Unexpectedly, you are still in the city. Kunlun Mountain sought reinforcements. Could there be an even stronger existence at Kunlun Mountain?" This thought flashed in a flash, and Xiao Qin stopped thinking about it. There were more important things that he needed to do. You don't even need reinforcements just to kill you. Revealing your true self before me will definitely be the decision you will regret the most. Xiao Qin narrowed his right eye, and the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his sea of consciousness flickered. The vast power of the lightning tribulation poured into his right eye. 3 lightning tribulation seeds bloomed and spun quickly in Xiao Qin's eye. Then, they layered over each other and sent down the lightning tribulation. The divine lightning I could send down a lightning tribulation with just one look, deciding life and death. There was no way to dodge, as the world had already locked onto one's aura the moment the divine lightning I looked at you. 3 terrifying bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, immediately plunging this world into darkness. Only electric light flickered in the world. Every bolt of lightning made one's heart tremble. When the 3 bolts of lightning intertwined and gathered, even primes trembled. This sudden scene shocked everyone. At the same time, anticipation welled up in their hearts. Whoosh! The treasure master's foggy face suddenly revealed a pair of eyes. At this moment of life and death, he was scarily calm as he stared straight at Xiao Qin. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. This gaze seemed somewhat familiar. There was no time to think, as the lightning tribulation already landed on the treasure master. Chapter 15:15. Xiao Chen vaguely felt that he had seen this gaze somewhere before. However, he could not immediately recall it. However, this was not the time to think about this. He wanted to see the results. Actually, Xiao Chen already had a vague guess in his heart. However, he was not willing to think about it or guess. Right now, all that mattered was whether this divine lightning could truly injure the other party. The 3 bolts of tribulation lightning tangled with each other. The piercing electric light made it hard to look directly at it. Before this intense light, everyone either closed their eyes or squinted slightly. Only Xiao Chen did not close them. Instead, he opened his eyes wide, even silently activating his heavenly eye. Xiao Chen faced the dazzling electric light, wanting to see it clearly. Even if the intense light injured him, he did not care. Bang! The tribulation lightning struck the treasure master very quickly. There was no way to dodge. In reality, the treasure master did not even bother to dodge. The vast lightning-attributed energy quickly exploded. The impact knocked the surrounding immortal statues into the courtyard. A hazy mist rose up. That was the lightning-attributed energy, instantly vaporizing a large amount of seawater. Sparks flickered in the mist, crackling endlessly. When refracted by the mist, the sparks flickered with resplendent light, turning the mist into a glazed color. No one could clearly see what was happening inside. No one knew whether the treasure master was dead or alive. "Is he dead?" someone asked. Someone said in a novel. The world was strangely quiet, so quiet that it made people feel a little scared. Even if he is not dead, he should be severely injured. It would be best if he is dead. Who knows how many people of the heavenly starry ocean that fellow killed? I heard that many cultivators were taken away as sacrifices. Many people discussed this in whispers. No one dared to speak loudly. The cyclic astral lord frowned and said, "How strange. Such vast lightning-attributed energy actually exploded so quickly." That's right. The shock waves are also smaller, the myriad law fiend master said in agreement with a nod. This feels somewhat strange. Experts could always see things differently from ordinary people. The 3 primes all found it strange. The power of the 3 bolts of tribulation lightning layered over each other. Even primes found that terrifying. After the explosion, the shock waves should have reached Heaven Dragon City. However, in reality, the shock waves only reached 1 kilometer around the treasure master. Xiao Chen could not wait. He stretched out his right hand and pushed. Ha! This seemingly ordinary palm strike exploded with power that shocked everyone. More than 7,000 streams of energy formed by roaming dragons appeared behind Xiao Chen. His vital qi had already reached 7,000 dragon power, only 3,000 less than the heaven-punishing corpse god's 10,000 dragon power. He withdrew his palm gently, and the mist was pushed away like a piece of floating ice. This scene once again shocked everyone. 7,000 dragon power was already terrifying enough. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was able to use his vital qi so proficiently, grasping such skillful moves. This was simply incredible. Could it be that the 7,000 dragon force was only the tip of the iceberg that Xiao Chen had displayed? What shocked him even more was not Xiao Chen, but the result after the mist was pushed away. When the mist scattered, the treasure master's true body was revealed. His aura remained the same, looking like he was not injured at all. Not bad. Unfortunately, you are still unable to truly injure me, the treasure master said calmly without any fluctuations. Impossible. Everyone was in disbelief. How could such a powerful lightning tribulation be unscathed? Even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. That was what everyone was aware of. Even the three paragons were stunned. At the same time, they felt despair. Even such a strong lightning tribulation could not injure the treasure master. In that case, was there any hope of victory? Only Xiao Qin maintained a calm expression. However, he closed his eyes in disappointment. When Xiao Qin opened his eyes again, the disappointment was gone. Replacing it was an unfathomable look that was like a 1,000-year-old cold pond. Mo Qin, let's go. Xiao Qin said without turning his head back, staring at the treasure master. Mo Qin said with some difficulty, I tried once before. However, with 17 immortal statues working together, I could not leave at all. Don't worry. We can leave. After obtaining Xiao Chen's promise, Mo Qin soared into the air. Then, she held up the formation plate and activated the formation once more. Together with the thousands of Dragon's Gate disciples, she controlled Heavenly Star Island and soared into the air again. You can't say that we can leave. Only I can say that, the treasure master said casually. His face was hazy, making it hard to see his appearance. The 17 immortal statues leaped into the air. Their bodies were as huge as mountains. Their bodies were clearly as huge as mountains, but when they moved, they were as nimble as a cunning rabbit. Whoosh! 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 This time, the 17 immortal statues were even more violent and direct. Each of them stomped on Heavenly Star Island's light barrier. The light barrier had already been destroyed many times already. If it got struck again, it would shatter on the spot. Mo Qin, who was in charge of the formation, would definitely suffer a huge backlash. She might even die from severe injuries. 3 seniors, please help me imitate the treasure master. Xiao Qin left those words in a hurry and shot out of the light barrier. With a thought, he clenched his 10 fingers tightly. The instant his 10 fingers clenched, vital chi surged in his body, forming countless roaming dragons around him, roaring ferociously. 10,000 dragon force. When the 3 primes saw it clearly, they were all startled. The vital chi that Xiao Qin displayed was actually no weaker than the heaven-punishing corpse gods. What a fellow! What exactly did he experience in the Blue Dragon Palace? The cyclic astral lord could not help exclaiming. The myriad law fiend master muttered, I feel that he went through some kind of metamorphosis. In the past, it was his cultivation that broke through the restrictions. Now, it is his physical body that broke through the restrictions of the Kunlun realm. The myriad law fiend master was right. The vital Qi Dao was also prevalent in the great thousand realms outside the Kunlun realm. Many cultivators substantiated their Dao with the physical body, focusing on vital Qi. After they became powerhouses, they could move unhindered. The power of a supreme existence could even shatter a star with one strike. The heaven-punishing corpse god substantiated his Dao with the physical body and achieved 10,000 dragon force. However, he also reached a bottleneck and could not continue cultivating. However, it was different for Xiao Qin. The medicinal pool in the Blue Dragon Palace was from the ancient era. It was used for pure-blooded true dragons to undergo their coming-of-age ceremony. Once they successfully endured it, they would be reborn. The essence blood of an ancient ferocious beast was 1,000 times more precious than Xiao Qin imagined, even 10,000 times. It looked like the feet of the immortal statues were about to stomp down in the sky. Xiao Qin roared, and 10,000 dragon force quickly gathered above his head. There was no bright light in the center of the gathering of 10,000 dragon force. There was only a wild aura, simple and natural. Boom! Before everyone's eyes, the 10,000 dragon force gathered and formed a three-legged treasure cauldron. Faint dragon patterns appeared on the cauldron. 10,000 dragon force gathered into one cauldron force. Outside the abandoned land, 10,000 dragon force was a bottleneck for all vital chi cultivators. After clearing this bottleneck, one would enter a brand new realm. During the Great Desolate Aeon, when the 10,000 races fought for supremacy, every strong tribe would forge a cauldron to show off its strength and prosperity. Any treasure cauldron would be forged from mountains and rivers, astral divine iron, and the remains of ancient ferocious beasts. The cauldron was a symbol of honor and authority. After the monarchs worshipped it, it even gained a lot of divinity. During that era, strength was measured by cauldron force. One cauldron force equaled 10,000 dragon force. More importantly, this was a kind of sublimation, a sign of vital chi reaching the palm's level. When the three-legged dragon cauldron formed, the treasure master's expression immediately changed drastically. He took out the puppet pearl and sent out strands of thought to get the immortal statues to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. Everyone saw Shao Qin throw 17 punches. To others, it looked like he had created countless clones, and all of them punched at the same time. However, in reality, it was just that Shao Chen's punches were too fast, giving the illusion that he punched at the same time. Bang! 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 With every punch, a three-legged dragon cauldron shot out from the fish light. The dragon cauldron contained an ancient aura from the Great Desolate Aeon, faintly flickering with the light of divinity. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! Shattering sounds rang out. Half a leg of each immortal statue broke on the spot, and they fell like small mountains. The 17 immortal statues were knocked back at the same time and fell into the sea, kicking up waves. After throwing 17 punches, Shao Qin appeared somewhat fatigued. He spun around and landed on the city wall again. Blue Dragon War Body, the treasure master muttered to himself with a somewhat complicated expression. 10,000 years ago, that person who swept through the world and used the demonic Tao to enter the Tao also displayed the Blue Dragon War Body. After 10,000 years, the treasure master saw the Blue Dragon War Body again, a clearly superior Blue Dragon War Body. Chapter 15-16. Shao Qin punched out 17 times in a row. Each punch contained a cauldron's worth of power. He even broke one of the immortal statue's legs. In a short period of time, the immortal statue's battle prowess would definitely be greatly reduced. However, it was clearly not the time to be careless, because the treasure master had not truly made a move yet. Shao Qin stared at the treasure master, not relaxing for a moment. The Blue Dragon War Body that Shao Qin displayed triggered a memory of the treasure master, causing him to fall into a momentary daze. By the time Shao Qin startled to his senses, Heavenly Star Island had already flown into the clouds, moving further away. You want to leave? It's not that easy. The treasure master snorted coldly, and a medallion in his hand suddenly burned. A certain order was quickly sent to the people who also had medallions. In the astral battlefield, the 18 demon monarchs of the abyss led their subordinates and waited quietly. They formed a circle, and within the circle, there was a huge teleportation array. Every demon emperor was waiting quietly. The Eros demon Leng Yu was also among them. Her charming face did not show any emotion. They were all major characters of the deep abyss demonic world. When a demonic monarch was enraged, blood would splatter for thousands of miles. But at this moment, none of them said a word, only quietly waiting for a certain order. Who could make 18 demon monarchs bow their heads and follow their lead? Naturally, he was the mysterious sect master of the Nether sect in the deep abyss demonic world. Everyone in the demon world believed in the demon god. From the moment they stepped onto the path of martial arts, they had fused a strand of their soul with an oath and offered it to the demon god. As for the Nether Church's sect master, he was the demonic god's spokesperson in the world. His words were like divine decrees. No one dared to disobey him. Although the sect master rarely showed himself, and most of the sect affairs were handled by the Nether sect's 2 vice sect masters, no one dared to disrespect the sect master's authority. Because those who were disrespectful would become private. Of the 18 demon emperors, the top 9 were all supremes. The last 9 demon emperors were not supremes. They were existences second only to primes. Furthermore, with the innate abilities of the demon race, they were even stronger than some of the holy lords of the Kunlun realm. Lang Yu, who appeared to be expressionless, was actually feeling complicated. She knew very well what was waiting for her. She was not afraid of fighting. She was only afraid that she would not be able to face someone. Shio shio shio. All of a sudden, a command medallion flew out from each person's body, ignited, and then embedded itself into the nodes of the formation. In just a short while, the formation shone brightly and emitted a vast demonic aura, causing every demon monarch's expression to become extremely grave. Let's go. Sect leader has already given the order. The celestial demon monarch was the first to enter the formation, followed by the earth demon monarch, the thunder demon monarch, the shadow demon monarch, and the dark demon monarch. The charm demon monarch, Lang Yu, sighed in her heart but still entered. After the demon sovereign entered, the various abyssal demon race experts behind him also waited quietly, preparing to be transported over in batches. When one looked around, one would discover that the square formations of the various demon cultivators stretched as far as the eye could see. All the cultivators of the demon race who could fight had already come out in full force. This was the final battle. They had to cut off all means of retreat. They would not allow any forces to remain. In the air, there were also countless cultivators wearing black robes with the symbol of a black lotus on them. They were the most mysterious Nether sect cultivators in the deep abyss demonic world. Their status was higher than the demons. Among the many Nether sect members, there were 2 extremely strong auras, not at all weaker than primes. These were the 2 vice-church masters of the Nether sect, Xing Wang and Fa Wang. These 2 were the true controllers of the Nether sect. This was because most of the time, the church master did not see anyone. Xing Wang controlled the life and death of the people, dealing with those who judged the Nether sect and those who violated the rules. Fa Wang managed the members of the Nether sect and was responsible for offering sacrifices to the demonic god. The 2 had a clear division of labor, equal in status. Strange. According to the church master's intentions, we should not be going over so early. Xing Wang frowned slightly and said with some misgivings, could something have happened? Fa Wang appeared more optimistic. He smiled and said, it is also possible that the church master dealt with the problem there in advance. Right. No matter what, we have been preparing for so long this time. We will definitely succeed. There will not be any accidents. At this moment, the many cultivators on Heavenly Star Island watched as the treasure master did not make a move. It looked like Heavenly Star Island was about to enter the clouds and fly to the Kunlun continent. Everyone released their bated breath. Only Xiaochen kept staring at the treasure master. He clearly saw the other party burning a strange medallion. Xiaochen did not know what the other party was planning. Little friend Xiaochen, what's wrong? The 17 immortal statues have temporarily lost their combat prowess. The treasure master should not dare to charge over alone. The myriad law fiend master explained when he saw that Xiaochen still had a grave expression, not relaxing at all. Xiaochen shook his head and said, it's hard to say. From the start to the end, this treasure master has not revealed his strength, the cyclic astral lord said with deep emotions, we still can't relax. Back then, although I knew that this treasure master had some connection to the demonic world, I did not care about him. Now, it looks like I was gravely mistaken. The Bright Moon Empress nodded and said, "That's right. However, we should not raise the other party's morale. With Xiao Chen here and the three of us, the treasure master will not dare to take the risk alone." These words were right. Xiao Chen's current strength already surpassed that of a prime. He could knock back 17 immortal statues alone, reaching an unfathomable level. The three primes could no longer understand Xiao Chen's strength. They did not know how far he had progressed. An existence that rivaled the Qing Emperor back then, with the three primes assisting from the side, did not fear the treasure master charging over alone. The treasure master did not fear charging over alone. However, while this was the theory, no one had seen the treasure master make a move before. The result was hard to say. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze from the treasure master and sighed softly in his heart. Then, he said, "Do be careful. I keep feeling that something is wrong." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, a mysterious energy suddenly parted the clouds in the sky. Many figures appeared in the sky. "On the orders of the Church Master, the Celestial Demon Monarch is here. On the orders of the Church Master, the Earth Demon Monarch is here. On the orders of the Church Master, the Shadow Demon Monarch is here." The 18 demon monarchs appeared at the same time. Overwhelming demonic might spread out in the sky. A formless aura spread out from the demon monarchs, and a huge pressure landed on Heavenly Star Island. 9 primes worked together with 9 Holy Lord-level demon monarchs. When their auras merged, they looked like a majestic mountain range stretching out endlessly, pressing down on the sky above Heavenly Star Island. As the 18 demon monarchs slowly descended, the pressure suddenly increased, slowly pushing down Heavenly Star Island. Mo Chen, who was maintaining the formation, immediately paled. Pu Ci. She simply could not endure the pressure, and blood leaked out of a corner of her mouth. 18 demon monarchs. Xiao Chen's heart sank. When he looked up, he saw that it was the real deal. It was indeed the 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world, and Leng Yu was among them. However, the other party did not dare to meet Xiao Chen's gaze, purposely avoiding it. He is the Dark Church's Church Master. Only the Dark Church's Church Master can command the 18 demon monarchs. The cyclic astral lord showed a startled expression. As he looked at the treasure master, horror flashed in his eyes. Although the cyclic astral lord had long guessed that the treasure master had a connection to the demonic world, no matter how he thought about it, he could not guess that the treasure master was the Dark Church's Church Master. As Xiao Chen looked at the treasure master, his mood turned even heavier. He immediately figured out all the details. It turned out that the other party had already laid out this trap 10,000 years ago. All sorts of doubts suddenly cleared up. All the clues connected. So, that was the case. Xiao Chen revealed a bitter smile as he looked at the treasure master. He really wanted to ask, why? However, he managed to endure in the end. 3 seniors, come with me to face the enemy. The cultivators in this city are the final flame of Heavenly Star Island. As long as the flame still exists, the heavenly starry ocean will be rebuilt after the calamity. Xiao Chen looked at the 18 demon monarchs and made up his mind, not thinking about anything else. The myriad law fiend master and the other 2 did not hesitate at all, following Xiao Chen and charging out of the barrier. With the auras of the 3 primes and Xiao Chen, they immediately blocked the demonic might of the 18 demon monarchs. The pressure on the entire city decreased. Heavenly Star Island, which was continuously being pushed down, soared into the air together. Chapter 15-17. I obey. The demonic monarch's expression did not change. As he prepared, he sent a voice projection to Leng Yu. Don't send me a voice projection. The treasure master is extremely horrifying. If we are not careful, we might give ourselves away. Compared to the cultivators of Heavenly Star Island, Xiao Chen was clearly more important to the demonic monarch. Shao Qin, did you hear me? Why are you not using martial techniques? To many people, the 18 demon monarchs were legendary characters. It was difficult to see any of them. Today, they all appeared at the same time. It was hard not to be nervous. Everyone felt nervous for Shao Qin and the three primes. Shao Qin was confident of knocking back the 17 immortal statues alone. However, when facing the 18 demon monarchs, Shao Qin brought along the three primes. Many thanks. The celestial demon monarch stretched out his hand and pointed at Shao Qin in dissatisfaction. Unexpectedly, Shao Qin attacked at the drop of a hat. A strong wind blew, and Shao Qin's figure vanished from everyone's vision. This was especially so for Shao Qin. He had interacted with the Myriad Law Fiend Master, the Cyclic Astral Lord, and the Bright Moon Empress before. Myriad Law Fiend Master, I only defeated you in a somewhat sorry state. Why hold a grudge against me? After saying these two simple words, Shao Qin instantly attacked without hesitation. The blue dragon divine wings appeared on his back. With a ferocious flap, he turned into an afterimage and launched himself at the celestial demon monarch. I do not dare to offer advice. I heard that you are now the strongest person of the Kunlun realm, so my hands are itching. Before the great battle begins, will you exchange one move with me? The celestial demon monarch narrowed his eyes and finally saw Shao Qin's figure. What appeared before him was a simple and unadorned fish light. Shao Qin showed an indifferent expression as he explained softly. A miserable shriek rang out, and the celestial demon monarch was immediately blasted back. As he looked at his missing right arm, he looked at Shao Qin again, horror flashing in his eyes. Demonic shadow palm. Rumble. Countless bolts of lightning roared in the sky. That was the rage of the heavenly Tao, not allowing such an evil thing to appear in the world. The smile on the celestial demon monarch's face froze before it disappeared. In the past, during the minor devil tribulation that happened once every 1,000 years, they had fought several times, so they were quite familiar with each other. An invisible aura spread out between them. Shao Qin nodded slightly and said softly, "You can say that. What can I do for you?" The treasure master, whose appearance could not be seen clearly, revealed a cold smile on his face, and a chill flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! A projection of a demonic god that gathered the faith of countless demonic worlds, as well as the foul and evil aura of the world, appeared behind the celestial demonic emperor. Bang! The three primes exclaimed in their hearts. The might of the demonic shadow palm was well known. It was one of the 10 great martial techniques of the deep abyss demonic world. Shao Qin's group of 4 guarded the periphery of Heavenly Star Island, coldly eyeing these 18 demon monarchs. Celestial Demon Emperor suddenly said, "You're the Blue Dragon King." A smile appeared on the celestial demon monarch's face as he said, "How bold. Let's begin. Shao Qin, be careful. The celestial demon monarch will not exchange moves with you so easily. He will definitely have a backup plan. When he exchanges moves with you later, he will definitely use the demonic shadow palm, materializing the image of a demonic god. It is extremely horrifying. Be careful. You don't understand. You will understand very soon. Don't agree to him. I've interacted with this celestial demon monarch before. He is very crafty and incredibly crafty. Although he said that he wants to exchange moves with you, he definitely has other plans, the Myriad Law Fiend Master whispered to Shao Qin. This battle was destined to be the official start of the demonic calamity. After receiving the Treasure Master's order, the 18 demon monarchs instantly turned around and quickly flew towards Heavenly Star Island. The 18 demon monarchs moved to the side, leaving the celestial demon monarch to face Shao Qin alone. The three primes felt helpless, so they gave Shao Qin some space. The demon monarchs were different from the immortal statues. They were also primes. In a one-on-one battle, the immortal statues could not compare to the cyclic astral lord and the others. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately knew who the owner of the voice was. The celestial demon monarch's spiritual sense was very sharp. When he heard the myriad law fiend master's words, he laughed loudly. This was especially so for the other party's crafty means, which were hard to guard against. The moment the gigantic image of the demonic god appeared, it gave off a boundless demonic might. The celestial demon monarch clearly understood the strength of the demonic god monarch. As the celestial demon monarch threw a palm strike, the demonic god image smashed towards Xiao Qin. Clearly, the celestial demon monarch did not dare to be careless. I agree, Xiao Qin said indifferently with a calm expression. The celestial demon monarch's true target did not seem to be Heavenly Star Island. Clearly, he was more concerned about how strong Xiao Qin was. The many demon monarchs in the air bent one knee and said in unison, "Greetings, Church Master." The demonic god image was even larger than the immortal statues. Its figure seemed to block half the sky, shrouding the entire Heavenly Star Island in darkness. Among the 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world, the celestial demon monarch's position was equivalent to that of Emperor Forsaken, the strongest of the demon monarchs. When the demonic god image vanished, the celestial demon monarch raged, "Blue Dragon King, I respect you as the strongest of the Kunlun realm, which is why I fought fairly with you. You are not even using a martial technique. Are you insulting me?" Xiao Chen's answer did not answer the question, stunning everyone. They could not understand what was going on. The arm that the celestial demon monarch used to point at Xiao Chen exploded with a scarlet light. All the cultivators on Heavenly Star Island held their breaths, not even daring to breathe loudly. It's over. Why is Xiao Chen not using a martial technique? The celestial demon monarch cursed in his heart. Then, he instantly executed his killing move. Damn it! Is he looking down on me? To think that he did not use any martial technique. Of course, the celestial demon monarch had heard of Xiao Chen before. However, it was hard to say whether he was itching for a move or not. The instant Xiao Chen clashed with that palm strike, he felt like he was clashing with a world and not a palm strike. Xiao Chen's internal organs were significantly injured. He could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood. Young man, you are indeed a newborn calf that does not fear the tiger. I'll show you this move. The celestial demon monarch made an inviting gesture as he looked at Xiao Qin. The celestial demon monarch moved very quickly and decisively. A flowing light flickered, not hesitating at all. It was like the celestial demon monarch drawing his saber, never pausing or panicking. After all, the celestial demon monarch could not cultivate martial techniques. Even though their bodies were nimble, their thinking could not compare to that of a living person. However, the celestial demon monarch had the advantage of numbers and stature, suppressing the 3 primes of Heavenly Star Island. This punch of mine condenses all the veritable essence energy in my body into one cauldron force, working with the blue dragon war body. It does not matter whether I use a martial technique or not. Do you understand now? The huge Heavenly Star Island behind Xiao Qin started shaking intensely. It flew up again, wobbling unsteadily like it would fall back down. Very few people could cultivate it. Furthermore, cultivating it to the peak was something that only the celestial demon monarch could do. Both sides looked ordinary, not showing anything outstanding about their appearances. However, this was the scariest confrontation at the peak of the entire Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen wiped off the blood on his lips and looked at the blood on his hand. Then, he entered deep thought and muttered, "The might of a demonic god is really horrifying. It is just an image, and yet it can erupt with such might." Xiao Chen and the others soared into the air, preparing to fight the 18 demon monarchs. Who could have imagined that the 18 demon monarchs would fly directly to the treasure master? Shao Qin had only experienced such a feeling when he executed the cycle chop. To think that a casual palm strike from the demonic god image could easily achieve that. The treasure master did not say anything, not reminding the 18 demon monarchs of Shao Qian's strength. In terms of strength, the treasure master was even stronger than Emperor Forsaken. Back then, when the myriad law fiend master clashed with the treasure master, he lost to the treasure master, leaving a deep impression on him. Whoosh! 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 As the 18 demon monarchs faced each other, the celestial demon monarch, the earth demon monarch, and the shadow demon monarch led them. The three did not move rashly. Instead, they sized up Shao Qian's group of 4, checking out their strength. I see it. In the darkness, everyone could only see a demonic god image that was even darker than the night sky. Even the light of lightning was engulfed in the boundless darkness. The only one that could not understand was Shao Qin. He felt that this person was like a deep spring, bottomless. Shao Qian's body gave off a mysterious aura that only the treasure master could see. Just as everyone worried for Shao Qin, a loud explosion resounded. Light returned, and blood leaked out of a corner of Shao Qian's lips. This palm strike sent Shao Qin flying back 1 kilometer before he could stabilize himself. The 3 primes worried that Shao Qin was injured. They wanted to go forward and protect him first. However, Shao Qin stretched out his hand and stopped them. The treasure master did not say anything more. With a wave of his hand, he got the many demon monarchs to stand up. Then, he looked at Shao Qian's group of 4 and said, "Block that island." Ling Yu felt warmth in her heart. She knew that the other party still cared about her. However, her expression remained cold, not showing any doubt at all. Chapter 15-18. The force of one punch shattered the celestial demon monarch's arm. Shao Qian's strength shocked everyone. Attack! Surround and kill him! The celestial demon monarch roared in a fluster. Flesh continuously regenerated on his arm, and his injuries healed at a visible rate. The physical body of the demon race was stronger than that of the various races of the Kunlun realm in the first place. Furthermore, the celestial demon monarch was a prime-level existence. His recovery speed was even faster. However, even if this arm regenerated, he would need at least a month before he could use it as freely as when he was at his peak. The flesh needed some time to regenerate. It would not be as good as new so quickly. With one arm crippled, the celestial demon monarch's combat prowess dropped by at least 20%. He posed no threat to Shao Qin. The chaotic battle started. The first to bear the brunt was a bolt of lightning descending on Shao Qin. That was the Thunder Demon Monarch's lightning-attributed attack. After that, the Iron Demon Monarch charged over. The Winged Demon Monarch flapped its wings and flew over to harass Shao Qin. The Shadow Demon Monarch was like a phantom, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He continuously launched sneak attacks at Shao Qin, annoying him to no end. The Ice Demon Monarch held up a cold sword. Together with the Iron Demon Monarch, he clashed head-on with Shao Qin. The Cyclic Astral Lord and the other 2 also quickly joined the battle, helping Shao Qin share some of the pressure. However, the 3's strength was limited in the end. Even with their full power, they could only delay 5 or 6 demon monarchs for Shao Qin. Most of them were not even primes. Shao Qin faced 6 primes and 7 Holy Lord-level demon monarchs alone in the air. 13 demon monarchs surrounded Shao Qin, fighting a chaotic battle. Although Shao Qin surpassed Prime and had the horrifying Blue Dragon War body, he still could not defeat the demon monarchs alone. Compared to the immortal statues, these demon monarchs had many more tricks up their sleeves. They knew how to harass and sneak attack. Their martial techniques were nimble, and their advance and retreat were orderly. When they worked together, their combat prowess was not something the immortal statues could match. More importantly, the demon monarchs all had protective treasures. It would be very difficult to seriously injure them in a short period of time. Xiao Chen, who was surrounded, was in a bad situation. He was in great danger, but he did his best to stabilize himself, not suffering any serious injuries. The one Xiao Chen fought with the most was the Iron Demon Monarch. This Iron Demon Monarch had met Xiao Chen once before. It was the Iron Demon that saved him in the savage battlefield. It's only been half a year, but your strength is getting heavier and heavier. I really shouldn't have saved you back then. Now, Xiao Chen's punch contained a cauldron strength. Even the Iron Demon, who was born with a strong physical body, could not withstand it. The Iron Demon, who was being continuously attacked by Xiao Chen, was in great pain and could not help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. Even without your help, I can still escape from the 3 holy masters, but it'll be more troublesome. You, on the other hand, should thank me properly for becoming the Demon Emperor so quickly after returning. Ha ha ha, good, I'll give you a punch to thank you properly. The Iron Demon Monarch laughed loudly. Suddenly, his 5 fingers, which looked like metal, glowed faintly. Martial technique. Xiao Chen's gaze sank. To think that a creature like the Iron Demon learned a martial technique. However, after thinking about it, this Iron Demon before him was intelligent and knew the principles. It was not strange that it could learn a martial technique. The Iron Demon's heavy punch was like a ferocious beast charging over. When the punch was thrown, boundless beast roars rang out. It was like an ancient ferocious beast reappeared in the world and roared ferociously. After Xiao Chen dodged many sneak attacks and knocked back the Ice Demon Monarch's sword, he had no choice but to clash head-on with this punch. Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy and vital qi merged. Dao Might appeared behind him as great Dao energy infused into his fist. In terms of sharpness, the saber was slightly inferior to the sword. However, in terms of absolute tyranny, it was the king of weapons. The great Dao energy of the saber Dao infused into this punch made Xiao Chen's ordinary punch seem tyrannical. He became tyrannical, and an aura of supremacy burst forth from his body. As for a creature like the Iron Demon, it was like a natural tyrant body, invulnerable to weapons. However, the Iron Demon's talent was low, and its comprehension ability was 0. However, this Iron Demon Monarch before Xiao Chen became an anomaly. The martial technique that the Iron Demon Monarch executed was not only very ferocious but also extremely smooth. Clearly, he had already practiced it to the peak. Unfortunately, the Iron Demon Monarch ran into Xiao Chen, who had already cultivated the Blue Dragon War body. From the moment the Iron Demon Monarch wanted to clash with Xiao Chen, he was destined to fail. He could only blame himself for being born at the wrong time. Bang! The 2 fists clashed. A loud sound rang out, and the Iron Demon Monarch was immediately sent flying. Cracks appeared on the surface of the Iron Demon Monarch's body, and black blood leaked out. His skin looked like it was covered in black cracks, looking extremely terrifying. Not bad. Many thanks for your gift. Xiao Chen moved back 100 meters. His palm felt slightly sore. Although he had knocked back the Iron Demon Monarch, the other party's punch was not weak either. Die! Taking advantage of the time Xiao Chen moved back, the other 12 demon monarchs attacked at the same time as if they were connected, charging at Xiao Chen. The Ice Demon Monarch executed a vast ice sword light. Everywhere the sword passed, cold qi spread out. A starlight flickered at the tip of the sword, looking boundlessly resplendent. The Winged Demon Monarch kicked up a strong wind, kicking up tornadoes that spanned 500 kilometers. The strong wind stirred up the clouds, bringing out lightning. The terrifying mysterious phenomenon flickered continuously. The Winged Demon Monarch was trying to form a superstorm. The Thunder Demon Monarch was the most tyrannical. Boundless lightning shot out of his body, and thousands of electric lights exploded on his body. Finally, He merged with the lightning and turned into a lightning bolt that surpassed the lightning tribulation, hacking at Xiaoqin. The 12 demon monarchs executed their killing moves together, triggering an overwhelming mysterious phenomenon. The surrounding 50,000 kilometers looked like the end of the world. The might and pressure of the various killing moves merged and pointed at Xiaoqin. This pressure was even more horrifying than that of an inanimate object like the Immortal statue. The vast heavenly star island behind Xiaoqin wobbled under this pressure, finding it hard to fly. Mo Chen, who was maintaining the formation, felt like she could not endure it anymore. Her pale face drained of blood. The cultivators in the city were startled when they saw this. It was like they were there, sweating profusely for Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin showed a grave expression. He did not dare to underestimate this. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he drew the lunar shadow saber. Flawless saber technique's final move, heaven swallowing stance. This was the first time Xiaoqin used the lunar shadow saber to execute the heaven swallowing stance. It was also the first time he executed the flawless saber technique after his strength improved significantly. Heaven swallowing represented the greatest ambition of the flawless saber technique. The flawless Tao was a kind of comprehension that Xiaoqin had. No matter what martial technique he cultivated, he would infuse this comprehension into it. There was no such thing as a perfect and flawless Tao in the world. There were only people who pursued flawlessness, endlessly perfecting it. After Xiaoqin drew the lunar shadow saber, he instantly unleashed all sorts of martial techniques related to the flawless Tao, forming thousands of mysterious phenomena. There was a soaring bright moon burning like fire, as if it was being watered with hot-bloodedness. That was the 1,000-year flame. There were the 4 seasons of reincarnation. That was the 4-season saber technique. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, flawless 4 seasons. The various mysterious phenomena were vast and boundless. Xiaoqin's flawless Tao vaguely formed a silhouette of a Tao. As the saber light chopped down, the thousands of mysterious phenomena formed a huge mouth to block the attacks of the many martial techniques. The huge mouth opened and swallowed up all the martial techniques, drowning them in the flawless Tao. All sorts of horrifying mysterious phenomena within 50,000 kilometers vanished, devoured by Xiaoqin's saber strike. I'll return them to you. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. Just as he could no longer hold on, the saber light spun around in the air. Then, the huge mouth opened again and spat out everyone's martial techniques. Icy sword lights, strong gales, berserk lightning, under the guidance of the saber light, they all appeared. Like a dam breaking, they surged towards the 12 demon monarchs. Pu Ci. The 12 demon monarchs were immediately stupefied. What kind of strange martial technique was this? All of them got hit, severely injured by their consummate techniques. Just as the many demon monarchs felt helpless, a brilliant light flashed in the eyes of the silent treasure master. Suddenly, he said, "Continue fighting. He is already an arrow at the end of its flight. He cannot last much longer." When Xiaoqin heard that, his heart sank. He cursed in his heart, wily old fox. Earlier, when Xiaoqin knocked back the immortal statues with 17 punches, he had already put in a lot of effort. Now, he executed the heaven-swallowing stance to resolve the situation. Xiaoqin's veritable essence energy and vital qi were already on the verge of drying up. Fighting 12 demon monarchs at the same time was still somewhat taxing. Enough. Just at this moment, a furious shout came from the air. Enchanting, the Fox King, Emperor Forsaken, and the heaven-punishing corpse god appeared at the same time. At this critical moment, they finally rushed over. Chapter 1519. Enchanting, Emperor Forsaken, the Fox King, and the heaven-punishing corpse god arrived at the same time. They instantly deterred the restless 12 demon monarchs and the 6 primes fighting the cyclic astral lord, the bright moon empress, and the myriad law fiend master. They all stopped in regret. The two sides met up and faced each other. Big brother, you came at the right time, Xiaochen thanked Zongtian. Zongtian smiled helplessly and said, we are still too late. We have been guarding against a sneak attack from the 18 demon monarchs. Unexpectedly, the 18 demon monarchs would use the heavenly starry ocean as a breakthrough point and descend here. The four primes guarded their respective races and dealt with the aftermath. Back then, during the storm in the Blue Dragon Palace, when the four primes fought, their subordinates and friends fought even deeper battles because of their different stances. The damage they caused was extremely great. It took more than 2 months to deal with the aftermath before everything stabilized. At the same time, the four primes feared that the demons would take this opportunity to charge over. Hence, even though they found out about the chaotic situation in the heavenly starry ocean, they did not rush over immediately. After confirming that the 18 demon monarchs arrived in the heavenly starry ocean at the same time, they rushed over. That was not too late. At least, it gave Xiaochen a chance to catch his breath. Xiaochen's recovery ability was startling. The four primes could not defeat him in one go and wanted to continue attacking him. The 12 demon monarchs were already injured in the first place and would be exhausted to death. What's going on? The heaven-punishing corpse god asked in confusion when he saw the 18 demon monarchs standing behind the treasure master. The myriad law fiend master sighed and said, he is the Dark Church's church master. He has been hiding in the heavenly starry ocean all this time. Today, he truly exposed himself. Emperor Forsaken narrowed his eyes as he looked at the treasure master. Your distinguished self really hid deeply. To think that you even managed to fool me. The treasure master smiled leisurely and said indifferently, I have fooled many people before. You are not the first, nor will you be the last. Humph. Very well. In that case, I will settle this debt today. Let's see how strong you, the Dark Church's church master, are. The last time Emperor Forsaken fought the Dark Church's church master, they only managed a draw. Today was the right time. Ha ha ha, you. You are still not a match for me. If not for me not wanting to expose my identity too early, I would have made it so that you would not be able to return last time. The treasure master laughed loudly, not caring much about Emperor Forsaken. Arrogant. Emperor Forsaken was enraged. He stretched out his hand and circulated the boundless power of faith. His body released rings of divine light as a huge deity finger pointed at the treasure master. Impudent. How dare you disrespect the sect leader? 3 figures flickered. The celestial demon monarch, the earth demon monarch, and the ice demon monarch stood in front of the treasure master, each making a move to block Emperor Forsaken's finger. Emperor Forsaken was slightly stunned. He did not expect his subordinate demon monarchs to be so loyal to the treasure master. I feel that the space here is fluctuating greatly. This place seems to have become the port of a teleportation array. There will be a continuous stream of demon experts coming here. The cyclic astral lord, who was extremely sensitive to spatial formations, suddenly said softly with a frown. The Fox King continued, should we delay? The experts of the deity Dao Union, the Bushin Palace, and the Fiend Domain will arrive soon. At that time, we can capture all these demon monarchs and the treasure master in one fell swoop. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. This was gambling. If the experts of the demonic world arrived early, their group would be in trouble. On the other hand, if the reinforcements of the Kunlun continent arrived, the treasure master's side would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, could they afford to gamble now? As Xiao Chen pondered, he suddenly discovered many gazes on him. It turned out that many primes were waiting for him to make a decision. Xiao Chen, what is your decision? Zongtian asked, handing the decision to Xiao Chen. Let's retreat. I'm somewhat tired. This was not physical fatigue but mental fatigue, the fatigue of learning some truth. Let's go. The 7 primes of the Kunlun realm worked together with Xiaoqin, escorting Heaven Dragon Island as they retreated step by step. Without the Treasure Master's orders, the 18 demon monarchs did not dare to give chase. Church Master, should we stop them? Xing Wang, Fa Wang, and the experts of the demonic world will arrive soon, the celestial demon monarch said angrily as he looked at Xiaoqin. The Treasure Master shook his head and said, "There's no need. The deity Dao Union, the Bushan Palace, and the Fiend Domain's army are all there to receive them. There's no rush. After the demonic god is summoned, no one can save the Kunlun realm. Church Master is wise." The 18 demon monarchs said with cupped fist salutes. No matter what they thought in their hearts, they did not dare to show any disrespect to the Dark Church's Church Master, or rather, the Treasure Master, on the surface. The worried hearts of the many Heavenly Star Island cultivators finally calmed down. With the 7 primes protecting them, Heavenly Star Island quickly flew into the clouds, carrying the last flame of the Heavenly Starry Ocean and quickly heading for the Kunlun continent. With no one to disturb them, the operation of the formation became increasingly smoother. It flew along with the Blue Dragon auspicious cloud. Zongtian and the others followed behind unhurriedly, discussing something in soft voices. Most of their words were rather pessimistic. They discussed that the first thing to do after they returned was to move the ordinary people of the various races and the cultivators with lower cultivations to the back of Kunlun Mountain. The Kunlun mountain range spanned nearly the entire profound domain. At that time, as long as Kunlun Mountain was not broken through, these ordinary people and cultivators would be fine. As for the countless resources and cities facing the sea, they could only strategically give up on them. The Treasure Master's next attack would definitely be the decisive battle. The 17 immortal statues would be repaired once more, and their strength might even increase. At that time, it would be hard not to give up. Aside from Kunlun Mountain, the formations and cities of the other sects would find it hard to defend against the attacks of the immortal statues. Along the way, Xiaoqin remained rather silent, only quietly listening to the discussions of the crowd. This was a rare opportunity. Under such a life-or-death situation, the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign did not dare to have any other thoughts. Of course, Xiaoqian's deterrence was also a factor. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. When Zongtian noticed that something was wrong with Xiaoqin, he asked, "What's wrong, Xiaoqin? I did not hear you say anything along the way. Didn't we already save Heavenly Star Island?" Xiaoqin remained silent for a while, not answering directly. He stopped and looked at the crowd. "Who do you think the Treasure Master is?" The Treasure Master is indeed the Treasure Master. However, he now has the identity of the Dark Church's Church Master, the cyclic Astral Lord answered without even thinking. The others could not understand Xiaoqian's question. Could it be that there was more to it than meets the eye? The oldest of the group, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, thought for a while before saying, "The Treasure Master's identity is mysterious, and his origins are a mystery. For as long as I can remember, the Treasure Master's residence already existed in the Heavenly Starry Ocean and controlled the sea markets of the Heavenly Starry Ocean, which are those immortal statues. That is to say, the Treasure Master is just a title, like the master of a sect, passed down from generation to generation." The heaven-punishing corpse god thought about it and felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, Zongtian thought of something. He said, "That's not right. In the past, everyone did not know that he was the Dark Church's Church Master. At that time, we could say that the title of the Treasure Master was passed down from generation to generation. However, now, no matter how we think about it, that is not right. That was right. If he were the Dark Church's Church Master, then he would have been living in the deep abyss demonic world. It was impossible for him to appear in the Heavenly Starry Ocean and establish the Treasure Master's residence without causing any commotion. After all, the Dark Church's Church Master would definitely attract some attention when he came to the Kunlun realm. Suddenly, the Bright Moon Empress said, "The Treasure Master's residence was established after the demonic calamity 10,000 years ago. My Bright Moon Palace had an old man from the same generation as the Qing Emperor. I asked her about it. 10,000 years ago, the Immortal statues were still in the hands of different factions. After the Qing Emperor died, the Treasure Master's residence rose up and merged with the other factions, gaining complete control of all the sea markets." After hearing what the Bright Moon Empress said, everyone thought about it carefully and felt a chill run down their spine. Based on this speculation, the Treasure Master might very well be a person of the Kunlun continent. Then, they thought about the Treasure Master's other identity. In other words, the Dark Church's Church Master was a person of the Kunlun realm. This was simply incredible. If that was true, how horrifying was this person? Whoosh! 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 Many sharp gazes looked at Xiao Qin. Emperor Forsaken said, "Xiao Qin, do you know the Treasure Master's true identity?" Chapter 15:20. Half a day later, Xiao Qin and the others arrived in the profound domain. When they looked up, they could see the highest peak of Kunlun Mountain, which towered into the clouds. The silent Xiao Qin revealed an expression of joy. He said to Mo Qin, "Open the barrier and let her in." After all the demon cultivators appeared, many ferocious demonic beasts appeared. However, as the demons grew stronger, the scattered management of Kunlun Mountain's guards became unified. They formed an independent faction called the Kunlun Palace, which stood above the various large sections. Be it the deity race or the Bushan Palace, they cannot interfere in the matters of the Kunlun Palace. Many people did not understand why the Treasure Master, who possessed 16 immortal statues and could command the 18 demon monarchs at any time, did not launch an all-out attack. Now that they thought about it, the only thing they feared was this unfathomable Kunlun Palace. Many pairs of sharp gazes stared at Xiao Qin, somewhat surprising him. However, he really did not want to answer this question now. After arriving in the profound domain, Xiao Qin naturally thought of the saber sword two sovereigns. He should have added the word former. However, all of this was fabricated. No matter what he said, it was pointless. However, the news of the demonic calamity had already spread everywhere. The entire Kunlun realm was discussing it. The undulating Kunlun mountain range crossed the entire profound domain, splitting it in half. Whoosh! This is the news that Inu brought back not long ago. Originally, I wanted to tell you earlier. However, the heavenly starry ocean is in chaos, and I did not dare to go over. I thought that you would come to Kunlun Mountain sooner or later, so I waited here. Return to Kunlun Mountain and quickly inform the various races to retreat. Countless black lights flickered endlessly, looking exceptionally eye-catching on the boundless sea. Those were demonic world cultivators currently forming groups and teleporting over in the form of an army. The dark mass stretched as far as the eye could see. No one knew how many demons there were. Just as everyone was about to ask, an overwhelming demonic chi suddenly came from the distance. The demonic chi was so strong that even Ing Zongtian and the others, who were almost at the edge of the continent, could feel it. Tens of millions of demon cultivators appeared in the distance. To the small deep abyss demonic world, this was the entire population mobilizing. When Xiao Qin heard Ing Yu's name, he had a bad feeling. Then, he thought of something. Suddenly, a pretty figure flew over in front, tearing through the air. Her target was Heavenly Star Island. Xiao Qian's eyes narrowed, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. It was Ing Qiong from the Ing family. He had not seen Ing Qiong for many years. He wondered why Ing Qiong was here. He seems to be from the profound domains in clan, the cyclic astral lord said uncertainly as he looked at Ing Qiong. Emperor Forsaken and the others had no time to think. They turned around and quickly left. At the same time, he felt a chill run down his spine. If he hadn't listened to Xiao Qian's suggestion and dragged on a little longer, they would have been completely surrounded. He immediately asked the Myriad Law Fiend King about this question. Emperor Forsaken's question also represented the doubts of the other supreme martial artists. How could Xiao Qin have brought up this topic for no reason, stirring up everyone's suspicions? Soon, the armies of the deity Dao Union, the Bushin Palace, the Corpse God Palace, and the Fiend Domain arrived. Emperor Forsaken and the others took their leave in a hurry. Boom! In the next few days, the supreme martial artists would be busy. They needed to evacuate the low-level cultivators and commoners under their jurisdiction in the shortest time possible. When the primes saw this scene, their expressions turned grave, forgetting about the earlier topic. If this legendary character were still around, together with Xiao Qin, this demonic calamity would not be a problem. The Deep Abyss demonic world has moved out in full force. They have already cut off their path of retreat. Emperor Forsaken said sullenly with a frown. Xiao Qin felt confused. He did not know why there was a need to avoid arousing suspicion. At the mention of the Thunder King, the Cyclic Astral Lord and the Bright Moon Empress showed somewhat gloomy expressions. Right now, the Saber Sovereign was himself. Chu Chaoyun probably snatched away the Sword Sovereign medallion. The Myriad Law Fiend Master introduced some things about Kunlun Mountain to Xiao Qin. Then, he continued, furthermore, the various major factions know very little about how strong the Kunlun Palace is. Once the cultivators of the various races enter the Kunlun Palace, they rarely come out and do not leak too much information. Then, Ing Qiong's figure flashed a few times, and he arrived before Xiao Qin. The Myriad Law Fiend Master muttered, "This is, if the Kunlun realm had not fallen into chaos, the deity Dao Union and the Bushin Palace would not have fought so intensely. Both sides would have suffered severe injuries, and the Deep Abyss demonic world would not have had an opportunity to make a move." After exchanging some pleasantries, Ing Qiong said to Xiao Qin, "Can I have a word with you?" Xiao Qin remained silent. His expression changed slightly, and he no longer asked about the Kunlun Palace. Clearly, the profound domain was affected as well. Xiao Qin discovered that they passed to the west of the Kunlun mountain range. This place was clearly much more desolate than before. The various large clans of the profound domain must have received news and made preparations in advance, retreating to the rear of Kunlun Mountain. The guards of Kunlun Mountain are very special. There are not many of them. There are cultivators of the various races. However, they are all elite selected in secret. They have existed since the martial epoch. At first, they were rather scattered. The various races sent some people to protect the Kunlun realm together. This humble girl, Ing Qiong, greets the primes. Ing Qiong knew the rules very well. After she arrived, she greeted the Cyclic Astral Lord and the others first. The profound domain looked calm and peaceful. This neutral territory that connected the various races had not suffered any attacks for now. The Fiend Masters had participated in a demonic calamity and could not avoid interacting with the Kunlun Palace. "Xiao Qin, do you know the true identity of the Treasure Master?" The Myriad Law Fiend Master smiled softly and said, "The three of us have interacted with this Kunlun Palace before. However, we are not familiar with many of them. If the Thunder King were still around, we would be familiar with many of them. After all, the Thunder King experienced the most demonic calamities. Many of the upper echelon of the Kunlun Palace are humans in the first place. They received the Thunder King's favor or guidance." When Xiao Qin looked back, he saw clumps of demonic clouds covering the sky where Heavenly Star Island originally was. "We'll talk about it later." "I am not sure either." Ing Qiong continued, "Chu Chaoyun used lightning-quick methods to occupy the Sky Dome realm. The various sects of the martial empire were all destroyed. Now, there is only one empire left, the Heavenly Emperor Wu's nation. The emperor is Chu Chaoyun himself. Are the people of my Xiao clan all right?" Yu sent back news that Chu Chaoyun captured all the people of the Shao clan. It is unknown whether they are alive or dead, Cheong said in a low voice, not daring to look at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin looked at the myriad law fiend master and said, others might not understand this Kunlun palace, but senior fiend master should know more, right? This is my friend. The Ying clan is also a clan that submitted to the Qing emperor 10,000 years ago. They have been taking care of the Shao clan in secret for many years. No wonder the treasure master said that Xiaoqin had called for reinforcements from Kunlun Mountain. It looked like the treasure master understood the Kunlun palace very well. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. Given that person's identity, it was impossible for him not to understand the Kunlun palace. After the treasure master followed Cheong some distance away, the smile on Cheong's face vanished. With a grave expression, he said, Xiaoqin, you have to be mentally prepared for what I said. Don't get too excited. Given such a shocking scene, it was no longer important who the treasure master was. So what if Xiaoqin knew? Could it be that if he knew, he could immediately kill the other party? Suddenly, Xiaoqin recalled something. The treasure master once thought that Xiaoqin had gone to Kunlun Mountain to call for reinforcements. At that time, Xiaoqin felt somewhat suspicious. Are the people of Kunlun Mountain very strong? As for Xiaoqin, he headed for Kunlun Mountain with the myriad law fiend master, the cyclic astral lord, and the bright moon empress. Logically speaking, the Kunlun palace had existed since the martial epoch and had a long inheritance. Furthermore, it had absorbed the elites of the 5 major races, secretly nurturing them since they were young. They should be very strong. In fact, after Xiaoqin rose up, he might even reorganize the various major factions and charge into the demonic world. Of course, the most important thing is that the minor demonic calamity occurs once every few thousand years. Most of the time, the Kunlun Palace does not have much of a presence. It will not interfere with the matters of the outside world. It is like this faction does not exist at all. Naturally, there is no need to pay attention to it. Xiaoqian's heart sank, but his expression did not change. He tried to find some clues on Cheong's face. After failing to find anything, he said, I promise you. What is it? Or rather, as long as the Thunder King was still around, Xiaoqian's tribulation would not be that simple, and the Kunlun realm would not fall into chaos. Xiaoqian now understood. Now, he had a rough understanding of this Kunlun palace. It felt like a paradise. It was rather similar to what he remembered. Chapter 15:21. Contrary to Cheong's expectations, Xiaoqian's expression did not change much, appearing rather calm. Are you all right? Cheong asked carefully. After all, she was somewhat responsible for this matter. Right now, she was the Ying clan's clan head. The great Qin Empire of the Sky Dome realm was equivalent to the Ying clan. No matter what, she was somewhat responsible for not being able to protect Xiaoqian's family. Xiaoqian smiled faintly, not wanting to put any pressure on Cheong. He said, I'm fine. Thank you for protecting my family for so long. You should not feel indebted. Are you really fine? Cheong asked in some disbelief. Xiaoqian nodded and said, I'm really fine. Chu Chaoyun promised me that he would not touch my family. Furthermore, he has something in my hands. Perhaps it has something to do with my control. Upon hearing this explanation, Cheong felt relieved of a heavy burden. She heaved a sigh of relief and said, That's good. Otherwise, I would blame myself for the rest of my life. Xiaoqian felt embarrassed in his heart. He smiled and said, Don't overthink. The Ying clan has already moved, right? Do you have time? Cheong answered honestly, Yes, they have already moved to the rear. Once the demonic calamity starts, all the clans and factions of the profound domain will move over. They are already very experienced. Good. In that case, help me with something. What is it? Just tell me. If I can help, I will definitely do my best. Xiaochen turned around and pointed to Heavenly Star Island. The people on this island are all cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean. They have never been to the Kunlun continent before. There will definitely be a lot of trouble moving them. At that time, can you help to make arrangements for them? Enrich smiled and said, it's just a small matter. Leave it to me. In that case, many thanks in advance. Come with me. I'll introduce you to them. Right. The two returned to the top of the city wall, trying to find some clues from Xiaochen's expression. Unfortunately, they found nothing. This was especially so for Imo-chin. Her eyes occasionally stared at Enrich, her attention clearly on this girl. Imo-chin. Ah! Suddenly, Xiaochen called out to Imo-chin, startling the other party to his senses. Immediately, Xiaochen's face revealed a trace of worry. I was going to ask you and Enrich to help settle everyone down. Looks like I didn't think it through. You're too tired from presiding over the array. Go and rest for a while. Imo-chin blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She shook her head and said, it's fine. I don't need to rest. Are you sure? I really don't need it. Xiaochen found this somewhat strange. However, it was not good for him to ask. He looked at the three primes and said, Seniors, I have some matters to attend to and have to rush back to the Sky Dome realm. I will not be able to accompany everyone to the Kunlun Palace. The Sky Dome realm. It seems that the Kunlun realm and the demonic world have an agreement not to allow Emperor Wu to enter, the Myriad Law Fiend Master said with a frown. The Bright Moon Empress said, right now, the demonic world and the Kunlun realm are focused on the Kunlun realm. No one should pay attention to these rules. Xiaochen, why are you going to the Sky Dome realm? Is that okay? Many thanks for seniors' concern. It's just some trivial matters. I'll come back after I deal with them. Be careful. After saying goodbye to everyone, Xiaochen tore open a hole in the sky and searched for the Sky Dome realm, sensing it. After a while, he sensed the Sky Dome realm, which was once an immortal's residence. Then, his figure flashed and he barged in. During the Immortal epoch, the 3,000 lower realms were all Immortal Lord residences. After the Martial epoch, it slowly developed into a miniature world attached to the Kunlun realm. Previously, Xiaochen did not feel much about the Sky Dome realm. However, after he found out that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation, he could not help but feel some ripples in his heart. It was hard to imagine that long ago, this place was once his residence. No wonder his luck in the Sky Dome realm had always been heaven-defying. He had survived so many calamities and never died. Perhaps the Sky Dome realm's heavenly Tao was watching over him. Strange, why do I feel that this Sky Dome realm is rejecting me? Xiaochen, who had just entered the Sky Dome realm, said doubtfully without frowning. In the past, when Xiaochen entered the Sky Dome realm, he did not feel anything strange or terrible. It was just ordinary. However, this time, the moment Xiaochen entered, he felt a sense of exclusion. Although it was not intense, it was definitely there. Could it be that Chu Chaoyun has already merged the complete Sky Dome heart and refined it? Never mind, I will not think about this. The other party is determined to obtain it. This is just a matter of time. Right now, Xiaochen felt rather calm. He had not lied to Enrich. Firstly, Xiaochen had the heavenly flame, a treasure that Chu Chaoyun yearned for day and night without touching. Secondly, Chu Chaoyun once promised Xiaochen that he would not touch his family. Xiaochen looked around and opened his heavenly eye. Then, his vision traversed thousands of kilometers, looking in the direction of Mo City. In the next moment, Xiaochen casually tore space and instantly appeared in the Shao residence. second brother, you really came. After a momentary daze, Xiao Jian's voice rang out. Then, Xiaochen looked around. He discovered that he was in the dueling ground of the Xiao clan. Everyone in the Xiao clan was there. When they saw Xiao Qin, they all felt extremely excited, their excitement evident in their words. They all came over to greet Xiao Qin. However, Xiao Jian scolded them and scolded them. The familiar scene relaxed Xiao Qin somewhat. Big brother, there is no need to be so serious. Xiao Jian smiled and said, let's go somewhere else and have a word. Xiao Qin nodded. After they were far away, Xiao Jian said, the great Qin nation toppled overnight. The entire Sky Dome realm has already reinstated the banner of the Tianwu dynasty. The dynasty has changed, and Chu Chaoyun is now king. The Xiao clan is still fine. Everyone is fine. They are just surrounded. Chu Chaoyun's attitude is rather good. I wonder what he is up to. In one breath, Xiao Jian told Xiao Chen everything that happened in the past few days. It was more or less as Xiao Chen guessed. Chu Chaoyun did not make things difficult for the Xiao clan. However, Xiao Jian knew his limits and did not dare to act rashly. He strictly forbade the Xiao clan disciples from going out. Now that the outside world was in chaos, the Xiao clan was still rather calm. Where's father? Xiao Chen asked. Xiao Jian replied, father is doing well. He is currently drinking tea with Chu Chaoyun in the Great Hall. He said that you would arrive before sunset at the latest. Unexpectedly, you really did come. It looks like this fellow has spies in the Kunlun realm as well. He is very well informed. I'll go and meet him. The two headed for the Great Hall. When they got close, they heard Chu Chaoyun's voice. This is superior grade Misty Cloud tea. Its full name is Misty Cloud tea. Uncle, try it properly. In the future, brew it by yourself at home. Remember, the first brew requires at least 10 breaths. Otherwise, the Misty Cloud Immortal Qi will not be able to precipitate. Chu Chaoyun seemed to have a deep understanding of tea. As he spoke, he drew on the classics in great detail, appearing ingenious and lively. Good tea. Xiao Qin said as he stepped over the threshold with Xiao Jian. Chu Chaoyun put down his teacup and looked at Xiao Qin. He smiled faintly and said, you have not tasted it yet. How do you know it is good tea? You are not me. How do you know that I do not know? Xiao Qin argued. Then, he walked over and picked up his teacup to take a sip. The tip of his tongue tasted sweet, and the fragrance lingered in his mouth. It was like misty clouds, like immortal qi. Xiao Qin put down his teacup and looked at Chu Chaoyun. This is indeed good tea. Chu Chaoyun, you are really willing to part with it. Chu Chaoyun raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, he smiled and said, one can only gain by giving up something, right? Qin why are you back? Xiao Qin explained and comforted his father. I came back to take a look. Lord Father, I will go out with Brother Chu to discuss some matters. I will be back in a while. Xiao Xiong was not a fool. He knew that while the two appeared to be chatting cheerfully, they were actually at loggerheads with each other. Xiao Xiong nodded and did not say anything. Let's go out and talk, Xiao Qin said as he looked at Chu Chaoyun. That is exactly what I was thinking. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, the two left the Xiao clan's great hall as though they had teleported. Then, they appeared at the summit of Seven Horn Mountain, facing each other. Clouds surrounded the summit, and the wind blew at the two's clothes and hair. Xiao Qin waved his hand and tossed the heavenly flame to Chu Chaoyun. This is the heavenly flame's origin flame, the big gift you wanted. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, this gift is indeed big. However, I do not need it. Hu Qi. With a wave of his hand, Chu Chaoyun gently fanned the heavenly flame's origin flame back. Xiaochen caught the crystal containing the heavenly flame's origin flame. Then, he looked at the other party and asked in surprise, "What do you want?" Chapter 15:22. What do you want, then? Xiaochen found this strange. Chu Chaozhu did not even want the heavenly flame. This was a treasure that the other party wanted to obtain. In that case, what could be more attractive than the heavenly flame's origin flame? "I want a promise from you." Xiaochen felt stunned. He looked at the other party and said, "All right, I promise you. There's something else I want to ask you. Do you know who the treasure master is?" Chu Chaozhu was stunned for a moment. He did not know why Xiaochen agreed without even thinking. After a while, Chu Chaozhu replied, "Naturally, I do. His other identity in the deep abyss demonic world is the Dark Church's church master. However, I rarely interacted with him. Most of the time, he does not appear in the demonic world. He also leaves the matters of the sect to the two vice-church masters." Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then, he muttered, "Actually, I have been meaning to ask, what is your relationship with him?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "There is no relationship. I only met him once. I helped him with something, and he helped me with something. That is all. More accurately, he should be an enemy now. If you cannot kill him, the one who will kill him will be me." Xiaochen revealed a contemplative expression. It looked like Chu Chaoyun did not know about the treasure master's other identity. In the entire world, probably only he would think of that person. If not for learning some things in the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiaochen would not have thought this way. He could only say that that person hid very well. After thinking for a long time, Xiaochen said, "I feel that we can talk about the grudges between us. I already have a rough idea. Don't worry. I will not want the divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left behind. You can just leave." Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "The divine item is just a catalyst. There is no way to reconcile the differences between us. I will repeat everything that the last Tianwu Emperor did 10,000 years ago, unless you stop asking." Xiaochen was speechless when he heard that. The last Tianwu Emperor 10,000 years ago wanted to merge the 3,000 lower realms. Then, he wanted to swallow up the luck of the entire Kunlun realm before leaving the abandoned land, sacrificing the future of everyone in Kunlun for him alone. Seeing that Xiaochen was silent, Chu Chaoyun continued with a smile, "I already said long ago that we have the same goal. Unfortunately, a battle is inevitable." Xiaochen frowned and said, "Why?" "So many people want to leave the land of exile, but it is difficult to succeed. You have this opportunity, so you should cherish it. Why do you have to be so ambitious?" "Ambition?" Chu Chaoyun smiled bitterly in his heart, but he didn't want to say much about this matter, nor did he want to explain anything. "With your talent, I believe that even without the luck of the entire Kunlun realm, you can still make a name for yourself outside the abandoned land." Chu Chaoyun didn't say anything. He didn't answer. He needed to defeat the person. It wasn't that simple. Even if he used up his entire life, he might not be able to injure the other party. Only by obtaining the luck of the entire Kunlun realm would he have a chance. "You should go. Your family is safer in the Sky Dome realm than in the Kunlun realm. I will help you take good care of them." Since they didn't get along, Chu Chaoyun was not in the mood to continue the conversation. So, he asked Xiaochen to leave. "Goodbye." Xiaochen's face sank. Similarly, he didn't want to say more. He simply could not understand why the other party insisted on doing this. Do unto others what you do not want others to do unto you. This had always been Xiaochen's principle. He would never do something for the sake of his own selfishness, ignoring the rest of the world. Chu Chaoyun didn't want to explain either. After all, even if he did, Xiaochen wouldn't understand either. Those who know me say that I am worried. Those who do not know me say that I seek something. As Xiaochen took his leave, he recalled a scene from the past. When the seven thrones merged, he saw the end of fate. Chu Chaoyun stood in the Sky Dome realm, merging the 3,000 lower realms and waiting for him to fight. It seemed like fate really could not be changed. After saying goodbye to Chu Chaoyun, Xiaochen was in no rush to leave the Sky Dome realm. Since he came to the Sky Dome realm, he had to spend a few days at the Xiao clan. The many things that happened in the Kunlun realm fatigued Xiaochen, preventing him from resting properly. Perhaps this would be his last leisure time in the Kunlun realm. After this, he would have to face the demonic calamity of the Kunlun realm. He would either die or live. 3 days later, Xiaochen left the Sky Dome realm and returned to the Kunlun realm's profound domain. Xiaochen walked alone to the foot of the highest peak of Kunlun Mountain. This peak towered into the clouds. No one knew where the summit was. Rumor had it that the Kunlun Road was at this peak. If one walked up this peak, one would be able to leave the Kunlun realm. However, this Kunlun Road was now a dead end. Very few people dared to take it. Only those who were truly on the brink of death would muster the courage to take it. Along the way, Xiaochen discovered that the western side of the mountain range had already become completely deserted. In a mere 3 days, all the sects and clans that could retreat had retreated to the eastern side of the mountain range. This Kunlun mountain was like the final barrier of the entire Kunlun realm. A long line lined up at the foot of the mountain. Countless cultivators wanted to enter this peak. Most of them were loose cultivators. Without any sect connections, they did not have the authority to pass directly. Xiaochen glanced at the line. If he had to line up, who knew how long he would have to wait before he could truly enter the mountain? Just as Xiaochen hesitated over whether to sneak in or not, 2 figures descended from the sky and landed before Xiaochen. You are Xiaochen. These 2 wore long robes and carried treasured swords on their backs. Their attire was the same as Emperor Wu's. Xiaochen nodded and took out his lunar shadow saber to verify his identity. It's the lunar shadow saber. This saber of the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen is the best proof. We are the Kunlun Palace's 4th-generation disciples. On the orders of Palace Master Feng, we are here to receive you. After verifying his identity, the 2 looked at Xiaochen with an additional trace of respect and deference. Xiaochen, who had been worried about not knowing the way and not wanting to line up, did not think too much and followed the 2. As Xiaochen followed the 2, he flew up. Along the way, he met with many gazes sizing him up. Vaguely, this unremarkable mountain peak hid many checkpoints and experts guarding the checkpoints. I wonder what the Kunlun Palace is like. Xiaochen was also very curious about their palace master. He did not know how strong such a mysterious person was. An existence that even the treasure master feared should not be weak. At the very least, he would not be weaker than the primes. After flying through the clouds, Xiaochen saw a palace. This palace stood on a cliff. Clouds and mist lingered around it, making it look like one was floating in a sea of clouds. As they rose and fell, it looked like a fairyland. As Xiaochen approached the plaza in front of the palace, he discovered many young cultivators cultivating. He felt shocked in his heart. These youths were all existences that the outside world had never heard of. However, their cultivations were no weaker than those of the outstanding talents of the outside world. The 3 of them flew quickly and soon passed the plaza. The disciples in the plaza all put down their weapons and curiously sized up Xiaochen as he flew by. Is he the Blue Dragon King? He is very young. He looks even younger than us. Rumor has it that he is already the strongest person in the Kunlun realm, someone who surpassed primes. That's impossible. Could he be stronger than the palace master? That should be true. Didn't you see the palace master personally invite him? However, it is hard to say if he is stronger than the palace master. Among the disciples discussing, there was a girl who appeared disappointed and frustrated, not saying anything. This girl was Liu. Back then, the Phoenix's Passion Palace's holy daughter, Nwan, sent her to the Kunlun Palace before she went to the astral battlefield. After that, Nwan died in the astral battlefield, and Liu never left. Just as Xiao Qin was about to reach the main hall, he suddenly stopped and turned around to take a careful look. In that brief glance, Xiao Qin vaguely saw someone familiar. At this moment, he squinted and discovered Liu. Immediately, all sorts of memories flooded into Xiao Qin's mind. After not seeing her for a long time, Xiao Qin thought that she had fallen in the astral battlefield like Nwan. When Xiao Qin first entered the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, something interesting had happened to this person, who was once the young pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, after that, Xiao Qin did not have much interaction with her, nearly forgetting about her. Blue Dragon King, you are familiar with one of these junior brothers and sisters? Xiao Qin nodded and said, there is one. Do you want to meet her? If it is not long, the palace master should be able to wait. Never mind, it is better not to meet her. After meeting her, Xiao Qin did not know what to say. He shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Chapter 1523. Junior Sister Lang, the Blue Dragon King seemed to be looking at you earlier. Indeed, that seems to be the case. He looked for a long time. Will he come over? Hey, he's gone. The disciples in the plaza had been paying attention to Xiao Qin's every move. When he turned around, they naturally saw him clearly. With a sigh, the commotion quietly died down. Liu smiled faintly. She did not feel much disappointment or melancholy. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounters. There was no need to be envious or thirsty. At the very least, the other party could look at her one last time. This meant that he had not forgotten. That was already sufficient, there were no regrets. The Kunlun Palace was like a large courtyard built on a mountain. All the buildings were painted with a faint layer of golden paint. That was not pure golden paint. Instead, it was made from some special divine material after it was crushed and refined. Aside from being aesthetically pleasing, it could be used with formations, increasing the might of the formations. Xiao Qin had a feeling that while it looked like he was walking in the palace, he was actually isolated from the outside by some kind of formation. The entire Kunlun Palace gave off layers of faint golden light. As one walked in it, everything looked golden. The two Kunlun Palace disciples were bathed in a layer of light. As for Xiao Qin, he looked the same as before he entered the mountain. This further confirmed Xiao Qin's guess that he was not included in the formation. If the person in charge of the formation wanted to, they could squeeze him out at any time. Of course, this was under the premise that Xiao Qin did not resist. It was noble but not tacky. It matched the aura of the Kunlun Palace, which surpassed all the sects in the world. The palace at the highest point had a staircase made of white jade, winding all the way down. Xiao Qin followed the two Kunlun Palace swordsmen up. When he arrived at his destination, he saw the words, Qingyang Hall, written on the palace. It was said that the founder of the Kunlun Palace was an extremely strong cultivator named Feng Qingyang. Later on, Qingyang Hall became the main palace. Only the palace master and a few elders could enter. We cannot enter this Qingyang Hall. Senior Blue Dragon King, please enter by yourself. The palace master and some elders have already been waiting for a long time, the sword-wielding disciple said with a smile. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiao Qin stepped into the hall, but what greeted him was darkness. It formed a stark contrast with the bright background outside. Under the dim light, the hall was filled with a sinister and eerie smell. Xiao! 6 rays of light flashed, and 6 figures appeared in the dark space. There were a total of 5 people on the left and right, and the person sitting on the main seat at the front must be the palace lord. In the dark space, the 5 elders and the Kunlun Palace's master were all encased in light, their figures clearly visible. As for Xiao Qin himself, he was bathed in the darkness and seemed to be one with it. However, the palace master had his back to Xiao Qin and did not turn around. This strange arrangement made Xiao Qin slightly uncomfortable. However, he still politely asked, "Palace master, what business do you have with me? Take a guess." The Kunlun Palace's palace master still did not turn around. He said some mischievous words, making Xiao Qin depressed. Take a guess. The meaning of these 2 words was clear and concise. Xiao Qin naturally understood it, but he didn't have the time to guess. Goodbye. Respect was mutual. Since Xiao Qin was willing to come, he was showing respect to the other party. The other party had his back to Xiao Qin, yet he said such childish words. That was disrespectful. In that case, there was no point in Xiao Qin staying. He still had to go to the Dragon's Gate's people situation. You want to leave? I'm afraid that is not up to you. One of the 5 Kunlun Palace elders said indifferently with a cold snort. Xiao Qin recognized these 5 people. He had seen them once after the road to Emperor and once after the incident at the Blue Dragon Palace. However, those were images. This time, they were real people. Xiao Qin had always held respect for these 5 elders. He stopped and said, "Seniors, what exactly is the matter? Just get straight to the point." Whoosh! Right after the Kunlun Palace's palace master spoke, he suddenly turned around and looked at Xiao Qin. The Kunlun Palace's palace master's gaze was like a sharp saber light flickering with resplendent light in the darkness, carrying an incredibly tyrannical and sharp aura as it pierced towards Xiao Qin. What a tyrannical saber might! Where did this person come from? Xiao Qin thought to himself. Then, he used his Dao might and easily blocked the other party's saber might. Whoosh! 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 In the dark space, the pillars of light encasing the 6 suddenly vanished. Then, they layered over each other and encased Xiao Qin. Immediately, Xiao Qin could not see the other 6 in this pitch-black palace. Instead, he was exposed to the 6. His every move, even the slightest movement, could be seen clearly. Interesting. Xiao Qin's lips curled up slightly. Are they going to force me to tell them something? Blue Dragon King, now that the Kunlun realm is in danger, please tell us how to surpass Prime, a voice rang out in the darkness. Please forgive us for using such means. In this Azure Yang Palace, the strength of outsiders will be suppressed by half. As long as you are willing to tell us the secret to surpassing Prime, we will naturally let you leave. Let's work together to resist the demons and survive this calamity. I hope you can think of the big picture and not act rashly. Xiao Qin's heart sank. It turned out that this was a trap for him. He circulated his veritable essence energy slightly. He discovered that when he circulated his veritable essence energy, it did not affect him at all. However, since the other party said that his strength would be reduced by half, it should be true. Suddenly thinking about it, Xiao Qin somewhat understood what was going on. From the start to the end, he had not been merged into the Kunlun Palace's formation. Perhaps this was where the problem came from. There was no problem with circulating his veritable essence energy. However, his offensive and destructive power would be affected. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin hated it the most. He would not compromise at all when others forced him or threatened him. Originally, Xiao Qin still had some respect for these people. Now, he no longer had any, only deep loathing. Hiding your head and showing your tail. If you have something to say it to me face to face. Xiao Qin snorted coldly and ignored the other party's barrage of questions. After all the questions, there was only one meaning: to hand over the secret to surpassing Prime. Not to mention that there was no secret, even if there were, Xiaochen would not be scared into handing it over. If there was a problem, it would be fine as long as everyone discussed it peacefully. What was the point of setting up such a trap? It looks like you do not agree. In that case, we can only use some forceful methods. A strand of sword chi silently shot towards Xiaochen in the darkness. Dang! Xiaochen held his saber horizontally in front of him and blocked this strand of sword chi. Then, he quickly retreated 100 meters. The light encasing Xiaochen persisted without scattering, looking like a ghost. As for the person who attacked, he remained hidden in the darkness, nowhere to be seen. Dang! 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 The 5 elders worked together to attack Xiaochen like a flood. Xiaochen calmly made his move, retreating step by step, dealing with the moves as they came. The other party's figure was hidden in the darkness, invisible to the naked eye and hard to detect with spiritual sense. An invisible barrier blocked the attacks that Xiaochen sent out, reducing their might by half. He was in a very passive position. The 5 old men did not give up. All sorts of killing moves appeared one after another. They came from different races. Some were of the deity race, some were of the human race, and some were of the ghost race. Their moves were all very experienced. Xiaochen was like a small boat in a violent storm, drifting in the wind like he would capsize at any moment. Hand over the secret technique that surpasses Prime, and everything can be discussed. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving the hole. The Kunlun realm is in danger. Blue Dragon King, are you still going to be so selfish? The roars were like thunder. As the 5 elders supported Xiaochen, they continuously shouted at him. How noisy! Unable to endure any longer, Xiaochen shouted coldly and suddenly drew the lunar shadow saber. Whoosh! The instant Xiaochen drew the saber light, a resplendent saber light lit up the entire hole. The 5 old men could no longer hide. Lingyun stance. Void-breaking stance. Dragon-subduing stance. Falling moon stance. Heartbreaking stance. In that instant, Xiaochen executed the flawless saber technique. It was like he split into 5. With the support of great Tao energy, every move contained startling might. Pu Ci. The 5 old men revealed horrified expressions as their defenses were torn. They vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Whoosh! 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 The afterimages merged, and Xiaochen sheathed his saber. Ka Xie. Suddenly, a finger snapped in the darkness. The entire hall was brightly lit, and the darkness swept away. This was the first time Xiaochen saw the situation in the hall clearly. The 5 old men that he knocked back were nowhere to be seen. Only one person remained standing on the throne in the hall. This person's hair was disheveled, and he looked at Xiaochen with a sinister smile. Indeed, you are the Thunder King's inheritor. You did not disappoint me. Chapter 1524. Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. Just as he was feeling suspicious, many figures walked out of the hole. Among them were Enchanting, Emperor Forsaken, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, the Bright Moon Empress, and other familiar people. There were also many old men that Xiaochen did not recognize. However, without exception, they were all experts, the supreme elders of the Kunlun Palace. As for the sloppy bladesman in front, he was even more mysterious and unfathomable. At the very least, he was a prime. Big brother, what's going on? Xiaochen looked at Enchanting somewhat helplessly, wanting an explanation. Otherwise, he would not be in a good mood. Enchanting smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand. This is a test. We are discussing who should be the leader of the alliance to resist the demons. The Myriad Law Fiend Master, the others, and I recommended little brother Xiaochen. However, these 5 old men do not believe in your strength and want to recommend their palace master. Hence, we set up this trap, hoping to agitate you and make you attack without holding back, to see your true strength." As the deity race elders spoke, the 5 old men that Xiao Chen injured earlier walked out again. Their injuries were much better now. The deity race elders looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Sorry, we had no choice but to resort to such a method. Without truly testing your strength, we could not feel at ease. There is only one chance. If we fail, the entire Kunlun realm will be destroyed. We need to be cautious about who should be the leader." After understanding the whole story, Xiao Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he was not a petty person. Furthermore, although he was upset, the other party had already apologized. So, Xiao Chen could not blame them. Alright, back to the main topic. Since we have already recommended Xiao Chen to be the alliance chief, we have no more disputes. Let's discuss the demonic calamity that we are about to face. The Kunlun Palace's palace master clapped his hands, and the entire roof of the Azure Sun Hall suddenly separated, revealing the sky and clouds. A rectangular table made of dragon pattern would appear in front of everyone. With everyone's recommendation, Xiao Chen and the Kunlun Palace's palace master sat together at the head of the dragon's head. On the right sat the 7 primes of the Kunlun realm, Enchanting, Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, the Fox King, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, the Bright Moon Empress, and the Cyclic Astral Lord. On the left were the 8 elders of the Kunlun Palace. All of them were half-step primes and very old. Many of them had experienced minor demonic tribulations before. Almost everyone present here was the gathering of the peak combat power of the entire Kunlun realm. Now, all these people obeyed Xiao Chen. How to deploy, how to resist the devil race, these were all arranged by him. Unexpectedly, the moment Xiao Chen returned from the Sky Dome realm, he would have to face such a large formation. Xiao Chen was truly unprepared. However, at this time, he could not retreat. He carried the hopes of the entire Kunlun realm. He had to endure all the pressure. "How much time do we have?" Xiao Chen was the first to ask. "At most, 7 days. At the very least, 3 days. After the demon army reorganizes, they will charge over in half a day," a Kunlun Palace old man said. There was really not much time. Xiao Chen nodded and continued, "Are our people done reorganizing?" "In the 3 days that you were in the Sky Dome realm, the Dragon's Gate's Mo Chen already finished reorganizing all the cultivators of the various sects of the Kunlun realm. Speaking of which, we still have to thank you. If not for this wondrous girl from your Dragon's Gate, we would have had to work for several months." Mo Chen's contribution. When Xiao Chen heard this, he did not find it strange. Mo Chen had already verified her abilities at the Dragon's Gate long ago. What's going on with the ghost race's side? After the Dongyue Ghost Emperor died, no one came to replace him. Xiao Chen asked with a frown. The ghost domain was a great help. Ghost Mother Sun Shi and her disciple Qing Cheng are currently reorganizing the ghost domain. They will probably need some time, someone answered. Xiao Chen indicated that he understood. Then, he analyzed the strength of the demons and the Dark Church with the others. At this critical moment, all the people present had revealed everything they knew about the Nether sect and the demon clans. Naturally, the strongest person in the Dark Church is the Dark Church's Church Master, who is also the Treasure Master. This person is mysterious and unfathomable. He has never made a move before, but the fact that he could subdue the Celestial Demon Monarch, the Earth Demon Monarch, and the Ice Demon Monarch proves how horrifying his strength is. Xiao Chen indicated his agreement. Then, he said, "I'll deal with this person." Secondly, there are the 2 Vice Church Masters under him, Xing Wang and Fa Wang. Their strengths are strange, stronger than regular primes. After that, there are the 18 demon monarchs that everyone is more familiar with. You should have interacted with them before. 18 demon monarchs, 9 primes, and 9 half-step primes. With the experts here and the Holy Lord of some holy lands, they should be able to deal with them. The crucial thing was who would deal with Xing Wang and Fa Wang, these two troublesome people. I'll do it. With my strength, delaying the two should not be difficult, the Kunlun Palace's palace master said. The Kunlun Palace's palace master asked sullenly. With his strength, delaying these two would not be difficult. Just based on this, it looked like the Kunlun realm and the demonic world had an even chance of victory. Aside from this, what we are most worried about is the demonic god. That's right. Every minor demonic tribulation is to obtain enough fresh blood and souls to sacrifice to the demonic god. The demon race has been preparing for this for tens of thousands of years. This time, the demonic god will definitely appear in the Kunlun realm. I heard that the treasure master captured nearly half of the elite cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean, including several holy lord, in preparation to summon the demonic god. The demonic god, the primes present, and the Kunlun Palace's elders all fell silent. The demonic god was a huge problem. No matter how one thought about it, they all felt some despair. At that time, I will summon the deity race ancestor, and Enchanting will summon the soul of the Bushan Palace's founder. They should be able to deal with it. Emperor Forsaken spoke, breaking the silence. Our corpse race also has a 10,000-year-old demonic corpse. We can use it at the crucial moment, the heaven-punishing corpse god said. Suddenly, Enchanting said, you all forgot an important point. The demonic world's demonic beasts have many peak demonic beasts. They are no weaker than sovereign martial emperors. Furthermore, there are many demonic beasts. At that time, we might end up surrounded. After a few rounds of analysis, no matter how one looked at it, the deep abyss demonic world was stronger than the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, it was not just a little stronger but more than double or triple. Just in terms of peak combat power, the deep abyss demonic world had more primes than the Kunlun realm. After the discussion ended, the Kunlun Palace's palace master handed a banner to Xiao Qin. This is the Kunlun banner. After you refine it, there will always be a banner flying behind you. Every cultivator in battle will see the banner when they look up. This is the use of the Alliance Chief. As long as the banner is still there, it means that you are not dead. This will infinitely boost the confidence of the Kunlun realm's cultivators. Xiao Qin received the Kunlun banner and entered deep thought. He somewhat understood why the 5 old men set this up for him earlier. If Xiao Qin was not strong enough, the Kunlun banner would break not long after the battle. This would undoubtedly lower the morale of the entire Kunlun realm's cultivators. Don't worry. I will properly refine it. I will definitely persevere until the last moment, Xiao Qin said seriously. The Kunlun Palace's palace master smiled and said, if Sangmu knew that his successor was this strong, he would definitely be overjoyed. Xiao Qin looked at the other party and entered deep thought. He asked, could it be that you know Sangmu? Ha ha ha. Not only do I know him, but if not for him, this old man would not have to run to the Kunlun Palace in such a sullen manner. The Kunlun Palace's palace master laughed loudly and said, however, this has also helped me. I am the Saber Demon. I once competed with him in the Sky Dome realm. After arriving in the Kunlun realm, we continued to compete. Who knew? He died right after he became king. How unfortunate. The Saber Demon. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He had heard of this person before. The one who fought with Sangmu in the 5-nation youth competition back then was this person. Unexpectedly, due to fate, this person became the Kunlun Palace's palace master. No wonder that saber might was so scary. It looks like you have heard of me. I really wish to have a good fight with you. That way, I can fulfill my final wish of fighting with Sangmu. Unfortunately, I no longer have this opportunity. In at most 7 days, the demons will be charging over. The saber demon sighed, revealing a complicated expression on his unkempt face. Xiao Chen's expression was similarly complicated. He muttered to himself as he looked in the direction of the distant heavenly starry ocean. 7 days later, I will be fighting with that person. Will I win? I have to. Chapter 1525. After the final discussion ended, it was time to mobilize everyone. The main peak of Kunlun Mountain became the gathering place of various experts. Several experts volunteered to come to the main peak of Kunlun Mountain. Most of the older generation experts gathered at the summit, where the main hall of the Kunlun Palace was. The outstanding talents of the younger generation and the outstanding talents of the Golden Age gathered at the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring. Now that the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring was sealed, countless experts stood guard in secret. The reason why the youths liked to gather here was simple. Most of the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm had soaked in the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring before. This included Xiao Qin. Back then, he had fought Di Wuk in this Heavenly Dew Divine Spring, slowly rising to prominence in the Kunlun continent. Whoosh! 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 Figures flashed, and 2 people descended from the sky, standing side by side. They were the sons of the former 3 holy masters of the Tianwu domain, Xiahou Ju and Feng Wuji. These 2 had a good relationship and usually traveled together. The moment they showed themselves, several people immediately recognized them. Among the younger generation, these 2 were the cream of the crop. They had already been influential people for a long time. During the Golden Age, they had all obtained fortuitous encounters. This was especially so after they obtained the help of the deity race to forge their deity statues. Their strength and cultivation improved very quickly. A king's might was emitted from the 2 of them, causing many people to be astonished. What a strong emperor's might! Unexpectedly, these 2 already advanced to sovereign martial emperor. This is expected, right? Di Wuk advanced to sovereign martial emperor a year ago. These 2 are so close to Di Wuk. Their talent is not bad, and they have, whoosh. Suddenly, a cold intent came from the sky. 3 figures quickly flew over from the distance. When these 3 got closer, they discovered that they were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was the current sect master of the Haotian sect, Shui Lingling. The men were Enjuanshi and Bai Wuxue. The 3 also gave off the emperor's might of a sovereign martial emperor, attracting the attention of many. More importantly, the sovereign emperor's might of these 3 was even denser and steadier than that of Xiahou Ju and Feng Wuji. Vaguely, there was already a trace of the Holy Lord's aura, which was no less than that of the emperors of the 9th heaven. After leaving the savage battlefield, the 3 entered closed-door cultivation and only came out recently. As the disciple of the Thunder King, Enjuanshi's foundation was naturally extraordinary. As for Shui Lingling, she possessed the resources of an entire sect. As for Bai Wuxue, after he refined the eternal eyes that Xiao Qin gave him, he finally advanced to sovereign martial emperor. The 3 of them had not relied on the power of faith to be conferred the title of king. Instead, they had relied on their foundation and fortuitous encounters. After being conferred the title of king, they would naturally be stronger than the 2 saints. Shui Lingling, Bai Wuxue and Juanshi, the 3 of you are actually conferred kings as well. Xiahou Ju exclaimed in shock, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. Bai Wuxue smiled and said, why not? Do you want to have a competition to see who is the true sovereign martial emperor? Is it interesting? The demonic calamity is upon us, and the final battle is at hand. If you want to compete, let's see who can kill more demons. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the 2's conversation. Only the voice could be heard, but no one could be seen. The voice reverberated for a while. When it stopped, the owner of the voice finally revealed himself. A black-clad man with an indifferent expression stood on a stone pillar, hugging a treasure sword as he looked at the crowd. Yen Shirsan. Some of the profound domain's people immediately recognized Yen Shirsan. This was the top swordsman of the profound domain's younger generation. He cultivated the killing sword. After not seeing him for many years, his aura had become even colder than before. However, the killing chi in his eyes was even more easily hidden, no sharpness visible at all. No one could guess Yen Shirsan's strength. However, he did not fear it at all. Given the sovereign might of Shui Lingling and the others, they were definitely sovereign martial emperors at the very least. How lively! Unexpectedly, there are so many old friends here. Laughter rang out. Qi Wuxue and the White Bone Sovereign's descendant, Long Fei, walked over with smiles on their faces. Qi Wuxue had a wanton and unrestrained nature. He was indifferent to worldly affairs, and his smile never faded. Those who liked him said that he was an optimistic person. Those who disliked him said that he had an evil air that would never fade. The various influential people of the younger generation appeared here for only one purpose, to wait for the impending demonic calamity. As the crowd chatted, more people arrived. However, this time, it was not just one or two people who came. Mo Chen led the Dragon's Gate's people, the chubby Kim Tae-ho, the Azura races Lan Xiaobai and Lan Yu, the Sky Dome realm Xinyuan Zhantian, Gong Yangyu, Yu Bingyun, and the others. Even further behind were the Sun Palace's Chu Yang, Fu Hongyao, the Northern Sea Alliance's Yi Qin, Di Xinhan, and the other experts of the Heavenly Starry Ocean mixed in with the Dragon's Gate's group. It's the Dragon's Gate's people. There are so many experts. Unexpectedly, the Dragon's Gate actually gathered so many outstanding young talents. That's not right. There seems to be some other outstanding talents of the Heavenly Starry Ocean mixed in. Could they all be the Dragon's Gate's people now? That should not be the case. After all, the Heavenly Starry Ocean's gate is the only major sect left. Only the Dragon's Gate can take the lead. The arrival of the Dragon's Gate's people made the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring even livelier. After a while, 3 strong auras rushed over. They were the fiend races by Yuan Su and Kong Yuan. More and more people arrived. Sima Lingxian, Ba Tu, and Ba Yan, the descendants and disciples of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, rushed over as well. Demonic Qi. Suddenly, someone sensed the presence of a trace of demonic Qi, which immediately alerted countless people. However, when they saw the owner of the demonic Qi, they relaxed slightly. The one who came was the human demon C's absolute genius, Duguao. Duguao seemed to feel that his identity was somewhat complicated, so he did not stick close to the crowd. Instead, he stood far away, closing his eyes and entering deep thought. Duguao was a demon mixed blood. However, now that the human demon C had joined the Kunlun Realm's camp, they could be considered on the same side. Although the people here hated the demons to the bone, they would not make a move on their companions. After half a day, nearly all the outstanding young talents of the entire Kunlun realm had gathered here. However, no matter how the crowd counted, they discovered that there was a very important person who did not come, Di Wook. As the Divine Son, Xiaoqin possessed outstanding talent. His strength was even more so. However, everyone knew that there was a huge rift between Xiaoqin and Xiaoqin. This time, Xiaoqin was leading the Demon Resistance Alliance. No one knew if Xiaoqin would put down his grudge and rush over. Xiaoju. Di Wook. Are you sure he is not coming? Could it be that he is going to be a coward? Someone mocked with a cold smile. He is probably too embarrassed to come. Before the Blue Dragon King rose up, he was always at odds with Xiaoqin, trying to kill him several times. Xiaoju showed a troubled expression, not knowing how to answer. Humph. A cold snort rang out, and golden light filled the sky. A person bathed in golden light appeared above everyone. Who else could it be but Di Wook? Diwuk coldly glanced at the people mocking him. Then, he withdrew his aura and landed in a deserted place. Xiao Chen's expression was cold, unreadable, as if he did not want anyone to get close to him. Only the youths that Xiao Chen glared at felt pressure. Cold sweat trickled down their backs, not daring to say anything more. How strong! This was everyone's evaluation of Diwuk. He competed with Xiao Chen for the title of Luck's favored one. Although he lost, his strength still rendered most people speechless. Not long after Diwuk arrived, a person flew over from the Kunlun Palace's peak. This person wore snow-white clothes, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His face was delicate as he held his saber and landed firmly. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. The moment this person landed, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many gazes either showed respect or helplessness, looking incredibly complicated. Whoosh! 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 Not long after Xiao Chen appeared, many older generation experts landed and stood behind him. The 7 primes, the 5 elders of the Kunlun Palace, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, and the various holy lords, they were all powerful experts, influential people. However, these people all followed behind Xiao Chen silently. There was no need to describe the identity of the strongest person in the Kunlun realm. Clearly, the experts of both the old and new generations gathered for one purpose, to resist the demons and save the Kunlun realm. Diwuk looked at Xiao Chen and said slowly, unexpectedly, I will fight alongside you one day. Even my master will stand behind you. Xiao Chen said calmly, the demonic calamity is coming. Naturally, we have to put down all grudges. I welcome you coming. At Xiao Chen's height, standing at the peak of the Kunlun realm, many of the grudges of the past were like floating clouds at the summit. Chapter 1526. The experts of both the old and the new generations gathered here. Nearly all the martial emperor experts of the entire Kunlun realm were here. There were more than 2,000 of them. It was hard to imagine that so many martial emperors would step forward. Aside from the many young experts rising up in the Golden Age, many white-haired old men who had retired from the world and lived in seclusion all stepped forward at this moment. With the old and the new doubling, the number of experts in the Kunlun realm reached its highest in the past 10,000 years. After the peak of the martial epic passed, rarely had so many Emperor Wu appeared in another age. Perhaps the Heavenly Tao knew of the danger this time and could not bear to see the Kunlun realm destroyed. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Although there were many Emperor Wu, there were only 100-odd sovereign martial emperors. Compared to the vast number of Emperor Wu, there were simply too few. After all, the Golden Age gave these geniuses too little time to grow. Not every outstanding talent could be as lucky as Shui Lingling, Bai Wuxue, Yan Shisan, and the others, obtaining their own fortuitous encounters. In a very short time, they succeeded in being conferred king, advancing to sovereign martial emperor. What a pity! There are so many outstanding talents here. They are much stronger than our generation. If they had more time, they would not be like this. How unfortunate. If they had another 10 years, no, just 5 years, it would have been enough. The many older generation cultivators sighed as they looked at the group of young outstanding talents. Xiao Chen felt deeply moved. The treasure master probably saw this point as well, which was why he decided to make a move. The treasure master would not give the Kunlun realm any chance. Suddenly, Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye, and a divine eye shot out from it. Then, it flew out, crossing mountains, rivers, and cities for 5,000 kilometers. After flying for 5,000 kilometers, it hovered in the air like Xiao Chen's eyes, looking at the treasure master's island. All of a sudden, he saw a shocking scene. The air was filled with demonic race cultivators riding demonic beasts. They were so densely packed that they looked like ants. Their numbers were unimaginable. There were also several powerful demonic beasts that gave off Emperor's might. They led the demonic beasts around them, waiting for orders like sovereigns. These were Demon King-level ferocious beasts. They were no weaker than sovereign martial emperors of the Kunlun realm. There were flaming demon lions, black gold snakes, twin-headed demonic eagles, and many others. Xiao Qin was shocked. There were so many king-level beasts among the demonic beasts. The situation was not looking good. However, this was not what he wanted to see. The god eyes hovering in the air turned, and his gaze pierced through the layers of barriers covering the Treasure Master Island. Xiao Qin saw a square. In the middle of the square, there was a black altar. Boundless demonic chi rose, and it was especially frightening. What was even more frightening was that a soul that could be seen with the naked eye would occasionally rise from the dark altar cavern. His face contorted as if he was screaming in pain as he was sucked into the dark clouds in the sky. Before the altar, Xing Wang and Fa Wang stood beside the Treasure Master. Behind them were the 18 demon monarchs, followed by the sovereign martial emperors of the demon race, and finally, the ordinary Emperor Wu of the demon race. A rough count put the number of Emperor Wu of the demon race at least 2,000. What was even more frightening was the number of sovereign martial emperors. There were more than 400 of them. Furthermore, there were those king-level demonic beasts. Emperor Wu had 2 to 3 times more than the Kunlun realm. This was an extremely terrifying number. Xiao Qin could imagine what kind of enormous pressure the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu would face at that time. Could he hold on? Xiao Qin was not confident. Xiao Qin fixed his gaze on the Treasure Master's back, feeling somewhat complicated. Church Master, someone is watching you. The Treasure Master did not turn his head back. He said indifferently, I know. Help me deal with it. Is it the Blue Dragon King? Interesting. As Xing Wang spoke, he suddenly turned around. His gaze immediately met the heavenly eye hovering in the air extremely far away. On the other side, Fa Wang also turned around at this moment. He smiled and said, I'll test him out first. Not just anyone can watch me. Suddenly, a black flame appeared on Fa Wang's fingertip. Then, he pointed at the air, and the black flame released a boundlessly resplendent black light in Xiao Qian's eyes. Whoosh! What a strange flame. Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat as he quickly withdrew his gaze. However, he was already too late. A beam of black light quickly headed for the heavenly eye. Divine Lightning Eye. With a thought, Xiao Qian drove the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his sea of consciousness. The heavenly eye, which was millions of kilometers away, immediately sent out a bolt of lightning tribulation to strike the strange black demonic flame. Then, he quickly stopped circulating, and the heavenly eye quickly flew back. Hee. You can break Fa Wang's abyssal demonic flame, but can you dodge Xing Wang's axe? Xing Wang smiled coldly. Suddenly, an axe with black chains at the end fell from above the heavenly eye in the distance, hacking at Xiao Qian's heavenly eye. Scatter. At the crucial moment, Xiao Qian chose to scatter his heavenly eye. The heavenly eye immediately scattered into countless beams of light, dodging this axe strike. The price of forcibly scattering his heavenly eye would prevent Xiao Qian from using the heavenly eye for some time. However, this was still better than smashing the other party's axe. After all, eye techniques were not Xiao Qian's strong suit. There were not many ways he could salvage the situation. At Kunlun Mountain, after scattering his heavenly eye, Xiao Qian took a step back, his expression changing slightly. Blue Dragon King, what's going on? What did you see? The people at the side asked quickly, knowing that Xiao Qian was using an eye technique. They urgently wanted to know the movements of the demonic world. Xiao Qian did not rush to answer. His face suddenly sank, and the Tao disc of great Tao energy appeared behind him. Then, it condensed into a line, and Xiao Chen shouted, Dao. Immediately, Saber Dao energy that surpassed Saber intent, Saber soul, and Saber domain surged in Xiao Chen's body. His long hair fluttered. In an instant, Xiao Chen was like a sharp, unsheathed saber, boundlessly sharp. The surrounding people unconsciously took a step back. Xiao Chen pointed with his finger, and his saber light flashed like lightning. Ka Xie. 5 million kilometers away, this saber light struck the axe that seemed to fall from the sky. On the Treasure Master Island, Xing Wang took a step back. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he revealed a berserk expression. Xing Wang actually lost to Xiao Chen from a distance. Enough. You are not a match for him. There is no need to let your emotions affect your decisions. Continue paying respects to the demonic god. We will be heading out soon. Yes. The rage in Xing Wang's eyes vanished. After the treasure master reprimanded him, he stretched out his hand and withdrew the strange axe. On Kunlun Mountain, Xiao Chen gave a simple account of what he saw and experienced. Everyone was startled. Unexpectedly, in just a few moments, Xiao Chen already clashed with the 2 vice-church masters of the Dark Church. Prepare yourselves. They will charge over before sunset tomorrow at the soonest. Xiao Chen said softly as he rested with his eyes closed. The place fell silent. However, no one retreated amid the silence. They all quietly brewed. 2 hours passed, 4 hours passed, and just as the setting sun was about to set, the sky in the distance suddenly darkened, as if night had descended early. They are here. Indeed, the demon race had arrived. Those black clouds covered the sky. This was the main force of the demon race. The final battle had not started yet, but a bitter atmosphere had already spread. Everyone knew that this battle could not be avoided. The demon race had already retreated to the last step. Kunlun Mountain was the final barrier. There was no way to continue retreating. Either you die, or I die. Once defeated, one would become a slave or even a sacrifice. Their family and friends might suffer the same tragedy as the cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean, dying painful and cruel deaths. They could not retreat or be defeated. On the mountain peak, be it the outstanding talents of the younger generation or the older generation cultivators, their eyes all turned bloodshot. They were like wild beasts, wild and raging. Behind Kunlun Mountain, many war chariots and warships carrying the high-ranked cultivators of the Kunlun realm appeared. These were troops made up of the blue-robed emperor, martial sages, and martial monarchs. There were tens of millions of cultivators of the various races. They were insignificant. However, when gathered together, they were even stronger than Emperor Wu and the blue-robed emperor on the mountain. They were extremely important. Whoosh! 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 1 hour later, the demon army arrived. The treasure master led the 18 demon monarchs and the 2 vice-church masters to the very front, coldly eyeing the people of Kunlun Mountain. Seeing the vast army, many of the youths on the mountain felt their arms tremble slightly. However, no one took even half a step back. Ha! I have many old friends, and I am not a heartless person. As long as Emperor Wu enters my dark church, he will not die. The treasure master said as he looked at the cyclic astral lord, Xiao Chen, and the others. Scram! You bastard! You killed the people of my Kunlun realm like pigs and dogs, sacrificing them to the demonic god. You want us to surrender. Dream on. Even if we die in battle, we will not surrender to you. The crowd raged. Several Emperor Wu, who had lost relatives in the heavenly starry ocean, cursed loudly. Countless people followed suit, shouting, "We will not surrender even if we die." That's exactly what I wanted. The more sacrifices, the better. The treasure master said coldly, not caring. Suddenly, Xiaochen opened his eyes and looked at the treasure master. His eyes flickered with electric light. The treasure master stared at the other party and said through clenched teeth, enunciating every word, "Senior Thunder King, it has already reached this point. Are you still going to continue lying?" Chapter 1527. What? The two armies faced each other, the decisive battle at hand. However, Xiaochen said something that shocked everyone in the Kunlun realm's camp. "Xiaochen, what did you say?" "The Thunder King already went to the Kunlun road. It is impossible for him to appear." This news deeply shocked the myriad law fiend master. He thought that Xiaochen was joking. Xiaochen asked indifferently, "Did you personally see him walk the Kunlun road?" "No. Do you know who dealt the fatal blow to the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago?" "It was him." 2,000 years ago, who dealt the fatal blow to the Thunder King?" "It was him." "Why did the entire Kunlun realm fall into chaos the moment he left?" "Why?" After the Qing Emperor died, the treasure master's residence quickly rose up in the heavenly starry ocean. I have never believed in coincidences. However, there are too many coincidences, which makes one suspicious. Xiaochen's expression did not change at all as he calmly voiced his opinion. "Xiaochen, although I respect you as my brother, don't slander my master." The Thunder and Lightning Palaces and Juanxi said in dissatisfaction, not liking Xiaochen speaking of his master like that. The other experts on good terms with the Thunder King all spoke up, dissatisfied with Xiaochen's words. Such a scene surprised the 18 demon monarchs. They smiled coldly as they watched the internal conflict in the Kunlun realm's camp. "Xiaochen, this is just your guess. Without concrete evidence, you cannot casually convict the Thunder King." Zongtian frowned slightly. Clearly, he was also dissatisfied with Xiaochen's words. The Thunder King's prestige was unexpectedly high. With just these words, the morale of the Kunlun realm's camp fell into chaos. Xiaochen did not say anything. Many times, without evidence, it might not be the truth. Although Xiaochen could not see the other party's appearance with his heavenly eye, he could see the other party's eyes. If it was just a guess before, after seeing the other party's gaze, Xiaochen was deeply suspicious. Although he had never seen the Thunder King's true body, he had seen the eyes of the Thunder King's clone during the king conferral ceremony. Whether it was the real body or the avatar, a person's gaze was the shining point of their inner spirit. It had nothing to do with his physical body. His eyes could not lie. The Treasure Lord's eyes were too similar to the Thunder King's. At that time, Xiaochen's heart was somewhat shaken. Later, when he tried to probe, he was not willing to believe that it was a coincidence, nor was he willing to accept this fact. But the result made him sad and tired. The divine lightning eye, which could severely injure a prime, had no effect on the treasure master. If he was not an expert at the peak of the way of thunder and lightning, it would be impossible for him to achieve such a result. Just this point alone was enough to prove Xiaochen's guess. Not to mention, there were many coincidences before, which already explained the problem. Ignoring the dissatisfaction and disbelief of the others, Xiaochen continued to look at the treasure master. He asked sullenly, "Senior Thunder King, are you still going to continue deceiving me now? Perhaps this is the last time I address you as Senior, Lord Dark Church's Church Master." Silence, the treasure master did not refute. This made everyone who doubted Xiaochen turn their gazes to him. Facing the many gazes, the treasure master, whose appearance remained shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see through him, said, "Why the need to seek the truth so bitterly? There are some things that are better not knowing than knowing." Boom! This was a bolt from the blue. The treasure master's words were equivalent to tacitly acknowledging Xiaochen's guess. Many people could not accept this. The treasure master felt dizzy. He had always respected the Thunder King, seeing him even more seriously than his father. The Thunder King was in Juanxi's faith, his motivation to advance. It was like the god in Enjuanshi's heart suddenly crumbled. Enjuanshi felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, dispirited and in incredible pain. The people of the Thunder and Lightning Palace did not feel good either. Their emotions were not much different from Enjuanshi's. Ingzongtian, the myriad law fiend master, and the other old friends could not accept this either, showing complicated expressions. This was especially so for Ingzongtian. He had a good personal relationship with the Thunder King. This was a rather big blow to him. On the other hand, the 18 demon monarchs calmed down after some shock. It did not matter who the Dark Church's church master was. It was sufficient as long as he could control the Dark Church. Xing Wang and Fa Wang did not feel surprised at all. It was like they had known this secret long ago. Treasure Master, don't lie to me. My master is absolutely not the Dark Church's church master. And Juanshi roared with all his might, refusing to believe this fact. Whoosh! The hazy layer of black chi on the treasure master's face vanished, revealing a face that resembled the Thunder King's. The treasure master's facial features were exactly the same as the Thunder King's. Even his aura was the same, there was no difference at all. It really is the Thunder King. At this moment, the treasure master's identity was verified. This dealt a heavy blow to everyone in the Kunlun Realms camp. Everyone had a question in their hearts. Why? Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, an ugly saber scar suddenly appeared on the right side of the Thunder King's face. The Thunder King's entire aura suddenly changed, surging with a sinister aura. It was terrifying and horrifying, putting immense pressure on everyone. The Thunder King touched the saber scar on his face with his right hand. As he looked at Xiao Qin, intense hatred flashed in his eyes. He said sullenly, "This is something that your Qing Emperor ancestor left for me 10,000 years ago. Even if I do my best to suppress it, I can only hide this saber scar for 3 days. Today, I will return the pain and torture that this saber strike brought me to you 10-fold, 100-fold. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. This saber strike should have come from when the Qing Emperor sneak attacked the Qing Emperor back then. No wonder it could not be removed. It was very easy for a regular Emperor Wu to remove a scar. However, if this saber strike came from the Qing Emperor, then it would be a different story. The scar had already penetrated deep into the marrow, blood, and even the soul. Even if the other party did his best to suppress it, he could only hide it for 3 days. Suppressing it like that should be something that exhausted the mind. Hence, when the other party was still the Thunder King, he spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation. Now that Xiao Qin thought about it, concealing it must have been an extremely painful and troublesome thing. That was why the other party's hatred for the Qing Emperor ran so deep. Give me an answer. Why did you lie to me? Ingzongtian's heart turned cold. He simply could not stand the feeling of being lied to. Why did you lie to me? Do you think that I can live for more than 10,000 years without a reason and still not die? You are the one who cannot figure it out. Ingzongtian, I have never lied to you. I am the Thunder King, the Treasure Master, and the Dark Church's Church Master. I have never lied to anyone. Like you, I hope that Xiao Qin can mature. Otherwise, how could he turn the Kunlun realm upside down? In the battle to advance to Martial Emperor, blood dyed the sky red, causing half of the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu to die. You and him are both my pawns. Furthermore, you are both willing pawns. I have never lied to you. I also want to leave this damned abandoned land. I will not age or die. If you were me, back then, when the previous Dark Church's church master sought you out, you would have agreed to be his successor. It seemed like the Thunder King had held back these words for a long time. Now that he said them in one breath, he felt much more relaxed. Many people were startled when they heard this. Unexpectedly, there was someone with such deep schemes. Xiao Chen's schemes were so broad that he toyed with all the people of the Kunlun realm in the palm of his hand. Zongtian remained expressionless. His expression turned even colder as he shook his head and said, "Don't find excuses for yourself. Everyone has their own principles. You just fell for your own principles. The victor is king, and the loser is in the wrong. The so-called principles are meant to be trampled." The Thunder King swept his cold gaze over the people of the Kunlun realm's camp. Then, he said, "On account of our past friendship, I'll give you all one more chance. As long as you are willing to surrender and believe in the demonic god, I can show mercy. Show mercy. Just use your filthy hands and draw your treasure sword. I, Xiao Qin, will never surrender to you." Xiao Qin frowned coldly, ignoring Junyi. "The demonic sect slaughtered my Kunlun realm compatriots like pigs and dogs. You want me to surrender? Dream on." "Sorry, master. This is the last time I will call you master. I cannot agree to it this time." And Juanshi's expression was even scarier than Zongtian's. It hurt so much that he did not feel pain in his heart, only a chill and numbness spreading throughout his body. "We will not surrender even to the death." Ha ha ha. Good. 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 18 demon monarchs, heed my command. Kill everyone in the Kunlun realm without mercy. I want to wash the Kunlun mountain in blood. When the treasure master heard the many people swearing not to surrender, he laughed maniacally and gave the order to massacre. Dynamite spread out from Xiao Chen's body. With a thought, a war banner appeared behind him. As the war banner fluttered in the wind, Xiao Chen looked at the vast and boundless demon army. Then, he said, "Protect the Kunlun realm. Our family and friends are behind us. We absolutely cannot retreat. Kill." The final battle between the Kunlun realm and the demonic world began. Chapter 1528. Kill. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The sky was instantly dyed red with blood. A torrential rain of blood mixed with severed limbs rained down. What kind of scene was that? In the sky, on the ground, everywhere one could see was a bloody battle. This was a true doomsday. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of living beings died on the spot. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. The 18 demon emperors of the demon clan dropped their hands. The celestial demon emperor's demonic shadow palm fell, and 10 Emperor Wus died on the spot. A supreme being, to a lesser celestial Emperor Wu, could be killed in an instant. There was no chance for him to retaliate. The 7 primes of the Kunlun realm attacked together. The heaven-punishing corpse god was like a ferocious beast in human form as he rampaged about. Those who stood in front of him were smashed to death and turned into a mist of blood. Finally, the Iron Demon Monarch of the 18 demon monarchs blocked Xiao Chen's path and laughed strangely. These two powerhouses with pinnacle physical bodies quickly clashed with each other. Their fists collided directly with each other. The Iron Demon race was innately impervious to swords and spears, and the corpse race's fleshly body was similarly not inferior. What was even more advantageous was that the corpse race was intelligent from a young age. They could practice cultivation techniques and martial techniques. They had an extremely deep foundation. Even if the Iron Demon's physical body was stronger, it would not be easy to deal with the corpse race. The eldest brother, Zongtian, opened his palm and a strong light burst out. The sun behind him soared into the sky and he struck out with his palm. The radiance of the sun spread out, and an empty space immediately appeared in front. All the demonic beasts and human cultivators would die. So. Of the 18 demon monarchs, the figures of the Ice Demon Monarch and the Flower Demon Monarch flashed, clashing with Big Brothering. Emperor Forsaken stood on top of the Divine Kingdom. He was also fighting 1 against 2, resisting the celestial demon emperor and his supreme demonic beast. A steady stream of faith power poured into his body, causing his body to grow bigger and bigger. With the divine sword in his hand, he was like a real deity, unbelievably powerful. The peak primes of the Kunlun realm were all extremely strong. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Because there were too few of them, each of them basically had to face 2 people at a time, so they couldn't split up. Several king-grade demonic beasts were ferocious and bloodthirsty. They tore the corpses of the Kunlun realm cultivators with one swipe of their claws. Then, they opened their mouths wide and ate with relish. These powerful magical beasts all had their own intelligence. They were extremely cunning and vicious. Ha 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 ha. This feels great. It's been a long time since I've drunk blood to my heart's content. This is much more delicious compared to the flesh of other magical beasts. A black demonic condor spoke the human language. Every time it attacked, its hard claws would bring forth a rain of blood. After that, the eagle opened its beak wide and swallowed the remains of dozens of cultivators, appearing extremely cruel. The eyes of the 10 blue-robed emperor-level martial artists were bloodshot. They wanted to avenge their companions. However, the difference in strength was too great, and this was like trying to smash a rock with an egg. You overestimate yourself. The black demon condor snorted coldly. Paw! Just as it was about to pounce and kill again, a whip with flickering lightning bolts lashed at it ruthlessly. Bastard, die! It was Enchanting. His true dragon lightning whip lashed through the air, mangling this demon condor and sending its feathers flying everywhere. The black demon condor roared furiously, I'm going to kill you and swallow you alive. You guys go first. Leave this to me, Enchanting said to the 10 blue-robed emperor-level martial artists. Many thanks, young hero, and after the other Emperor Wu thanked Enchanting, they immediately rushed to the other battlefields. On the other side of the battlefield, Shimen Bao rushed over and hugged the humanoid demonic wolf. No matter how that demonic wolf tore at his body, Shimen Bao did not let go. Just a second ago, 2 of Shimen Bao's seniors died in the mouths of this demonic wolf to protect him. Kaxie. Blood spurted out as the other side of Shimen Bao's body was torn off. However, Shimen Bao's only hand still held on tightly. Ha ha ha. Die, you stinky dog. Shimen Bao laughed loudly and chose to self-detonate, dying together with this demonic wolf that was far stronger than him. Not far away, Shimen Bao's good friend, the outstanding talent of the battle realms, Niu Deng, had bloodshot eyes as he roared, Shimen Bao. However, no matter how Niu Deng shouted, he could not change the result. In the intense explosion, Shimen Bao died without a complete corpse. Kill. When Niu Deng saw this scene, he immediately went berserk, going berserk. Niu Deng held his saber and chopped down, ignoring the wounds on his body. As Shui Lingling stood on the profound sun bird, she held the Emperor Yi shooting Sun Bao in her hand. This transcendent divine weapon continuously fired arrows. Her arrows were arrows that could kill, but they were also arrows that could save lives. Countless demons and demonic beasts died miserably under these arrow lights. Her arrow lights also saved countless Kunlun realm cultivators. Her figure flickered in the air, appearing ethereal and unfathomable. She remained expressionless, already numb to killing. Not long after the battle started, before both sides clashed, the Kunlun realm's camp had already lost more than 100 Emperor Wus. Below Emperor Wu, there were even more deaths. The demon race's losses were equally startling, perhaps even more. This made Xing Wang and Fa Wang frown slightly. Unexpectedly, the various races of the Kunlun realm, which originally had intense internal strife, were so united in this final battle. Shao Qin and the Kunlun Palace's palace master did not make a move. This was because Xing Wang, Fa Wang, and the treasure master, the Thunder King, did not make a move either. Many cultivators charged over to Xiao Chen's side, and all sorts of intense battles ensued. Xiao Chen's already calm heart could not help but ripple. A baleful air appeared on his face. Xiao Chen, don't ever let the baleful air control you. Otherwise, today's battle will cast a shadow on you. Your future path of martial arts can be considered as crippled. You still have a long way to go. You still have a long way to go, the Kunlun Palace's palace master, the Saber Demon, who was of the same generation as the Thunder King, said calmly. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I will control it. It's time for me to make a move. The Saber Demon's expression changed, and he suddenly vanished from Xiao Chen's side. This was because Xing Wang and Fa Wang also moved at this moment. The Saber Demon drew his saber. It was an extremely strange scimitar that looked like a crescent moon, flickering with a scarlet light. Saber Demon, after not seeing you for 1,000 years, let me see if your saber techniques have improved. Xing Wang laughed loudly, and his axe, which was connected to a chain, charged into the air. The sinister Fa Wang smiled coldly, and an abyssal demonic flame burned on his fingertips as he moved silently. Both sides were very familiar with each other. Soon, they started fighting. The Saber Demon was very strong. Even when fighting 1 against 2, he did not end up at a disadvantage. Xiao Chen looked at the treasure master. The entire world seemed to vanish, there was only the treasure master in his eyes. This was a strong opponent. 10,000 years ago, the treasure master was second only to the Qing Emperor. For the past 10,000 years, the treasure master had been the strongest person of the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, he had hidden his strength. Even though the treasure master had already surpassed Prime, comprehended Great Tao energy, cultivated the Thunder domain, the Ice domain, and the Blue Dragon War body, he still could not be careless when facing this person. Against this person, he could not afford to be careless at all. After all, it was very likely that a single mistake would result in death. The price of death would be the destruction of the entire Kunlun realm. The price was too high, the treasure master could not bear it. The lunar shadow saber trembled slightly. It was not clear whether it was excited or nervous to face the true culprit of Sang Mu's death. Xiao Chen, you are not a match for me. Back then, the Qing Emperor fell at my hands. Today, you will fall at my hands as well. However, this time, you will not be as lucky as the Qing Emperor. The treasure master, the Thunder King, smiled coldly and punched at Xiao Chen. Boom! Loud thunder burst out of the Thunder King's body. Resplendent electricity flickered on his fist. The sky suddenly turned dark, and dense thunderclouds filled the sky. Xiao Chen shouted, and the 10,000 dragon force in his body spread out. Countless dragon-shaped strands of energy reverberated in the air. When facing the Thunder King's punch, Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He clenched his fist, and tens of thousands of strands of energy gathered, forming a dragon cauldron on his fist light. Bang! The two fists clashed, and the two quickly moved back. Shock flashed in their eyes. Xiao Chen was shocked by his opponent's lightning-attributed energy, while the Thunder King was shocked by Xiao Chen's vital qi. Unexpectedly, after the dragon cauldron was formed, it would be so strong. Interesting. However, this is just the beginning. My lightning-attributed energy has already mutated. Take this properly. The Thunder King snorted coldly, and the purple lightning on his body suddenly changed, turning into black lightning. Bolts of black lightning extended from his body, spreading out like a spiderweb, looking as terrifying as the tentacles of a demonic god. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. This is lightning. It actually merged with the purest demonic qi of the demonic world. The lightning contained many negative energies: grief, worry, horror, despair, and pain. When mixed together, it looked incredibly ugly. Chapter 1529. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This lightning was truly strange. Although the other party had not broken through the thunder domain and comprehended the thunder Dao like Xiao Qin, he had already cultivated his lightning-attributed energy to the peak. However, Xiao Qin had already cultivated his lightning-attributed energy to the peak, even opening up a new path and coming up with new tricks. Xiao Qian's Great Dao energy of the Saber Dao was still in its initial stages, so he might not have much of an advantage. Again. The Thunder King shouted. The scar on his face looked exceptionally sinister as he punched again. His movement technique was exquisite. With every step he took in the air, electric light flickered under his feet. It was like he was walking on flat ground. The force under his feet was very heavy, making his aura exceptionally stable. The condensed thunder might was like a mountain. As it flickered, it moved forward step by step, as if the mountain peaks were connected. By the time it reached Xiao Qin, it had formed a majestic mountain range that rose and fell undulating endlessly. The force of this punch looked ordinary. However, it was extremely mighty and had many tricks up its sleeves. With one glance, Xiao Qin could tell that this punch was completely different from the earlier one. Xiao Qin sheathed the lunar shadow saber at his waist, and a vast Dao might spread out. A faint Dao disk appeared behind him, flickering with a weak saber light. As the Dao disk slowly spun, Xiao Qian's Dao might sank like an erupting volcano storing up energy. When the other party's fished light approached, Xiao Qin shouted coldly and punched decisively. Bang! 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 The two punches clashed, each strike striking the other's body. The two clashed head-on. The sound was even louder than thunder. The sound waves that erupted out made one's heart tremble. However, the strange thing was that the space around the two did not break. That was because their auras were simply too powerful, too condensed, and firmly locked down the surrounding space. The black lightning on the Thunder King fished light contained countless kinds of negative emotions. Although it looked like an ordinary punch, in reality, it was full of changes. Every move had a different state. Furthermore, it created all sorts of horrifying illusions for Xiao Qin. Xiao Qian's heart remained unmoved. His state of cycle continuously changed as well. Slaughter, destruction, despair, pain, grief, and death formed one illusion after another, dispelling the interference of the other party's negative emotions. After fighting for half a day, the two of them exchanged more than 1,000 moves. Neither of them could do anything to the other. The war between the Kunlun realm and the demonic world also reached its climax. Tens of millions of cultivators, demons, and demonic beasts from both sides clashed. Tragic sounds of fighting could be heard endlessly. It was like hell on earth, the end of the world. As time passed, the situation became increasingly disadvantageous to the Kunlun realm. The demonic world's kings outnumbered the Kunlun realms by 3 times. At first, they could barely hold on, but slowly, the 1-on-2 turned into a 1-on-3, and then a 1-on-4. The results were getting worse and worse. Am I going to die? The Thunder and Lightning Palaces and Juanxi was incomparably fatigued. He could no longer remember how many demons and demonic beasts he had killed. In the end, he was stopped by 3 king-level demons, Emperor Wu. Fighting 1 against 3, he was gradually losing ground. 2 sovereign martial emperors of the Thunder Demon race and a 3-headed demon hound looked at him coldly. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, boundless snow drifted down. Amid the snowflakes, a huge ice palm smashed into the 3-headed demon hound. Cassier. The huge ice palm was like an ice mountain as it smashed the 3-headed demon hound into pieces. And Juanxi, are you going to give up so soon? The one who came was Bai Wuxue. When he saw that Juanxi was in danger, he immediately rushed over to provide support. Don't worry. I absolutely will not die before you do. Ha ha ha. And Juanxi felt a warmth in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, "Come, let's attack together." Good. The two fought side by side, not exchanging any pleasantries. Then, they threw themselves back into battle. While Enjuanshi could be saved, Xiahojue would not be so lucky. By the time his father put down his opponent and rushed over, Xiahojue had already died. When his father put down his opponent and rushed over, Enjuanshi's lower body had already been bitten off by a king-grade demonic wolf. His aura was very weak, and he would die soon. "My son!" The white tiger Holy Lord could not help shouting hoarsely, tears streaming down his face. Xiahou smiled bitterly and reached out to touch his father's face. He said, "Lord Father, don't be sad. This child failed to live up to your expectations. My greatest regret in this life is losing face at the king conferral ceremony, letting down your efforts. I'm really sorry. Don't say any more. It's all in the past. Don't worry. I'll bring you away. I'll treat you. Go. Where can we go? The Kunlun realm will be gone. Where will our home be?" "Lord Father," before Xiahou could finish speaking, he suddenly smacked the ground with his right palm. It was like the final radiance of the setting sun. Half of Xiahouju's body soared into the air, flying towards a huge demonic snake. Then, there was an intense explosion with a loud bang. Xiahouju perished together with that king-grade demonic snake, dying without a complete corpse. Ah! The three holy masters could not help feeling grief. They roared with bloodshot eyes, "Damn it!" Brother Xia, the profound martial gate's holy son, Feng Wuji, who had grown up with Xiahouju, was stunned for a moment. The price for this moment was a few more wounds on his body. Tragic scenes played out everywhere. The Kunlun realm cultivators, who held a numerical disadvantage, had to do their best to fight. This was because there was already no way out. The people behind the mountains were all innocent people and low-level cultivators who were not even martial monarchs. To the demonic world, these people were like sacrifices and food, they could not resist at all. "Chu Yang, I'm very tired. I think I'm going to sleep." The Moon Palace's holy daughter paled as she lay weakly on Chu Yang's back in Zodiac Hole. She seemed to be talking in her sleep. "In that case, go to sleep. Don't think too much. I'll wake you up." Chu Yang smiled gently. The sword light in his hand was as resplendent as the sun, chopping a blood demon Emperor Wu in half. Although Chu Yang was smiling, tears flowed down silently from the corners of his eyes. "All right. In that case, remember to wake me up. I'm going to sleep." Fu Hongyao no longer showed any signs of life. His arm holding Chu Yang fell silently. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. Chu Yang, who had already forced back several groups of blood demon martial emperors, suffered several sword wounds. Before he could say anything, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. A few blood demon martial emperors drew their swords, and Chu Yang fell to his knees. Chu Yang, who had already exhausted all his primordial energy, simply could not treat this wound. His life force drained rapidly, but he could not do anything about it. "Sorry, I can't wake you up." Right after Chu Yang spoke, he fell to the ground, dying together with Fu Hongyao. Damn! They are finally dead. These two dogs are already dead, yet they are still stuck together. Split them up and tear them into 10,000 pieces. A blood demon martial emperor said coldly as he vomited a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a ghostly sword light swept by, and the heads of a few blood demon cultivators, who were about to take action, flew up, instantly chopped in half. A blood demon martial emperor immediately exclaimed in horror, Who is playing tricks? Yen Shisan. Ka Xie. At some point in time, the swordsman of killing, Yen Shisan, appeared behind this blood demon martial emperor. With a backhand swing, he stabbed the blood demon martial emperor's heart of an emperor, instantly killing him. When Yen Shisan saw the two corpses tangled together on the ground, he could not help stopping, even though he did not care much about life and death. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yen Shisan showed a cold expression as he looked at the two corpses, not moving at all. However, Yen Shisan continuously swung his sword with his right hand. He did not even look behind him. Sword lights flashed, chopping up a group of blood demon cultivators that tried to sneak up on him, causing them to scream miserably. In the end, Yen Shisan still left. He calmly scanned the battlefield. Most of the places needed reinforcements, so he chose the place with the most severe situation and silently walked over. Yen Shisan's strength was unfathomable. He clearly possessed the strength of a ninth heaven martial emperor, but he did not leak out his aura at all. As Yen Shisan walked around the battlefield with a murderous sword, no one could stop him. Yen Shisan resolved another encirclement and chopped off the head of the final enemy. Just as he was about to sheath his sword. Just as he was about to withdraw his sword, the headless bodies of the demons exploded at nearly the same time. When the divine light scattered, Yen Shisan saw Di Wook, who had just withdrawn his fist. The two former opponents met in such a manner. "Your fist is slower than my sword," Yen Shisan said. Di Wook smiled and said, "However, my fist has killed more demons than your sword. However, no matter how many we kill, the two of us will not be able to turn the situation around." Di Wook smiled sinisterly and said, "Do you dare to go big?" Yen Shisan raised his eyebrows and said, "Speak." Di Wook looked at the sky and muttered, "The ones who can truly change the situation are the primes. However, our primes are all delayed by the other party. As long as we can have a prime free up, we can alleviate the current situation." Yen Shisan casually looked around. Aside from a few places, most of the people below prime were pushed back. Like the receding tide, the demon cultivators and ferocious beasts were boundless, surging over like a flood. Before such a general trend, the small victories that the two of them created seemed insignificant. As the demons gained an increasingly greater advantage, the two of them would soon be targeted and surrounded by true experts. If all the low-level demons lost, it would definitely affect the fight between the primes. Di Wook narrowed his eyes as he looked at the celestial demon monarch, the earth demon monarch, and the shadow demon monarch, who were fighting Emperor Forsaken. He said, "Let's go and kill the primes. Do you dare?" "If you dare, why would I not?" Yen Shisan had long since become indifferent to life and death. His killing sword Dao had never been afraid. Chapter 1530. Di Wook said, "Good. Do you see the three people fighting with my master? The celestial demon monarch, the earth demon monarch, and the shadow demon monarch. These three are all primes. Among them, the celestial demon monarch is the main force. My master spends most of his energy dealing with this demon. The target is him." "That's right. The other two primes are weaker. They rely on the power of faith of the millions of believers in the divine kingdom. As long as we eliminate the celestial demon monarch or severely injure him, my master will have a chance to make a move." Yen Shisan glanced at the situation of the battlefield. Overwhelming demonic chi filled the sky and ground. The entire Kunlun Realms formation was cut up. Several factions that could have formed strong combat prowess were beaten into a daze and could only retreat. If this continued, the Kunlun realm would soon reach the heavenly dew divine spring. Yen Shisan nodded and said, "Good. Tell me what to do." A ferocious look appeared in Di Wook's eyes as he said, "There is a forbidden technique in my myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending. I have never used it before. If I use the essence blood of the deity race as a catalyst, I can surpass my limits and bring out 30 times my combat prowess." Yen Shisan frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Your body cannot endure 10 times your combat prowess. Even if you do not die from 30 times your combat prowess, you will be crippled. As the two spoke, they stopped moving. Their figures flickered, and everywhere they passed, blood rained. Without a demon monarch making a move, the other demons would find it hard to block the two working together. Fist light and sword light swept through everything before them, killing everything in their way. The two were not greedy. They did not stop for more than 15 minutes at a time, not giving the demons a chance to trap them. Bang! With a casual punch, Diwok sent out thousands of beams of divine light, directly shattering an iron demon. Even an iron demon could not block this fish light. This showed how strong his explosive power was. Xiao Chen's physical body had undergone a metamorphosis on the nine-colored Emperor's Road. Ha! If the Kunlun realm is gone, even if I live, I will be no different from a cripple. Diwok said indifferently, you have only one chance to make a move. I will use a forbidden technique to create a chance for you to use one sword strike. Be careful, there is only one sword. If you don't have this confidence, then don't bother playing with me. Yenshir-san casually swung his sword and chopped off the head of a winged demon. Then, he said calmly, ever since you became famous, everyone in the world feared you. When have I, Yenshir-san, ever feared you? Ha ha ha. Good. Good. As expected of Yenshir-san. If that person hadn't appeared out of nowhere, you would have been my greatest opponent in this life. Amidst Diwok's maniacal laughter, the myriad divine halos that shot out from his body all entered his body. For a moment, his aura was restrained, and his eyes hid the sharpest edge of his life. Kacha! His heart split open, and a drop of his heart's blood flowed out of his body. His eyes suddenly turned blood red. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Every single strand of white hair seemed to be stained with fresh blood. Yenshir-san closed his eyes and sheathed his sword. He was about to execute the most magnificent sword move of his life. Perhaps it would also be the last sword. Two youths were audacious enough to want to assassinate a prime. Furthermore, it was the celestial demon monarch, who was ranked first among the 18 demon monarchs. If such thoughts were exposed, it would probably be earth-shattering, making everyone laugh their heads off. However, that was what Yenshir-san and Diwok did. Myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending. Diwok shouted, and a scarlet light shone from his entire body. It was like he was possessed. Then, he suddenly soared up and shot forward. The scarlet light contained Diwok's heart's blood. It looked like a rain of blood. The dazzling scarlet light shocked every cultivator fighting in the battlefield for 5,000 kilometers around, in the sky and on the ground, in the Kunlun realm and the demonic world. They all felt this aura that was even more berserk than that of a prime. It was simply like a human-shaped volcano. It's him. The heaven-punishing prime's final disciple, Xingju, was currently leading the corpse race cultivators in a head-on clash with the Iron Demon. When he saw this scene, he was stunned. It's Diwok. Feng Wuji muttered to himself in disbelief. This is crazy. What is he trying to do? With one glance, everyone could tell that Diwok definitely used a forbidden art. Otherwise, his aura would not be so horrifying. Celestial Demon Monarch, receive a punch from me, Diwok. The Celestial Demon Monarch, who was currently exchanging moves with Emperor Forsaken, smiled coldly, not caring about Diwok at all. You overestimate yourself. Above the Divine Kingdom, Emperor Forsaken's body became 3 kilometers tall due to the power of faith, looking like a divine being. Forbidden Art. Bloodline Forbidden Art. At this moment, the Celestial Demon Monarch's expression changed drastically. However, he could not stop it at all. Like a meteor exploding, a spot of divine light that looked like blood dripped on Diwok's body in the sky. Deities descending, 10-fold combat prowess increased explosively again, reaching 30-fold combat prowess with this punch. Pu Ci. Space shattered, and Diwok looked like he teleported, appearing in front of the celestial demon monarch from nowhere. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he laughed loudly and punched. Humph! You think you are worthy of dying together with me? The celestial demon monarch felt somewhat flustered. To think that this brat wanted to die together with him. Without even thinking, he executed his consummate demonic shadow palm. A demonic god image appeared behind the celestial demon monarch. A vast demonic might immediately suppressed Diwok's tyrannical aura. Then, the celestial demon monarch pushed out a palm to clash with this punch. Boom! The energy in Diwok's body was already extremely unstable in the first place. The instant the fist and palm clashed, the energy surged. The Emperor's body exploded on the spot, dying without a complete corpse. Cracks appeared in the demonic god image behind the celestial demon monarch before it crumbled and vanished. Pussy. The celestial demon monarch vomited a large mouthful of blood as he retreated a few steps with an unsightly expression. Unexpectedly, Diwok's final punch contained a strength that was even stronger than a prime's, severely injuring the celestial demon monarch. Flawless. Emperor Forsaken could only watch as Diwok died before him. He simply could not accept it. Retreat. Chitian is going crazy. I absolutely cannot endure his blow right now. Fear welled up in the celestial demon monarch's heart as he quickly retreated. The earth demon monarch and the shadow demon monarch reacted very quickly, shielding the celestial demon monarch as he retreated. Killing sword Dao, rage turns demonic. Clang! Suddenly, a sword hum, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves, rang out. Yenshir-san, who had his eyes tightly shut, opened them. Yenshir-san did not draw his sword. Just by opening his eyes, he exuded an unparalleled sword intent. He started practicing the sword at the age of 8 and had been practicing it for 30 years. He did not walk the usual path, walking the unconventional path, drawing his sword only to kill. Killing sword Dao, ultimate sword, rage turns demonic. Yenshir-san opened his eyes, drew his sword, and turned demonic. This final sword strike of his contained an overwhelming demonic chi, a demonic chi that made all the demon monarchs tremble. The sword went out of control, dragging Yenshir-san into the air. The celestial demon monarch, who had been guarding against Emperor Forsaken, could not react at all. This fatal sword strike chopped off his head from behind. What kind of sword could be so fast? What kind of sword could kill a demon with one strike? Only the demonic sword, Yenshir-san's final sword strike, was no longer under his control. It had become a thoroughly demonic sword. The celestial demon monarch died. His clone's body decayed, and he died on the spot. He did not even have time to say his last words. The strongest of the 18 demon monarchs died at the hands of 2 juniors of the Kunlun realm. Even in his wildest dreams, the celestial demon monarch would not have expected such a result. All the cultivators of the demonic world would not have guessed it even if they racked their brains. I, Yenshir-san, do not have many friends. Before I die, I count you, Diwok, as one. Yenshir-san, whose eyes contained boundless demonic chi, squeezed out a smile, relying on his last bit of rationality. Yenshir-san shook his hand ferociously, and the sword shattered. Then, he held the broken sword and stabbed it into his heart of an emperor. Rage turns demonic. With this final sword strike, Yenshir-san entered the demonic Dao. If he did not commit suicide, he would lose all rationality and become a killing machine, a humanoid demonic beast. As life essence flowed out, Yenshir-san's corpse slowly drifted down from the sky. The 2 outstanding talents of the current Kunlun realm, second only to Shao Qin, fell just like that, exchanged for the head of the top demon monarch of the deep abyss demonic world. Many people silently shed tears. Their eyes turned bloodshot, and hatred surged in their hearts, hating that they could not kill all these demons. Emperor Forsaken felt indescribable grief. However, he knew that this was Diwok's kind intentions. Xiaochen wanted Xiaochen to free up his hands and turn the situation around. Chapter 1531. Up in the sky, Xiaochen, who was fighting the Thunder King, also learned of the deaths of Diwok and Yan Shisan, as well as the horrifying scenes. Although the two were completely focused on the fight, their perception spread throughout the entire battlefield. They knew everything that was happening in every corner of the battlefield like the back of their hands. Damn it! Xiaochen felt great pain in his heart. He could not help shouting, "Is this the result you wanted?" The Thunder King smiled coldly without any expression on his face. "This is your doing. Just surrender obediently and hand over the Rock of Origin, and this will be the result. Dream on." Xiaochen shouted and suddenly attacked, executing the myriad heaven divine fists deities descending once more. Xiaochen's tenfold combat prowess burst out in an instant. The horrifying might and pressure made the raging Xiaochen look exceptionally frightening. The Thunder King's expression turned grave. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he crisscrossed his hands and formed a black lightning shield filled with countless negative emotions. Bang! A surging fist force burst out, immediately knocking the Thunder King into the air. The black lightning shield shattered into ashes. The Thunder King wiped away the blood on his lips. However, he did not get angry. Instead, he smiled. Tenfold combat prowess is very damaging to you. You only had one chance to use it. If you use it now, you will not be able to injure me in my peak state. Whoosh! Who knew? Xiaochen ignored the Thunder King. Xiaochen turned around and charged towards where Emperor Forsaken and the two demon monarchs were fighting. The Thunder King frowned and said, "What is he trying to do? A sneak attack? That is impossible. The moment he moves, the two demon monarchs will immediately sense it and flee. Could it be the state of cycle, reversing time and space? The two are already dead. If he wants to reverse time and space, he is simply going against the heavens. The price he will have to pay will be unimaginable. Furthermore, if he manages to save them, he will suffer the wrath of heaven. This is already changing fate. During the Immortal epoch, even an immortal lord would not dare to use it casually. That's fine. As long as he really saves the two of them, I'll give him a fatal blow the moment he returns to reality." The Thunder King quickly made up his mind. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as the black lightning above his head quickly accumulated. "Ao Jiao!" Xiaochen shouted and drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Xiaochen used his full power in this saber strike. In his mind, the reincarnation heart shone brightly. The Thunder King had guessed correctly. Xiaochen wanted to reverse time and space. He wanted to defy the heavens and change his fate. When he turned around and swung his saber, Xiaochen met with a startling resistance. However, he knew that when he traveled to the past and returned, he would face even more terrifying resistance. But this time, just this time, Xiaochen was really unwilling. Puchi! A light flashed. Xiaochen, who had exhausted half of his veritable essence energy, finally took that difficult step and saw Diwok. Unfortunately, what Xiaochen saw was Diwok, who had already punched. Xiaochen had exhausted his full power to reverse time and space, but he was still too late. "Diwok, why?" Xiaochen asked, his body trembling slightly. Diwok's entire body turned scarlet. His skin cracked, and he was in unbearable pain. Tears flickered in the corners of his eyes. Those were not tears of pain, but a form of relief. Xiaochen's heart had withered long ago when the divine daughter, Tian Yushik, died from the rebound of her cultivation technique because she wanted to help him deal with Xiaochen. Diwok looked at Xiaochen. At first, he felt surprised. Then, he recalled Xiao Chen's martial technique and understood. Reverse time and space. I didn't expect that you would come for me. Let me ask you, can this fist of mine, this peak fist of mine, defeat you? Xiao Chen nodded silently. It can. A smile appeared on Di Wuk's face. Then, his body suddenly exploded. In the end, the past did not change. Whoosh! There was an explosion, and time and space turned upside down. Xiao Chen returned to reality before he drew his lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen turned around and swung his saber, blocking the Thunder King's attack, which he had stored up power for. Xiao Chen, who had failed to change his fate, did not have to pay a huge price. Dark Church's church master, I will definitely kill you. I definitely will. Xiao Chen burned with rage, his murderous intent surging into the sky. The Thunder King smiled and said, unfortunately, rage cannot kill. This time, the two exchanged moves at lightning speed. They no longer probed each other but made their move. Kill. The heaven-abandoning god monarch, who had witnessed Di Wuk's death, roared ferociously. The divine kingdom spun, and his body swelled up again. Boundless divine light descended from Emperor Forsaken's body as he calmly blocked the attacks of the Earth Demon Monarch and the Shadow Demon Monarch. Despite his rage, Emperor Forsaken did not lose his rationality. He swept his gaze across the battlefield, taking in all the battles before him. Then, he continuously attacked, blocking the Earth Demon Monarch and the Shadow Demon Monarch. Giant fingers shrouded in divine light descended from the sky. Every time these fingers descended, they killed a large group of demon cultivators. The deaths of Di Wuk and Yan Shisan finally brought about the arrival of primes. Immediately, the Kunlun Realm's camp heaved a sigh of relief. Several demonic world cultivators, who had already charged up the mountain, were forced back. They suffered heavy casualties, and the situation eased up slightly. Lords of the Corpse God Palace, come to me and charge. Di Wuk's death made Xing Ju grieve. His eyes turned bloodshot as he charged at the Iron Demon, the most troublesome demon of the demon race. The surviving corpse race cultivators gritted their teeth and roared. Many clones charged at Xing Ju. Thunder and Lightning Palace disciples, are there any of you still alive? Let out a roar and charge with me. Di Wuk and Yan Shisan, two outstanding talents, fought with their lives in exchange for a demon monarch's head. And Juanshi felt an indescribable pain in his heart as he shouted somewhat crazily. First senior brother, I, Tang Meng, am still alive. First senior brother, I, Fang Xian, am still alive. The many Thunder and Lightning Palace disciples called out from a distance. They cultivated lightning-attributed cultivation techniques and were full of vigor. Even though they were severely injured, their voices were still like thunder. Disciples of the Divine Martial Gate, Phoenix's Passion Palace, and White Emperor City, gather. I, Feng Wuji, am still alive. Don't let the demons kill you. The only remaining disciple of the three holy masters, Feng Wuji, roared, prompting the disciples of the three holy masters to call out in response. Dragon's Gate's bladesmen, heed my command. Form the yin-yang saber formation and charge out. Roger. Halfway up the mountain, Mo Chen shouted, and the many Dragon's Gate disciples quickly gathered. Whoosh! 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 The 2,000 Dragon's Gate elite bladesmen formed the formation, and the yin-yang saber formation quickly formed. This was the formation that Xiao Chen taught them. This was the first time they executed it in actual combat. A huge formation diagram appeared under their feet. The Taiji diagram spun, and the 2,000 bladesmen formed two dragons, one bright and one dark. Immediately, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Countless saber lights chopped countless demon cultivators into a mangled mess. Unable to dodge, they all fled down the mountain. What a strong saber formation! It's the Dragon's Gate's people. This seems to be the saber formation that the Blue Dragon King once used. How ferocious. The yin-yang saber formation was like two saber dragons, carrying countless saber lights. Together with the Taiji diagram, it was simply unstoppable. Soon, the saber dragons charged to the very front, clashing with the fatigued corpse race cultivators. The sharp saber lights were unparalleled. Even the iron demons cried out in pain. Chen felt gratified. However, she also felt it was unfortunate, as Xiao Chen had not comprehended the stronger 4-division saber formation yet. Otherwise, it would be even stronger. Kim Tae-ho held the coffin lid in his hand. His plump body moved nimbly through the army of demon cultivators. He did not make many moves. However, every time he did, a demon cultivator would die. After all, the coffin lid in his hand was the one used to bury the Tianwu Emperor. Now that his cultivation had increased, he could bring out its might even more. Gong Yangyu held a staff, looking boundlessly tyrannical. When he swung it down, even the strong iron demon would be knocked back. Xianyuan Zhantian possessed the sovereign war body. His strong aura made him the most dazzling of the Dragon's Gate's outstanding talents. When the heavenly war halberd struck at full power, even the iron demon with astonishing defense would be chopped in half. This was horrifying. When the Dragon's Gate erupted with full power, it led this wave of counterattacks. Many outstanding talents stepped forward at this crucial moment, gathering the cultivators of their respective factions and forming a flood. Using this rare opportunity, they finally managed to truly block the demon army charging up the mountain with a ferocious aura. A ghostly black cloud drifted over from the distance like a sharp knife stabbing into the sky. Everywhere it passed, demon cultivators fell from the sky. It's the ghost domain. The ghost race's reinforcements have arrived. When everyone saw clearly, they all revealed joyful expressions. At this crucial moment, reinforcements arrived. This was simply too inspiring. Ghost Mother Sun Shi finally unified the ghost race's forces. She led the strong cultivators of the Spirit Palace and tore a hole in the sky, disrupting the demonic beast army. The overbearing and overwhelming aura of the demons finally crumbled. The Kunlun realm had passed the first wave of its most difficult test. From the very start, the demon experts had an advantage in numbers, pushing the Kunlun realm into an unstoppable state. Many outstanding talents died in battle. The scene of them dying together with the enemy still could not salvage the situation. Instead, the demons continuously increased their advantage. They even charged up Kunlun Mountain and nearly reached the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Di Wuk and Yen Shursan fought with their lives on the line, salvaging the situation and returning the battle to a stalemate. That was right. Even though a demon monarch died, the strongest demon monarch, the situation did not turn around completely. There were simply too many superior-grade sovereign personages of the demonic world. The demonic beast army was even more vast and boundless. It was already not easy for the Kunlun realm to fight to such an extent. Originally, the many demon monarchs thought that they could easily crush the Kunlun realm. Who knew, the price they paid was far greater than the Kunlun realms. Chapter 1532. The battle entered a stalemate once more. Although the demonic world held the advantage, they no longer dared to casually launch an all-out attack. The defeat of the previous round showed the demonic world the strength of the united Kunlun realm. After changing their strategy, the demonic world prepared to fight steadily. With their advantage in numbers and superior-grade sovereign personages, the Kunlun realm would eventually be exhausted to death. The stalemate tested the will and perseverance of the demonic world. After a night, it was now noon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, sending scorching sunlight down. Blood flowed like rivers for 500 kilometers around. Corpses piled up. Many horrifying corpses piled up like small hills. This tragic scene was like hell on earth, a ghastly sight. After fighting for so long, many people started to feel mentally fatigued. Their bodies were tired, their minds were in pain, and their hearts were in even more pain. Endless sorrow, massacre, and despair mixed with an intense stench of blood lingered in every corner of the world. Shao Chen, you are still too inexperienced. I only need to delay you. The Kunlun realm will definitely lose this battle. The outcome was already decided long ago. From the start to the end, the Thunder King had not revealed his full strength, appearing to be at ease. The Thunder King, who had never been distracted in a huge battle, appeared to be in a much better state than Shao Chen. For the sake of Di Wuk and Yen Shersan, Shao Chen had used deities descending and the state of cycle. However, they had not managed to cause any significant damage. He had even fallen into a passive state. Shao Chen felt somewhat vexed. Up until now, he had not found the other party's weakness, bottom line, or upper limit. As a result, Shao Chen did not dare to go all out. He feared that after he ran out of energy, the other party would counterattack and catch him off guard. Ao Jiao, back then, when Senior Sangmu fought him, did he really not lose to him in one move? Shao Chen calmly asked Ao Jiao, unperturbed by the Thunder King's words. He wanted to see if he could gain some experience. No matter what, this was the second time Shao Chen fought the Thunder King with the Lunar Shadow Saber. She should be able to give him some pointers. Yes, he did lose to him in one move. But now that I think about it, he must have been hiding his strength back then. He didn't dare to use his demonic energy recklessly for fear of exposing his identity. His weakness is that his moves are conservative. To put it nicely, it sounds heavy and steady, but in reality, it's just that he's conservative. He won't take risks easily. On the other hand, Sangmu showed off his abilities and dared to fight, forcing him to be unprepared. If it wasn't for the fact that Sangmu ran out of energy, it would be hard to say who would win. Of course, this is under the premise that he doesn't use demonic chi or the nether sex martial techniques. I don't know if he'll still be like this after 10,000 years. It took a long time to describe, but in truth, the two of them were connected in their minds. The message they conveyed was completed in a single breath of time. An idea flashed through Shao Chen's mind when he heard this. He was afraid of getting hurt. That's right, he didn't dare to go all out because he couldn't afford to. His physical body was his weakness. After living for such a long time, he was unable to increase his cultivation level. His physical body was already past its prime. How could his physical body compare to the hot-blooded Thunder King Sangmu's? Not to mention the current Shao Chen. If Shao Chen could recover from the same injuries in 15 minutes, the other party would need to spend at least twice as much time. Ao Jiao, thank you. I know how to deal with him now. A sharp light flashed in Shao Chen's eyes. Then, his aura suddenly changed, becoming like a sharp blade shining with a cold light. Ha! You want to go all out now? It looks like your energy is about to run out. In the end, you are still too inexperienced. The Thunder King narrowed his eyes. The experienced him quickly sensed that Shao Chen was different. That's right. I do want to go all out, because the thing you can't afford to go all out is your life. The Thunder King's expression changed as if he thought of something. However, Shao Chen did not give the Thunder King any time to think. He snorted coldly and instantly executed the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. Shao Chen's heart shattered, and a crack opened. Intense pain spread throughout his body, bursting forth with his boundless potential. Flawless saber technique, heartbreaking stance. To shatter the enemy's heart, shatter one's own heart first. The pain reached its peak, imprinted in one's bones and heart. Whoosh! A saber light flashed as Shao Chen ruthlessly chopped down with the heartbreaking stance. The Thunder King caught it. At first, he did not find anything special about it. However, in the next moment, a saber light pierced through Xiao Chen's heart, causing black blood to spurt out. Xiao Chen's complexion immediately paled, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. You are seeking death. Black Lotus heart-purging chop. The Thunder King raged. A black lotus flower appeared under his feet, and black petals flew in the air. Each lotus flower contained dense demonic qi. As the petals flew, they were as heavy as mountains. The black lotus flowers in the air gathered into a sword. Then, following the Thunder King, they stabbed at Xiao Chen. Dang! Xiao Chen held his sword horizontally across his chest, blocking this sword strike. However, he could not block the huge force. He vomited a mouthful of blood and moved back 100 steps. Humph! Since you want to die so quickly, don't blame me for being merciless. The injury on Xiao Chen's chest contained the power of the Saber Dao. He could not heal it, and the pain lingered, enraging the Thunder King. Xiao Chen wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. However, he revealed a smile on his face. After fighting for so long, this was the first time he saw the other party lose his composure and get angry. It looked like his guess was right. The Kunlun realm could still be saved. Xiao Chen said coldly, "Stop putting on airs. Let's see who is afraid of whom. I will fight you to the death. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi, lightning hell." The Thunder King seemed to be really anxious. He formed hand seals, and countless black lotus flowers flew out of his body. They were like strong winds, filling the surrounding 5 kilometers with black lotus petals. The thousands upon thousands of black lotus flowers all had black lightning surrounding them. The electricity connected and formed a lightning domain. However, this lightning domain was different from ordinary domains. The lotus flowers also contained many negative emotions, causing all sorts of hellish illusions to appear continuously. Xiao Chen's heart sank. Although this Thunder King could not raise his lightning domain to the Thunder Great Tao, he had taken a different approach, making it no weaker than the complete Thunder Great Tao. Flawless Saber Tao. Flawless Saber Tao. Flawless Saber Domain. In this lightning hell, Xiao Chen felt an extremely strong pressure. It was like the other party was the ruler of this world. Xiao Chen brandished his saber, and great Tao energy spread out along with the saber light, merging the saber domain and the saber Tao energy. This formed a brand new flawless saber domain to resist the Thunder King's lightning hell. Boom! Boom! The two different domains layered over each other, clashing endlessly. Intense explosions rang out endlessly. Soaring clouds in the 9 heavens, soaring moon descends. Xiao Chen executed the flawless saber technique soaring cloud stance and soaring sky stance at the same time. His figure soared into the sky, and a bright moon that looked like a real moon descended on the Thunder King. Bang! The two moves merged into one, and their might immediately increased explosively. The Thunder King clashed head-on with this move, finding it somewhat strenuous. However, he still managed to counterattack when Xiao Chen exhausted his moves. Lightning Hell, Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. The various negative emotions coalesced into many malicious ghosts flickering with black electricity. They swept out like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Crackling electricity came from Xiao Chen's body. Similarly, loud explosions came from his sea of consciousness. This move not only injured Xiao Chen's physical body but also his mind. Xiao Chen laughed loudly, not showing any fear. His sharpness did not diminish as he continued to charge at the Thunder King. In less than 100 moves, the effects became apparent. The Thunder King's movements clearly slowed. Wounds covered Xiao Chen's body, and blood flowed under his black robes. Thunder King, in the end, you are getting old. Xiao Chen possessed the Blue Dragon War body. His injuries healed very quickly, much better than the Thunder King's. The Thunder King smiled coldly. Interesting. Do you not know that although the surging river looks ferocious like a dragon, it still has to yield before the sea? That is because the dragon is not ferocious enough, not mighty enough. Xiao Chen shouted and charged over again. This startled the Thunder King, and some anxiety appeared in his eyes. The demonic god's sacrifice was still some time away from completion. If he really died here, it might be over for him. Just as the Thunder King felt somewhat anxious, the situation on the battlefield changed. Statues as large as mountains appeared behind the demons, casting large shadows. The 17 immortal statues had finished repairing themselves and were charging over. Upon seeing this scene, the Thunder King guffawed. Xiao Chen, the heavens want you dead, and the Tao will not tolerate you. You no longer have a chance. How can this be? Despair rose in Xiao Chen's heart. The flame of hope that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. Something's not right. Suddenly, Xiao Chen discovered that the immortal statues had started killing the demons and demonic beasts from behind. Fellow Taoists of the Kunlun realm, do not panic. The Penglai Sea is here to help. The immortal statues are already under the complete control of Immortal Venerate Yun Chen. The 17 immortal statues spoke at the same time. Their voices shook the clouds and reverberated in all directions. Everyone on the battlefield heard them clearly. The ups and downs of life were nothing more than this. Xiao Chen shouted, "Dark Church Master, what other tricks do you have? Your end is here." Chapter 1533. Saber light danced in the air, supported by great Tao energy. The white-clad Xiao Chen turned into a killing god. None of the demonic beasts or demon cultivators in his way could last even one exchange. The Kunlun realm banner fluttered in the wind behind Xiao Chen, encouraging all the Kunlun realm cultivators still fighting. Leng Yu. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Suddenly, his right hand grabbed the chain, and 10,000 dragon force materialized into an ancient dragon cauldron. Many chains coiled around Xiao Chen's physical body. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This was a great opportunity, but he let the Thunder King go for nothing. Fighting with his life on the line, the Thunder King clearly could not last for long. Now that he had a chance to catch his breath, it would be harder to kill the other party later. A skinny and aged figure flew over from beside Immortal Venerate Yun Chen. He showed a mocking smile as he looked at the treasure master. Could it be that he was not even afraid of death? Everyone, persevere. Victory will come soon. In the distance, the Thunder King rushed to the rear of the demonic world in rage. Immortal Venerate Yun Chen. The Thunder King could no longer care about fighting with Xiao Chen. He scattered the thunder hell and quickly flew towards the 17 immortal statues. Did you not notice that all 18 demon monarchs are here except one? Xing Wang was frightened out of his wits. He finally understood why the treasure master said that he was not a match for Xiao Chen back then. A man can be merciful but not mindful. Some people are merciful but never mindful. Actually, they are the most heartless. Some people are merciless but always mindful. While they seem heartless, they are actually the most sentimental. The 17 immortal statues shattered together with Yun Chen. However, the magic treasures in their hands radiated boundless immortal might as they charged at the treasure master. The treasure master gently waved his hand, and the lightning restriction in Immortal Venerate Yun Chen's body instantly exploded. Electric light flashed at the treasure master's chest. His Yuaning exploded first. Then, his physical body gave off a bright electric light and turned into ashes. However, before he died, Immortal Venerate Yun Chen finally completed his final hand seal. Xiao Chen spread his arms and landed firmly, pointing his saber at the treasure master. Courting death. He knew that even with 17 immortal statues, his chances of victory against the treasure master were not high. More importantly, the treasure master had defeated the three immortal venerates long ago, leaving restrictions in their bodies. If King Xing were to deal with Xiao Qin alone, his fate would probably be even worse. So. The treasure master was not surprised that the other party could control the immortal statues. The puppet pearl was a magic treasure used by immortal cultivators in the first place. The immortal statues were also repaired and strengthened by the immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea. Punisher King loosened his right hand and Punisher King's axe tore through space and appeared above Xiao Chen's head, giving off a terrifying aura as it tried to split Xiao Qin in half. Punisher King held the chain in his right hand and started to slowly spin it. The Punisher King axe on the chain spun like the wind, causing countless clouds to collide and bolts of lightning to descend. Xiao! The demonic pattern chains fell off and Xiao Qin ignored them, continuing to chase after the treasure master. With just this one exchange, Xiao Qin could only see the blurry figure of the Thunder King in the distance. Blue Dragon King, it turns out that you are only a so-so. Punisher King caught Xiao Qin off guard and succeeded in one move. He could not help laughing loudly. After being locked down by my demonic pattern chains, no matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to struggle free. This is the price of your carelessness. One cauldron force burst out. Before Punisher King could react, he got pulled into the air. Ka-cie! A saber light flew out, looking like it would hack Punisher King in half. Fortunately, the sudden betrayal of the 17 immortal statues was of great benefit to the Kunlun realm. Perhaps the remaining cultivators were already fatigued. They were all relying on their wills and faith to persevere. Everyone encouraged each other and continued the bloody battle. Punisher King gave a loud order, and countless demonic beasts roared ferociously, charging at Xiao Qin from all directions. The treasure master looked coldly at immortal venerate Yun Qin, who was controlling the 17 immortal statues, and revealed a murderous intent. As for the blue dragon king Xiao Qin, he chased after the treasure master. No one could stop him. The treasure master's gaze sank as he asked, "Are you here to seek death?" Ha ha ha. I have not persevered until now in vain. This old man must live on. I must see all the demons die. Punisher King, block him for me. The Thunder King ignored the treasure master. He directly got Punisher King, one of the two vice church masters fighting with the Kunlun Palace's palace master, to come out and block Xiao Qin. The Thunder King needed to quickly deal with this problem. Otherwise, the situation of the entire battlefield would change. Wounds covered the treasure master's body. Saber scars appeared, making him even uglier. However, he did not panic as he looked at Xiao Qin. The difference in strength was too great. Unless the 18 demon monarchs worked together to block him, no one could stop him. The former top bladesman of the Tianwu Domain's southern region, Feng Xingsheng, said somewhat fatigued when he saw this scene. Punisher King and Fa Wang, these two peak primes, managed to fight to a draw. Now that one of them withdrew, Fa Wang's situation was not good. You want to leave? It's not that simple. The Thunder King felt somewhat surprised when he saw the 17 immortal statues massacring the demonic world cultivators and demonic beast kings. You are already at the end of your rope. Quickly stop. I believe that the people of the Kunlun realm will let you die more easily. Xie Changtian smiled and said, "That's right. I'm here to see how you die." Even in your dreams, you would never have imagined that the various races of the Kunlun realm would be so united. All the more, you would never have imagined that the Penglai Sea would betray you. Not everyone can be toyed with in the palm of your hand. The treasure master's indifferent words made Xiao Chen's heart skip a beat, and his entire body trembled slightly. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen did his best to avoid being struck in a vital spot. However, the saber light still chopped off an arm. Who could have imagined that Punisher King would pull hard on the chain? The Punisher King's axe spun up at a strange angle. Treasure Master, could it be that you still can't see what he is trying to do? The Blue Dragon King chased away the Dark Church's Church Master. Furthermore, with the help of the immortal statues, the Kunlun realm can still be saved. Stop him. Don't let him catch up to the Treasure Master. The careless one was not Xiao Qin but the Treasure Master himself. Is that so? Right now, the Treasure Master had no chance of victory against him. The immortal statues combined with the chaos caused by the demons formed a true counterattack for the first time, forcing the demons into retreat. Church Master, go ahead without worry. I'll stop him. However, the Treasure Master knew that he held the other party's fate in hope. He believed that the other party would not dare to act rashly. The Golden Kunlun Realm War banner flapped loudly as it flew forward, giving everyone a glimpse of hope. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, dodging the huge axe with a surging aura. Holding up his saber, Xiao Chen wanted to give chase. With the Blue Dragon King around, everything will be fine. Immortal Venerate Yun Qin, stop right now. What are you trying to do? Immortal Venerate Yun Qin formed hand seals, and the 17 immortal statues gathered together and moved closer to him. At the very least, he had to last until the demonic god arrived. That's right. The martial epic does not contain immortals. Why should I remain a variable in the world? I'm already tired of it long ago. I might as well let the final inheritance of the immortal Tao do something meaningful. There's hope. Brat, don't get distracted. Xie Changtian, you trash came as well, the Treasure Master said coldly with a frown. The two had once fought in the air. Xing Wang had suffered a small loss. Now, they were officially fighting. Unexpectedly, he truly did not expect the other party to betray him. Xing Wang knew that the situation was grim, so he immediately moved to block Xiao Qin. Xing Wang could not stop Xing Wang in time. He could only watch as Immortal Venerate Yun Qin died. The 17 immortal magic treasures struck the Treasure Master at the same time. This was the Treasure Master's trump card, a trump card that could decide the outcome of the battlefield. Why did it become someone else's in the blink of an eye? What's going on? These were internal injuries from clashing with the Iron Demon. Even if the Treasure Master lived, it would be difficult to get rid of them completely. The Pinglai Immortal sect led the 17 immortal statues to suddenly charge over, throwing the demonic world's rear into chaos. This was simply like a dream. The Treasure Master, who was already severely injured in the first place, was severely injured on the spot. He vomited a large mouthful of black blood. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. Immortal Venerate Yun Qin nodded and said, I am different from my two senior brothers. They did their best to continue the inheritance. However, in my opinion, they are just struggling at death's door. Immortal cultivators are trapped in a place like a cage. There is no goal or freedom. There is no point in living like this. The Treasure Master did not care about Xie Changtian's words at all. You are just an ant. Scram further away. Xiao Chen frowned and said, get your people to stop. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately. The Treasure Master smiled faintly and looked at Xiao Chen. Are you the former or the latter? Whoosh. Whoosh. The Treasure Master flicked Xie Changtian away with a finger but did not kill him. It seemed that he really looked down on the other party. Whoosh. 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 The Xingtian's personal disciple, Xing Ju, laughed wantonly. His entire body was covered in injuries, and his internal bones were all shattered. Xiao Chen, who had been chasing all the way, happened to see the scene of Immortal Venerate Yun Qin dying and the 17 magic treasures working together to attack the Treasure Master. In that case, you can go and die. The Treasure Master looked at Immortal Venerate Yun Qin seriously and said, Yun Qin, you have to think this through. You know that the Penglai Sea's immortal energy is running out. All the immortal cultivators will die. Only I can save them. Only I can help you improve your strength. Chapter 1534. Xiao Chen's face sank as he looked at the treasure master. What did you do to Leng Yu? The treasure master guffawed when he heard that. It looks like you are the latter. Ha ha ha. You are much weaker than the Qing Emperor. If it was the Qing Emperor of the past, he wouldn't have said a single word to me. He would have directly chopped me down with his saber. In a cold voice Xiao Chen said, I am indeed not Qing Emperor, I am me, you don't need to compare me with anyone. I just need to be honest with myself. Cut the crap. What did you do to Leng Yu? The treasure master narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, put away your saber, and I'll tell you. Xiao. Murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he hacked down with his saber. First, he had exchanged a life for a life with Xiao Chen, which had caused him serious injuries. Then, he had been attacked by 17 immortal treasures at the same time. If he took another blow from Xiao Chen, he would lose at least half his life, and he would no longer be able to fight. The treasure master's expression changed slightly as he quickly retreated. Right now, he clearly did not have the courage to take on Xiao Chen's saber. It seems that you really don't care about her life or death. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chen, it turns out that I was wrong about you. You actually used this as a backup. As the treasure master retreated, he laughed and observed Xiao Chen's expression. If people had feelings, they would definitely have weaknesses. Xiao Chen was one of them. Did Xiao Chen care about Leng Yu's life? Of course, Xiao Chen cared. However, compared to the entire Kunlun realm, compared to the countless cultivators who sacrificed their lives for the Kunlun realm, how should he choose? If possible, Xiao Chen would naturally choose the best of both worlds. Leng Yu would not have to die, and the Kunlun realm could survive the demonic calamity. But if you had to choose one, which one would you choose? Xiao Chen didn't know that most of the time, he always gave people the impression that he was decisive, cold, and unapproachable. But who could understand his heart? Who knew that under this appearance, he also had a gentle heart? Ha ha ha, Xiao Chen, since that's the case, I'll leave it to you. Seeing that there was no way to dodge, Xiao Chen's saber technique sealed off Xiao Chen's paths of retreat and evasion. The treasure master waved his sleeves ferociously, and he suddenly picked up a figure. When Xiao Chen saw who it was, his expression froze, and he quickly withdrew his saber move. Xiao! The boundless saber light entered Xiao Chen's body, and his figure flashed as he moved back 100 steps. This scene was within the treasure master's expectations. He could tell that although Xiao Chen's saber technique was ruthless, it was not as simple as it seemed. However, amidst the viciousness, there was always a trace of hesitation. If there really wasn't any hesitation, it would have struck him long ago instead of waiting until now. It seems to be working. What if he really stops? The treasure master hid behind Leng Yu and seemed to be speaking to her. He continued, it was not in vain that I wasted a spatial secret treasure to seal you for so long. Ha ha ha. Let's test the effect again. So. The treasure master roared ferociously as he carried Leng Yu's body, brandishing her like a weapon as he charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression turned sullen as he retreated again and again, not daring to make a move. Such a scene attracted the attention of many people, making them anxious. This was such a great opportunity, yet he let it go. What was wrong with Xiao Chen? After a while, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and looked at the treasure master. Although he knew that he had to chop down this time, he really could not do it. But he really couldn't do it. He clearly knew many principles, but he still couldn't do it. No one could understand the pain in the Blue Dragon King's heart at this moment. A water screen in the Kunlun Mountains Blue Dragon Palace showed everything that happened to Xiao Chen. When the old dragon horse, the black-clad old man, and the others saw this scene, they all felt very conflicted. Fortunately, I did not chop down like this. Otherwise, I would have been crippled for life, the old dragon horse said with lingering fear in its heart. The old dragon horse said with lingering fear in its heart. Personally killing the person it loved would put it under immense psychological pressure. In the future, there would only be one outcome, and that would be the same as the Qing Emperor, falling into the demonic path. However, if Shao Qin had not swung his saber, there would have been even more trouble. The outstanding talents that sacrificed themselves for the Kunlun realm also made Shao Qin blame himself. This child really has it tough. At such a young age, he has to bear the pressure of an entire world. Although he was born in an abandoned land, his future accomplishments will definitely surpass those demonic geniuses and outstanding talents outside. The young woman's heart ached for Shao Qin. Her eyes were a little red as she spoke softly. Unfortunately, due to the rules of this world, we are unable to leave. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to be so conflicted. Let's keep watching. Maybe there will be a turn for the better. The old dragon horse said in a deep voice. In the scene, Shao Qin sheathed his saber and looked at the treasure master. He had already slowly calmed down, no longer as conflicted as before. As the treasure master held up Ling Yu, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Shao Qin. I have always taken everything into account. How can I lose? Since you have sheathed your saber, then let's have a proper talk. I'll let her off, but you have to promise not to attack the demons. Shao Qin smiled. However, this smile was cold and emotionless, without any warmth at all. It was like it was even more bone-piercing than the chilly wind of a winter night. Ling Yu, who was held in the treasure master's hand, had messy hair and a pale complexion. Her charming face appeared somewhat miserable. However, Ling Yu stubbornly did not shed a single tear. She only raised her head to look at Shao Qin. The two's gazes met. Many things were said without needing to be said. Do it, then. My life is already worth it if you are willing to sheath your saber for me, Ling Yu suddenly said as she looked at Shao Qin. Ling Yu's heart ached, not because of her situation but because of Shao Qin. She felt warmth in her heart, all for the moment when Shao Qin sheathed his saber. At that moment, time and space froze. That white figure would forever remain fixed in her mind. Those who practice charm arts avoided falling in love with someone the most. However, if there was a next life, she was willing to fall in love with someone again. Draw your saber. Not for the Kunlun realm, not for anyone in this world. Draw your saber only for me. Ling Yu revealed a smile as she looked seriously at Shao Qin. This saber strike is only for you. Whoosh! A saber light flashed as Shao Qin swung his saber. In the next moment, Ling Yu's head flew into the air. It could be seen that Ling Yu still had a smile on her face. She did not have any regrets, as that saber strike was what she sought. Shao Qin sent out a saber light for her alone. Blood spurted out, splattering the treasure master's face. This made his ugly face look even more disgusting and disgusting. You. The treasure master was startled. He had not expected Shao Qin, who had already stopped, to really send out this saber strike. The treasure master let go of Ling Yu's headless body and rushed back. Clang! Shao Qin sheathed his saber and stabbed it into the ground. His expression turned extremely sullen as he chased after the treasure master step by step. The instant Shao Qin left, Ao Jiao flew out of the lunar shadow saber and quickly looked around. When the treasure master sensed Shao Qin's aura chasing after him, he was startled. He shouted, "Stop him! Stop him!" However, no one could stop Shao Qin. Every time he punched, a large number of demon corpses would fall to the ground. Shao Qin's fist light contained saber energy. The demon cultivators that got struck all died miserable deaths. Shao Qin did not move very fast, but he was getting closer to the treasure master. Shao Qin was like a killing god. In the end, no one dared to block Xiaoqin. Bang! During the final distance, Xiaoqin locked onto the treasure master's figure. Then, he soared into the air and kicked. The blue dragon divine wings on Xiaoqian's back spread open, and his speed doubled, instantly catching up to the treasure master. This kick ruthlessly kicked the treasure master into the ground. The treasure master vomited a mouthful of blood as he lay on the ground. As he looked at the sullen Xiaoqin, he said, "Even if you kill me, you will not be able to save the entire Kunlun realm. After the demonic god descends, all your efforts, boom." Without giving the treasure master a chance to speak, Xiaoqin ruthlessly stomped on the treasure master's head, crushing it into mush.